Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 620, The Invasion of California, Part 2. In the sky, the Luna and the White Fortress were surrounded by dense enemy aircraft. The Vulcan cannons of the Porcupine Formation were desperately spitting out flames, and the Gotfield and Heroic fired one after another. Turn left 30 degrees, Heroic, fire, missile launcher loaded with anti-aircraft shrapnel, lock coordinates A35, G12, S91, fire. The barrage on the port side is too weak. The Porcupine Formation program has been modified to prioritize destroying the DOP fighters, and the MIS will be handed over to the main guns and MIS troops. Baki, Lulu and Blade commanded the warships in an orderly manner. The sky was densely packed with DOP fighters like a swarm of bees, and there were also many MIS on the dead AYS, which posed a huge threat to the two Kirin-class ships, even though there were 4 teams of Astray Gundam guards around them. Damn it, there are too many of them. I should have asked the colonel to let me go to the ground forces. Fred Lieber cursed. Facing the piles of enemy planes, especially the mosquito-like DOP fighters, Fred Lieber abandoned his favorite multifunctional beam gauntlet and used the dual-wielded double-beam Gatling guns to fight the enemy. Although a large number of mosquitoes were turned into debris and fell to the ground with one sweep, this was not the fighting style he was good at, so he was very frustrated. Ford should like this scene very much, and he should be replaced by us. Blogger Carl, who is also good at close combat, also complained. The medium-range Gatling gun strafing is Fort Romfilo's favorite fighting style. The feeling of one man blocking the pass and 10,000 men unable to pass makes him unable to stop. And now in the air is just the time when this fighting style is most suitable for use, because the number of enemies is too large, especially the DOP fighters, which are like swarms of mosquitoes. Except for weapons such as Vulcan guns or submunition missiles, it is too tiring to eliminate them. Yes, there is also the full power strafing of the super mega cannon of the number 4 machine, which is also very cool. But for blogger Carl and Fred Lieber, who like to chop people with knives, they can't finish the chopping even if they die of exhaustion. The conventional air strike force has taken off, and now is the time to really decide the outcome. Travis Kakulin reminded. Understood. Their main task has always been to attract the attention of the Air Force of the California base and provide a safe passage for the conventional air strike force. Now that the real protagonist has finally come online, they should also fulfill their duties. Order. At this time, Baki Lulu's order sounded in everyone's communication channel. The 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th squads will each break out in different directions, and then counter-encircle the enemy. Break out and then counter-encircle? Understood. And after thinking about it in his mind, Travis Kakulin and others understood Baki Lulu's plan. Using the Luna and the White Fortress as bait to track the enemy's attack, the MIS squad broke out from the center of the battlefield, and then surrounded the enemy in the opposite direction, trapping the enemy tightly and preventing them from interfering with the advance of the air strike force. This is a very dangerous plan, but it is also the best way to ensure the safety of the conventional forces. For a moment, the Gundam Astrays gave up protecting the Luna and the White Fortress, and broke out from 5 different directions, instantly tearing the enemy forces surrounding them into 6 pieces. Disperse. The 5 teams dispersed and formed a circle to surround the air forces of the Principality of Xi'an. All aircraft, fire all your ammunition, don't save ammunition. Understood. And dozens of Gundam Astrays desperately tilted all their firepower towards the surrounded enemy aircraft group. For a moment, it was like a swarm of insects encountering insecticide, falling to the ground in pieces, and dense wreckage and debris were like heavy rain. Just as they were about to turn around to deal with the Gundam Astray that surrounded them, the Luna and White Fortress in the center attacked. The thick pink beams cut the sky into several pieces, missiles fired volleys, countless fireworks bloomed, the Heroic electromagnetic gun released destructive lightning, and the Porcupine Formation wrapped the 2 warships like hedgehogs, and any enemy planes that wanted to get close would be torn apart by the flames. On the side, the conventional air strike brigade passed safely and was stunned for a moment. For the first time, they felt that Xi'an's air force was so weak. But what was more clear was that they knew they could never do this, nor could they carry out such a dangerous operation, let alone protect themselves in such a dangerous situation. At the California base, Sam was in the command center with a grim expression and sweat dripping from his face. The Osborne and Gondola sank. The Zealous, Kuzal and Liban were severely damaged. The signal of the 24th Underwater MIS Brigade was lost. The 45th, 46th and 47th Underwater MIS units suffered heavy losses and requested support. The 4th Ground Composite Division suffered heavy losses and requested to retreat. The signals of the 7th and 8th Ground Composite Divisions were lost. The signals of the Magic Wolf Squad and Hyena Squad were lost, and the signals of Valkyrie 1 and 2 were lost. The signal of the 10th Mixed Aviation Division was lost, and the signal of the 23rd Air Conventional Strike Brigade was lost. One bad news after another came, and the entire command center was like a funeral room. Every time a piece of news came, it was the disappearance of a unit. Before one piece of bad news was over, the next one followed closely, without stopping. The bad news was like a sharp steel knife, cutting his heart again and again. Zeon was split, and the situation on the Earth front was getting worse. They were all loyal followers of the Zabi family. For the Zabi family and for the victory of this war, they would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives. But it was not like now, like lambs to be slaughtered by the enemy. These people were the foundation of the Principality of Zeon and the support for winning the war. If they weren't all dead, how could the ambition of the Principality of Zeon be realized? How could loyalty to the Zabi family be shown? It was still that unit, the unit that had given him nightmares for a long time, the 12th Independent Technical Unit, which tore his carefully arranged perfect defense line to pieces. Damn it! They are all trash. There are only dozens of MIS, and they can't destroy even one. Sam shouted angrily. From the beginning of the battle to now, he has received all the bad news from his own troops, but there is no bad news from the 12th Independent Technical Unit. The battle has been going on for almost half an hour. They have dozens of times more people than the enemy, and they are fighting in positions, but they can't even destroy a single enemy plane. Sam can't believe this is true. Sir, what's wrong? Sam glared at his adjutant. There have been enough bad news, and he doesn't want to hear any more bad news. Federation. Federal Army. What's wrong with the Federal Army? It's a large force of the Federal Army. A large force of the Federal Army is approaching the California base. What? Sam immediately looked at the battle map. Just now, because of the large amount of bad news, he was distracted and didn't pay attention to the situation of the regular forces of the Federal Army. He didn't even look at the battle map. But during this period of time, on the battle map, the area around the California base was densely packed with red signs. This group of bastards. Sam was induced by inertial thinking at first. The 12th Independent Technical Force appeared on the battlefield, and any goal was completed by them alone. The regular troops of the Federation Army were completely cleaning teams. After the battle, they were responsible for cleaning the battlefield and taking over the lost land. They never cooperated with the 12th Independent Technical Force in combat. So Sam also judged at the beginning that this battle was still a one-man show of the 12th Independent Technical Force. They planned to take down the California base alone. In this case, Sam still had the confidence to rely on the defensive positions arranged in advance and dozens of times the number to pile them to death in California. Even if there were heavy losses, it would not matter. At most, he would evacuate the California base with the remaining troops and go to the European battlefield to join Mark Bay. As for the guilt of losing the California base, he was not worried at all. Abandoning the Earth front and returning to the universe for the final battle with the Federation was a plan that had been set some time ago. Before leaving, it was a sure win to be able to use a base to replace the 12th Independent Technical Force, which they regarded as a nightmare. Unexpectedly, this time the 12th Independent Technical Force did something out of character and used itself as bait to attract their attention. Everything it did was to get the main force to come closer and directly attack the California base. Captain. Commander, what should we do now? If it was just the 12th Independent Technical Force, they would still have a fluke, and the number and preparation could wear them down, but now that the main force of the Federation Army has attacked, there is no hope of winning this battle. Notify the submarine force. We. Constantine, Ujil, and Sarah sank. All submarines are destroyed. What? Let the Zor prepare to take off. We evacuate. The Federation Air Force has arrived at the base. It is fighting with the Air Defense Force. We evacuate. Boom boom boom. Ah. What happened? The violent shaking of the ground and the dull explosion made So ask angrily. It was the bombing of the Federation bombers. The runway of the airport was destroyed. How? How could it be? Som fell to the ground in despair, his eyes lost all light. The airport of the California base and the Yang Hui class attack aircraft carrier parked at the airport were his last hope of evacuation. The airport was destroyed, and the Yang Hui class lost the opportunity to take off. Moreover, the Federation's Air Force was above the base. Even if it took off, it would only be shot down. Seeing Som's state, the other people in the command center were also in a panic. They didn't know what to do. The only thing they could think of was to run for their lives, no matter if there was a chance or not, no matter where they escaped, they just had to escape. This was the only thing they could do. Chapter 621 Fanatics should be shot. As the Federation Army entered the Gafolia base, the balance of victory and defeat had no chance to change. A large number of garrison troops were pinned down by the 12th Independent Technical Force. The conventional troops successfully eliminated the last garrison troops and defense facilities without much resistance. The Air Force was unimpeded and blew up all the important facilities of the Gafolia base in the blink of an eye. The Navy stepped on land and easily occupied the major ports of the Gafolia base. The Army drove straight into the base, making all the people of the Principality of Xi'an who were still alive raise their hands. Hurry up and turn back to support the 12th Independent Technical Force. After successfully occupying the Gafolia base, the conventional troops did not sit back and watch the 12th Independent Technical Force fight hard. Although the Gafolia base had been successfully recaptured, the army of the Principality of Xi'an had not been completely eliminated. They were still fighting, and the 12th Independent Technical Force was still blocking the most enemies for them. With the support of the conventional troops, the 12th Independent Technical Force could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Under the cover of the conventional troops, it took another half an hour to successfully eliminate the enemy forces of the Principality of Xi'an. It was impossible to escape. Some died and some surrendered. Haha, finally we made it. Sitting on the ground, the members of the 12th Independent Technical Unit were all panting, feeling weak all over, and they didn't even have the strength to move their fingers. They had never felt this way in all the previous missions. This time, they were not only fighting head-on, but also fighting with fewer troops against more. They couldn't retreat, evacuate, or make strategic shifts. They had to pin all the enemies down there. Fortunately, this time, no one died. There were only 3 seriously injured people, and they could all recover and return to the battlefield. I hope General Jipu won't get angry. Turning their heads to look at their own machines, everyone was relieved. The best condition was Yang Hui's number 1 machine, followed by the captain's and vice captain's machines, which were charred and riddled with bullet holes. They were as miserable as they could be, just to different degrees. The machines of the others. Loss and damage of weapons and backpacks were common, and missing arms and legs were also common. The worst were several seriously injured. Fortunately, Yang Hui upgraded the cockpit's protection capability to the Emperor level at the beginning of the design. As long as it was not a direct hit, it would be difficult to cause the death of the pilot. Otherwise, these people would not be seriously injured, but would have died heroically. 2 or 3 machines had no limbs, leaving only the body and head. 2 or 3 machines had a section of their bodies cut off. 2 or 3 machines had hideous and terrible scars near the cockpit, and even the inside of the cockpit could be seen. Why are you so angry? We didn't lose it this time. This is normal damage in battle. I heard that our mission this time was arranged by the Colonel. Colonel Hawkins wanted to send us helpers, but he refused. Fortunately he refused. We are already in this state. If there are more people who drag us down, wouldn't it be even worse? SHH. Keep your voice down. Oh. This sentence was full of sarcasm. They were not in a special garrison now. There were many people from the regular troops around. They all heard it. Countless angry eyes were focused on them. SHH. The outspoken people apologized. They were now weak all over. If they were beaten, they couldn't even fight back, let alone run away. It's okay. The people from the regular troops waved their hands. Although they were very unhappy, they all knew that this was the fact. They knew how strong the 12th Independent Technical Unit was. Even they were in such a miserable state. If they went there, they would really be dragging their feet. What they are unhappy about is not only being looked down upon by others, but also why they are so mediocre and why they don't have such strong strength. In the army, strength is equal to status. With strength, others respect you, and it is easier to get credit. With credit, there is a chance to rise. After the battle, Yang Hui came to the prison of the California base because Sam kept shouting that he wanted to see him. Sam was captured, although Yang Hui felt that it was completely unnecessary. Sam was a die-hard fan of the Zabi family. There was no need to consider persuading him to surrender. He would never join the Republic of Xi'an. For such a fanatic, death is the best. You are finally here. Sam raised his head and looked at Yang Hui, his face full of decadence and frustration. Can you let me rest for a while? Yang Hui sat casually opposite Sam and said boredly. Why aren't people like you in Xi'an? Sam vented his inner grief. If it weren't for the 12th Independent Technical Force, if it weren't for Yang Hui who formed the 12th Independent Technical Force, their strategic plan would be unimpeded, and the Federation would not be able to fight back in front of the Iron Hoof of Xi'an, at least he thought so. The beginning of everything, all the failures, all started with the appearance of Yang Hui. If Yang Hui was from Xi'an, then the Federation would have been defeated by them long ago, and the one in prison now would not be him, Sam, but a general of the Federation. Haha, Xi'an? Are you talking about the principality of the Zabi family? Yang Hui sneered. There is only one Xi'an in the world. That is the principality of Xi'an led by Zabi. The division of Xi'an and the existence of the Republic of Xi'an are some, no, it should be said that it is a thorn in the hearts of all the loyal followers of the Zabi family, and it is also a shame that cannot be washed away. Haha, then we have nothing to talk about. Yang Hui got up and left. There is no point in talking to such fanatics. They only know how to constantly output their own ideas and beliefs, and will never input other people's opinions. Just wait. We still have the Commander-in-Chief. And Lady Cassilia. They will definitely avenge me. When Yang Hui was about to step out of the prison gate, Sam used all his strength and shouted firmly, but unfortunately. Yang Hui paused, turned his head, and sneered jokingly, Cassilia Zabi is dead, and the next one is Kyron Zabi. What did you say? Sam raised his head, unable to believe his ears. You are lying to me, right? You must be lying to me. How could Lady Cassilia die? Impossible. Sam suddenly had strength, stood up and rushed towards Yang Hui, wanting to catch him and ask him clearly. Seeing this, the people around him immediately controlled him. Yang Hui did not stay, waved his hand with his back to Sam, and left the prison. Yang Hui. Stop right there. Tell me you are lying to me. Tell me. So this kind of person should not be given a chance to live. Walking out of the prison gate and getting on the jeep, Stanley Hawkins was in the driver's seat. I think your approach is more cruel. Stanley Hawkins said teasingly while driving. How can it not be cruel? Many times, death is a kind of relief. For a fanatic like Sam, there is nothing more cruel than the collapse of his own faith. Jiren Zabi is indeed still alive, but Cassilia Zabi is dead, Dazzle Zabi is missing, and two of the people who were once regarded as the Iron Triangle of the Principality of Xi'an have been eliminated, leaving only the last one. Even the most firm faith will have cracks. So, quickly shoot them all and let them be free as soon as possible. Yang Hui shrugged. I do want to, but who made this guy lucky enough not to be hit by stray bullets? Stanley Hawkins and Yang Hui had the same idea. It was the best decision to shoot this kind of fanatic directly. As a result, after the battle, many soldiers of the Principality of Xi'an who fled aimlessly died, were affected by stray bullets, swallowed by explosions, or buried by ruins, but Sam stayed in the command center and lost his mind. In the end, he survived and was captured by the Marines. Once captured, you can't just do whatever you want. Normal soldiers still have to abide by the Geneva Convention and can't just kill prisoners. If you want to shoot him now, you have to wait until the International Court of Justice tries him. Tisk, this is a scourge that will last for thousands of years. By the way, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Xi'an sent a letter to the Federation, hoping to take over the eastern part of North America. Guess what the Parliament will do? It agreed. What else can it do? Yang Hui rolled his eyes. Do you still need to guess about this kind of question? So confident. Nonsense, now we are only one step away from driving the Principality of Xi'an out of the earth. Rebel will never allow anyone to mess up. If the Republic of Xi'an becomes dissatisfied at this time and links up with the Principality of Xi'an again, the direction of the war will immediately turn 180 degrees. Therefore, not only the eastern part of North America, but also the occupied areas under the jurisdiction of the Republic of Xi'an will be given to them. After the Federation completely defeats the Principality of Xi'an, it will come to deal with the Republic of Xi'an. This is what the officialdom said. The idea of the high-level parliament is indeed as Yang Hui analyzed. Now the Republic of Xi'an is a mine, and it must not be stepped on. It must be held in the arms, because the position of the Republic of Xi'an will affect the direction of the war. But in fact, Rebel and Garp didn't think so much at all. Char has already confirmed that he is their own people. Compared with a group of people in the federal parliament, Rebel and Garp are more willing to cooperate with Char, and they all believe in Yang Hui. Also, His Highness Casper is on his way here. I received his message and he wants to meet you. Stanley Hawkins looked at Yang Hui meaningfully. No doubt, he and I are old friends. Stanley Hawkins is also considered one of his own. The credit for the Australian theater and the California base is enough for him to move up a step. After getting the benefits, Stanley Hawkins naturally would not give up easily. Even if he has the ability to turn against him, Yang Hui is not afraid. If he can give it to him, he can naturally get it back, and it will include interest. It seems that I still have a lot to learn. Stanley Hawkins said self-deprecatingly. Do what you want to do at the right stage. You are a smart person, Stanley. Sometimes, knowing too much can be very dangerous. I know my position and I will do my job well. That's enough. When the time comes, you will know what you should know. Chapter 622 Arriving in Europe, aiming at Odessa. Long time no see. It seems you've been doing well recently. You're doing well too, fighting another big battle. Don't say that, I was almost exhausted this time. You? Exhausted? Haha. Char and Yang Hui met again and met directly on the Luna. The two gave each other a hug, which was very warm. The internal structure of the Luna was not a big secret to Char, and the Jevedan-class battleship prepared by Yang Hui for the Republic of Xi'an was not much worse, and they were also companions, so they would know these sooner or later. When will you return to space? After the greetings, Char got to the point. Do you still have the time to worry about the universe? Worry about the Earth. Don't think that you can sit back and relax just because the Parliament gave you these territories. Yang Hui rolled his eyes and said. Don't we have you guys? It will take time. The nobles have already started to arrange it, but it won't be completed in a short time. The nobles' network is complicated. Some people can be won over, some need to be cleared, and some need to be deterred. It is not something that can be done in a short time. After all, the stability of the Federation must be considered. Now is a war period, and stability is the most important during and after the war. Well, actually I have thought about it. I am going to shrink it. Char said. Now the territories of the Republic of Xi'an on Earth are scattered, and it is very difficult for him to manage them himself, not to mention that the Federation will turn against the Republic of Xi'an. Moreover, many of these places have no meaning to occupy at all. It is better to concentrate troops and take one or two important territories, which is also in line with the current size of the Republic of Xi'an. I should be able to give you North Micronesia, but don't even think about Odessa. How do you know I want Odessa? Haha, North Micronesia and Odessa are the only two places on Earth that are worth your attention. Don't even consider South Africa. Australia is a wasteland. The Asian Federation will never let it go. Don't even think about Europe. Rabir has gone there in person to take charge, which shows how much the Federation values it. Well, Australia and South Africa, which one do you think is more suitable? Each has its pros and cons. Although Australia is a wasteland, it has a lot of work to do. You can rebuild it according to your own ideas. Moreover, Australia can threaten Asia to the north and South Micronesia to the east. Gabbro is in South Micronesia, which can form a deterrent, but the problem is that this land is too clean, and the strategic resources are scarce. If it is South Africa, the strategic significance and development possibility are not that high, but it has more abundant resources than Australia. If it is South Africa, the radiation range is in the Middle East and Europe. By the way, South Micronesia is also there. It depends on what you choose. Then I'll choose Australia. Shi'ar decided immediately. A wise choice. Australia and South Africa seem similar, but there are still subtle differences between them. The Federation does not want Australia, a wasteland. Char's choice of Australia is considered to be a proactive concession to the Federation, which can reduce the federal parliament's vigilance against the Republic of Xi'an. At the same time, if Char can achieve excellent results in rebuilding Australia, it will change the eyes of the civilians of the Federation, especially the refugees who survived in Australia, which will be conducive to the ultimate integration of the residents of the universe and the residents of the Earth. This is also the ultimate goal of Yang Hui, Rebel, Jipu, and Char. After all, this world is the logistics world of Promise Fortress. Stability is necessary. To achieve stability, great integration must be achieved. Beep beep. Yang Hui, I've brought the people. Come in. The door of the room opened, and Baki Lulu came with Heyman Khan, who had been imprisoned in the Luna, but Heyman Khan's expression was not very good. She knew that she would be sent to the Republic of Xi'an, but what does it mean to take her as a prisoner to participate in the battle? Is this a plan to take her to death if the mission fails? Heyman Khan. Char looked at the purple-haired girl in front of him and asked, I'm Heyman Khan, His Highness. Casper. Don't be nervous, Heyman, there's no outsider here. If you like, just call me Char. That's what this guy calls me anyway. Char pointed at Yang Hui and said, Yes, His Highness Char. You don't have to call me His Highness, just call me by my name. In public, he was the successor of Deacon and the Prime Minister of the Republic of Xi'an. He had to endure being called His Highness no matter how embarrassing it was, but in private, he really didn't like others calling him His Highness. Yes, Mr. Char. This little girl seems to be your fan. Yang Hui hooked his arm around Char's neck and teased. Char rolled his eyes at Yang Hui, and then looked at Heyman Khan helplessly. It was a pity to see the girl shyly lower her head, Alice. But don't underestimate her because she's young. Her strength is still very good. She lasted for 3 minutes in my hands. Yang Hui praised. You. Heyman Khan glared at Yang Hui excitedly. She lasted for 3 minutes in his hands. Was he praising her or disgracing her? Question mark. Especially in front of her admired person, it was hard not to be excited. But to Heyman Khan's surprise, Char exclaimed seriously, This is really incredible. Char, Mr. Heyman Khan was very confused. He was so powerful that he could only last for 3 minutes? He was really powerful after defeating him, right? It seems that you don't know what kind of monster you are facing. Char said with a smile, There are less than 5 people in the world who can last for 3 minutes in Yang Hui's hands. Huh? Heyman Khan looked at Yang Hui blankly. She knew that Yang Hui was very powerful, but she didn't expect him to be so powerful. The so-called strongest Miss Pilot is the strongest, even if he is a little better than the 10th one. The Battle of Reef Space Domain was Heyman Khan's first battle, so he had never compared it and didn't know that Yang Hui was actually a monster. I teased this guy for a long time at the beginning. Yang Hui patted Char's shoulder and teased. Tisk, you dare to say that just because you rely on the performance of your machine. Char squinted at Yang Hui and complained. The performance gap between the Zakui and the Gundam Astray was simply the difference between heaven and earth. Besides, Yang Hui's driving skills were better than Char's, so it was normal for him to be bullied, right? Then let's compete now? I'll let you use the Zaku Phantom. Not interested. Char was scared, and everyone present could see it. Char was not afraid of losing face. Yang Hui's real age was over 100 years old, and he had fought in several worlds. What kind of battles had he not participated in? Char was still young, and he didn't compare himself with an old monster, nor did he have the interest to seek abuse. Moreover, privately, Char knew from the casual chat that the Gundam Astray could not bring out Yang Hui's full strength. This time they came to this world and were subject to many restrictions. If Yang Hui brought his special machine, there would be no need for such trouble. He could sweep the fleets of the Federation and Xi'an alone. Okay, take her away, or I'll be dragged down by you. Char's coming to the Luna was covered up, and Stanley Hawkins wouldn't say anything. The people outside were all from the 12th Independent Technical Unit, and they wouldn't say anything. But there were too many people around the Luna, and a short meeting didn't matter. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the relationship between Yang Hui and Char, but if Char stayed for too long, those with paranoia would suspect that the two were discussing how to persecute them. Okay, I'll go to Geneva in a while to discuss territorial matters with the Federation, and I'll return to space after that. Then we're almost there. I'm going to Odessa soon. Odessa, be careful. I received a message. Mark Bay seems to have prepared a surprise for you. I will. Char left with Heyman Khan. After the 12th Independent Technical Force received supplies and the Luna and White Fortress were repaired, they immediately set out for the European theater. Odessa was the last important military base of the Principality of Xi'an on Earth. As long as the Odessa base was recaptured, not only could the material transportation line between Xi'an and Earth be cut off, but the main battlefield of the battle could also be transferred to space. As for the remaining troops on Earth, leave these soups for others to drink. Are you finally here? Rebels stood on the helipad that had been cleared in advance, watching the Luna and White Fortress slowly landing. General, the 12th Independent Technical Unit has arrived. Operation Odessa can finally be carried out. Well, let's go and pick up our great hero. Yes. The Luna and the White Fortress stopped steadily, and Robert led a group of senior officials to greet them. In theory, Robert's position does not require him to greet anyone in person, but the 12th Independent Technical Unit has made great contributions to the recovery of the Australian and North American theaters. Personally welcoming them shows that Robert values them and can also boost morale. General Robert, the 12th Independent Technical Unit has arrived under orders. Please give instructions. Yang Hui saluted Robert with the core members of the 12th Independent Technical Unit. Thank you for your hard work. You just finished a war and didn't have time to rest. You have another task to be assigned to you. It is the duty of a soldier to obey orders. Well, great awareness. Follow me. Yes. Yang Hui led the core members of the 12th Independent Technical Unit and Robert and others to the Central Combat Conference Room of the Frontline Command to hold a combat meeting. With the arrival of the 12th Independent Technical Unit, all the officers waiting in the conference room looked at them, because they were the most unique. The lowest rank of the people present was Lieutenant Colonel, and among the core personnel of the 12th Independent Technical Unit, Yang Hui had the highest rank, followed by Lieutenant Colonel Baki Lulu, and the ranks of the others were not high. After Brad was promoted to captain of the White Fortress, he was a major. Among the 9 captains, only Young and Kashima Yang were majors, and the others were captains, and the vice-captains were even lower. Amuro, who was Yang Hui's exclusive assistant, was only a sergeant. In theory, they were not qualified to participate in a meeting of this level, and it was enough for Yang Hui to attend alone. However, thinking of their achievements and the important responsibilities they would have to bear, no one objected. Chapter 623 2 Confidential Missions, moving forward straight ahead. The people of the 12th Independent Technical Unit sat down in a separate area. Robert stood on the podium and unfolded the battle map on the big screen. He began to arrange the combat tasks of each unit, all the way to the task of the 12th Independent Technical Unit. This time, the task of the 12th Independent Technical Unit will be carried out from 3 directions. As he said, 3 marching routes were marked in unique gold on the battle map. The first part is composed of the Luna and the White Fortress, assisting the army to launch an attack from the front and defeat the enemy's frontal defense line. The second part enters the battlefield from the west and is responsible for clearing the bunkers and heavy firepower points in the west to open a path for the large army to advance. The third part enters the battlefield from the north. This route will be opened by the large army to let you break through. The target is the Odessa base, and the only thing missing is Mark Bay's vital point. Yes. X and all members of the 12th Independent Technical Unit saluted in response. Yang Hui did not make any suggestions for Robert's arrangement. First of all, Robert was the most outstanding strategist in the Federation. There was no problem with his arrangement, so he naturally could not make other suggestions. Secondly, on the surface, the 12th Independent Technical Force is a direct subordinate of Rebel. In other theaters, they have the power to act independently, and Yang Hui is also qualified to discuss combat plans with the commanders-in-chief of other theaters on an equal footing. However, they do not have this power in front of Rebel. They must follow Rebel's orders. Well, the Odessa operation will officially begin at 0600 GMT tomorrow. Gentlemen, I wish you all can complete your tasks successfully and prepare for yourselves. Yes. X and everyone dispersed. When leaving, Rebel's adjutant stopped Yang Hui and asked him to go to Rebel's office. He had something to discuss alone. Take a look. When they arrived at Rebel's office, Rebel did not explain anything and directly handed Yang Hui a piece of intelligence and asked him to read it himself. This is it. Well, you're right, Mark Bay is indeed a ruthless man. How many people know about it? Only you and me. The intelligence officer who passed on this intelligence has always been in single-line contact with me, and the intelligence department doesn't know about it. The intelligence shows that Mark Bay has buried a large number of nuclear bombs under the Odessa base, as Yang Hui expected. Once Odessa falls, he will detonate all the nuclear bombs and take away 60% of the Federation's troops. The reason why Rebel didn't tell this intelligence was that he was afraid of affecting morale. If they all knew that there were nuclear bombs buried under Odessa, who would dare to launch a full-scale charge? So you still have a confidential mission to resolve the nuclear bomb crisis before the large force completely breaks through Odessa. Understood. Also, this is an optional mission, complete it as much as possible. As he said, Rebel handed another piece of intelligence to Yang Hui. Karmazabi? Mark Bay hasn't sent him away yet. Yang Hui was surprised to see that the intelligence said that Karmazabi was still a mascot at the Odessa base. Well, if possible, capture him, and we will have the qualifications to negotiate with the Principality of Xi'an. Did Dekan Sato-Zabi contact you? Yang Hui asked. Well, he plans to surrender to the Federation. Yang Hui was silent. He was just about to discuss with Rebel about contacting Dekan Sato-Zabi, but he didn't expect Dekan Sato-Zabi to be one step ahead of him and find Rebel. It's not the time yet. Yang Hui said. Although he is a mascot, he is also the prince of the Principality of Xi'an, and the documents he signed have legal effect. Haha, the Antarctic Treaty still has legal effect, and the nuclear bombs that should be used must still be used. What do you think? We can contact him, and surrender is also possible, but not now. Yang Hui paused and said, we don't know how many trump cards Jiren Zabi has prepared to burn himself to death. Before we figure out what these trump cards are and eliminate these threats, we can't let Dekan Sato-Zabi surrender. Are you worried that Jiren Zabi will get angry? Well, at least we have to wait until we are fully prepared. I understand. I will bring Karmazabi back to you, but don't hand it to the Parliament. Cruz is not ready yet. I know what to do, and Garp is ready too. As long as Cruz makes a move, he will retire from the Federation Army and join the Parliament. Well, I'll go prepare first. This is a tough battle. You're talking as if you fought a tough battle. Rebel laughed. Since the 12th Independent Technical Force debuted, which battle was not a tough one? Don't you look at who I am. Yang Hui showed off, waved his hand, walked out of the office and returned to the 12th Independent Technical Forces base. Because of the nuclear bomb buried in the Odessa base and the confidential mission of capturing Karmazabi, Yang Hui made a huge adjustment to the composition of the MIS force. The first route was naturally the Luna and the White Fortress attacking alone. They were surrounded by the regular army of the Federation, so there was no need to arrange a separate escort team. As for the MIS force, Yang Hui transferred all the captains and deputy captains to himself, responsible for the third route, and all the remaining people formed the second route to attack from the west. It seems that this mission is very difficult. Ft. Romfilo looked at the old guys who stayed behind and couldn't help but sigh. He was the only one among the first group of members who was not a captain or vice captain. Because of his eccentric personality and style of doing things, he was always led by Yang Hui, but he didn't complain. He knew his own affairs. He knew that he was not immaterial for being an official. Wouldn't it be nice to just follow Yang Hui and fight by obeying orders? He was not a captain or vice captain, but his strength was definitely at the captain level. All the captains and vice captains, as well as the carefully selected first team, gathered together to perform the same mission. The difficulty of this mission was definitely the highest since its debut. Okay, everyone, I guess you have guessed the seriousness of this mission. Yang Hui spoke, and everyone put away their relaxed and casual expressions and listened seriously to Yang Hui's introduction of the next combat mission. In addition to the mission on the surface, we also need to perform 2 confidential missions. Here are 2 pieces of intelligence. Take a look first. This is it. And seeing the intelligence, everyone who stayed behind was frightened. That's right, 2 secret missions. The first one is to remove the threat of nuclear bombs before the main force breaks through the Xi'an defense line. The second one is to capture Karmazabi alive. General Rebel told me that the second mission is an optional mission and we can act according to circumstances. So, tell me, what is the act according to circumstances of the 12th Independent Technical Force? Guarantee to complete the mission. Everyone smiled at the words and stood up and answered firmly at the same time. In the process of carrying out a mission, they may not necessarily obey the orders from above, and they can do whatever they feel comfortable with, but this is only for the mission process. They have only one attitude towards the mission goal from beginning to end, that is, to complete it resolutely. Very good, go and prepare. Yes. At 6 o'clock in the morning of the next day, with the sound of the first gunshot, the Odessa operation was officially declared to have begun. Enemy attack. The Federation has launched an attack. Stop them. Long live Xi'an. On the back, watching the rain of bullets unfold in front, Yang Hui led the most powerful detachment of the 12th Independent Technical Force to stand behind the army, waiting for news from the front. Colonel Yang Hui, the passage has been opened, you can move forward. Understood. The eyes of the Gundam estrays lit up with a faint green light, like the messenger of the god of death, returning from the netherworld, performing floating maneuvers and moving quickly on the ground, as terrifying as ghosts, breaking through the darkness, facing the first ray of sunlight in the morning, and rushing into the battlefield. At 3 o'clock, 6 big demon machines, distance 300. 6 beams of light cut through the tragic battlefield, accurately piercing the 6 big demon machines, saving the dying friendly forces. At 7 o'clock, 12 Zakui eyes, distance 400. At 11 o'clock, 99 tigers, distance 1,200. As they passed through the passage opened for them by the regular troops, Travis Kakulan kept reporting the location of the enemy aircraft. The next second after each report, an attack would fall on the target, saving countless friendly forces. But their speed did not decrease at all, and they continued to move forward at the highest speed. In the blink of an eye, they left behind countless souls. Under the gaze of the souls, they broke through the first line of defense of the Principality of Xi'an, leaving the souls with unrequited love. Speed up, and attack the second line of defense in a straight line. Understood. XN Yang Hui drove Unit 1 to continue to act as the sharpest arrow, and rushed straight to the second line of defense. All the interceptions along the way were broken through at the fastest speed, and soon the second line of defense appeared in their sight. Disperse. The second line of defense received the notice from the first line of defense and was ready to welcome the assault of the 12th Independent Technical Force. The moment the two sides appeared in each other's sight, the defenders of the second line of defense opened fire without hesitation. But the rain-like firepower network did not pose a threat to the Gundam estray troops. The compact cone formation spread out like flowers scattered by the goddess, and each turned into a dancing butterfly, shuttling through the rain of bullets, elegant and noble, but also deadly. Boom boom boom. Countless beams of light crossed the distance between each other and landed on the second line of defense. Each beam would ignite several exploding fireworks. Fort. Yang. Understood. Units 4 and 6 stopped, unfolded their backpacks, and inserted the fixed brackets into the ground. Units 2, 3, and 5 immediately came to Units 4 and 6. Units 2 and 3 turned their backs to the second line of defense and unfolded their backpacks. The huge shield blocked each other. Unit 5 raised its two-mounted beam Gatling gun in both hands to the sky. The pink beam bullets were like crazy gushing flames. Whether it was parabolic shells or diving fighters and MiZ, they could not cross the beam Gatling gun's barrage. Charging completed. X2 11 o'clock line of defense and 1 o'clock direction. Units 2 and 3 immediately folded their backpacks and dispersed with Unit 5. The next second, blue-white lightning and pink energy torrents burst out, creating a huge gap in the direction reported by Travis Kakuland. Blog. Fred. Understood. X2 two melee experts, with several comrades specializing in melee combat, rushed in through the gap, and then. It reminds people of a term, slaughterhouse. Chapter 624, The Luxurious Funeral Prepared by Mark Bay. The first line of defense in the north has been breached, and the second line of defense has been attacked. The signal of the 56th Defense Unit has been lost, and the enemy aircraft has used high-power tactical weapons for individual soldiers. The 42nd Aviation Group requests support. The first line of defense in the west has suffered 35% losses and is about to collapse. The front line of defense has been severely damaged, and the enemy has dispatched 2 aviation battleships, which are Killing class. The first line of defense requests to retreat to the second line of defense. A very similar scene, one after another bad news came and went in the command center, panic and noise, but the difference was that Mark Bay was not panicked at all, and still sat calmly on the sofa and tasted coffee. Colonel Mark Bay, what time is it now? Why are you still acting like this? The Federation is coming. Karma's Abby on the side couldn't sit still and scolded sternly. Calm down, Master Karma, everything is as expected. Mark Bay replied calmly. He had thought from the beginning that the 12th Independent Technical Force would appear on the battlefield in Odessa. He had received news that the Australian and North American war zones had fallen. The Federation Army had only sent a large army to surround Odessa without taking any offensive action. Wasn't it just waiting for the arrival of the 12th Independent Technical Force to kill everyone? In addition, he knew that the defense line could not stop the assault of the 12th Independent Technical Force. Like Kisilia's Abbey, he had studied the 12th Independent Technical Force since its appearance. They would study every battle repeatedly many times, and finally came to the conclusion that they were unstoppable. But they broke through the defense line. What should we use to resist? No need to resist, Master Kama. What did you say? Kamazabi grabbed Mark Bay's collar and questioned him. He was so impulsive that he thought Mark Bay was going to rebel. I said calm down, Master Kama. Mark Bay looked at Kamazabi indifferently, and just gently pinched Kamazabi's wrist, and the other party let go. Covering his painful wrist, Kamazabi glared at Mark Bay. As a commander, the first priority is to stay calm. I hope Lady Kisilia has taught you. You'd better remember, Master Karma. Mark Bay leaned in front of Kamazabi, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, because you can no longer hear Lady Kisilia's teachings. Kamazabi, whose mouth was pinched, wanted to move Mark Bay's palm away, but no matter how he struggled, he couldn't shake Mark Bay's slender hand. Hush, be quiet, Master Karma, you don't want to dampen the morale of the soldiers, do you? Come with me, Master Karma, everything is in my plan. As he said that, he gave the guard a look, took Kamazabi out of the command center, and took the elevator down for an unknown number of meters. After stopping, Mark Bay let go of Kamazabi's mouth. What do you mean? Why can't I hear my elder sister's teachings anymore? What happened to my elder sister? Literally, Master Karma, Lady Kisilia died for her country. How is that possible? Did my elder sister return to her homeland to take over Brother Dazzle's duties and reorganize the space fleet? How could she? No, Master Karma. Mark Bay explained to Karma in a calm tone, but if you look closely, you can see that his fists are getting stronger and stronger. After returning to her homeland, Lady Kisilia did not rebuild the space fleet. Instead, she was assigned by the Commander-in-Chief to go to the Flanagan Agency to preside over NT-related research. Flanagan Agency, NT, related research. Yes, Master Karma, but unfortunately, the Federation also obtained intelligence from the Flanagan Agency and sent its most powerful ace troops to destroy the Flanagan Agency. Yes, the force that is attacking us. Sister, she really. Hearing that it was the 12th Independent Technical Corps who took action personally, Kamazabi was enveloped by a decadent temperament. He had witnessed a horror of this unit with his own eyes. They had never failed. Yes, Master Karma, so I prepared this for them. At this time, the elevator door opened, and Kamazabi looked out, his pupils constricted. This is a nuclear bomb with a yield of 100,000 tons. This is the gift I prepared for the devils, and for Lady Kisilia, the most gorgeous funeral. Mark Bay's temperament suddenly changed, crazy, hideous, and terrible. At the beginning, it was Kisilia's Abbey who discovered him and promoted him. When he was discouraged and wanted to leave the Xian army, it was Kisilia's Abbey who invited him back, allowing him to freely display his talents and spare no effort to support himself. If the remnants of the Principality of Xian are fanatics of the Zabi family, then Mark Bay is a fanatic of Kisilia's Abbey alone. The information about Kisilia's Abbey's death had not spread yet. In order to maintain the morale of the Earth Attack Army, Kyron Zabi did not make it public, but Mark Bay also had his own intelligence channels, so he knew the news one step ahead of others. When he knew the news, he was devastated and angry. He had not helped Kisilia's Abbey realize her ambitions yet. How could Kisilia's Abbey die first? Then, he was crazy because he knew who Kisilia's Abbey's enemy was. He expected that the 12th Independent Technical Force would come to Odessa and the Federation's army would attack Odessa. Therefore, he prepared this gift, which was also his funeral for Kisilia's Abbey. He used the 12th Independent Technical Force and 60% of the Federation's troops to send Kisilia's Abbey off. But the Antarctic Treaty. His sister died, and Kamazabi was naturally sad and angry, but when he saw the nuclear bomb in front of him, he only had one emotion, fear. Haha, Lady Kisilia didn't teach you, So I'll teach you on her behalf, Master Karma. Mark Bay retracted his open arms and turned around to let Karma's Abby see his madness. Treaties are bullshit. Generals have only one goal, and that is to win. As long as they can win. Treaties? Morals? Bottom line? None of them are important. You. Mark Bay. Don't worry, Master Karma, I have no intention of destroying myself and the enemy, nor do I mean to hurt you. I have arranged a shuttle and an HLV. I will take the shuttle and return to the universe first, and also serve as a bait for you. The HLV will also be launched in 10 minutes. Who would have thought that the young master of the Zabi family did not take the luxurious shuttle, but squeezed in the HLV that picked up the leak? Mark Bay, you. I have set up the nuclear bomb, and it will detonate in an hour. Calculating the time, it will be exactly when the defense line collapses and the Federation Army will launch a full-scale attack on the Odessa base. You want me to escape alone? Impossible. We still have so many compatriots fighting hard. As a man of the Zabi family, how can I abandon them and escape alone? It's not up to you, Master Karma. Mark Bay looked at Karma Zabi with a cold face. He had never liked this spoiled young master, who was only passionate and impulsive, and had no merits. Lady Cassilia asked me to protect you, and I will perfectly complete her last order. Mark Bay. You. Just as he was about to scold, Karma Zabi felt something piercing his neck, and then slowly lost consciousness and fell into the arms of the guard. Send Master Karma to HLV, and launch in 15 minutes. Yes, sir, you. I will take the shuttle. Yes, sir, take care. The guard took Karma Zabi out of the underground. Mark Bay stared at the nuclear bomb for the last time, and then took another elevator to leave the underground. He did not go to the shuttle immediately, but returned to the headquarters. He still needed to make a final explanation. He couldn't let the abandoned realize that he was abandoned. They still had to lure the 12th Independent Technical Unit over. Sir. You're back. Don't panic. Let the troops on the first and second lines of defense retreat at full speed, stop the defense forces again on the third line of defense, and stop the Federal Army on the third line of defense. Understood. All reconnaissance troops take off and grasp the situation 50 kilometers outside the third line of defense. First-hand intelligence must be passed to the defense troops. After discovering the enemy, immediately order the artillery troops to carry out indiscriminate fire coverage and preemptive strikes. Understood. All aviation troops attack and occupy air supremacy. I will also attack and personally sit on the front line. This is up to you. Yes. The original panic was completely gone, and the low morale was rekindled. On the battlefield, what can boost morale better than the commander-in-chief leading the way? But what they didn't know was that the moment Mark Bay turned around, his excited expression was replaced by indifference and cruelty. Use the last bit of value for Lady Cassilia. The 12th Independent Technical Force, which had broken through the second line of defense with an overwhelming force, stopped its offensive under Yang Hui's instructions. Colonel, Xian has begun to retreat and should be gathering at the third line of defense. Something is wrong. Well, although we have broken through the line of defense, the main force is still blocked outside. Mark Bay will not give up the two lines of defense easily. He must have some ideas. Colonel, I have a familiar feeling. What feeling? It's very similar to the situation when we first carried out a mission in the North Mi war zone. You mean, leading someone into a trap? Yes, but it's just a feeling, no evidence. Amuro, Sima, follow me. The rest of you disperse in threes and attack the third line of defense from different directions. Remember, you deliberately slow down to buy opportunities for us to sneak in. Understood. XN. Chapter 625, Countdown to Life. Under the cover of multiple attacks, Yang Hui successfully led Sima and Amuro to safely cross the third line of defense and arrived at the periphery of the Odessa base. Colonel, there is a situation on the defense line at 10 o'clock. Looking in the direction indicated by Amuro, it was a small airport. At the end of the runway, a shuttle was ready and about to take off. There was also an HLV launch site next to it, and the HLV was also ready and could be launched at any time. The shuttle and HLV. Mark Bay is planning to evacuate first. Seeing the shuttle and HLV ready to depart, Yang Hui guessed Mark Bay's plan. Do you want to intercept? Sima asked Yang Hui. Although the three of them did not carry sniper equipment, it was still very likely to intercept them all if they did not care about the cost. No. The shuttle is leaving. At the airport, the shuttle's engine had already ignited, and the fierce flames dragged a long tail of thick smoke. The fierce flames brought huge thrust, sending the shuttle into space. Damn it, he got away. Amuro cursed in a low voice. Mark Bay was an enemy that Yang Hui had to pay attention to. It was a pity that he failed to stop him this time. Don't worry, there are plenty of opportunities. Now, assault a base. No matter what is in the HLV, it must be very important to Mark Bay. Leave it all. Understood. X2 The three Gundam Estrays moved at the same time, leaping high, crossing the low walls and fences, and falling into the interior of the Odessa base. The beam Gatling in Sima's hand swept across, and the sentry tower exploded before it could sound the alarm. Buzz buzz buzz. Although there was no report from the sentry tower, the explosion had already told everyone in the Odessa base that the enemy was coming. The three aircraft did not stop. At the moment when the sentry tower was destroyed, the three aircraft started at the same time. The Yang Hui class and Amuro aircraft were in front, and the Sima aircraft was in the back, forming an inverted triangle formation and heading straight towards the HLV launch site. All the enemy aircraft that hurriedly blocked the way disappeared in an instant, falling to the ground as soon as they appeared, or turning into blooming fireworks. Attack the fixed support. I want to see what good things Mark Bay is reluctant to give up. Understood. X2 Amuro and Sima's shooting ability is not weak. Together with Yang Hui, every shot and every round accurately landed on the fixed support of the HLV. The standing HLV tilted from side to side and fell to the ground with a boom, losing the opportunity to launch into the air. Spread out and find the entrance and exit of the nuclear bomb storage area. Yang Hui knew that the nuclear bomb was buried underground in the Odessa base, but in order to take away 60% of the Federation Army's troops, such a large-yield nuclear bomb could not be manufactured entirely underground. There must be a transportation channel, and only this transportation channel can allow Ms. to enter and exit. Now there are only 3 people who have entered the Odessa base. Yang Hui dare not get off the plane to find the location of the nuclear bomb. Understood. The 3 X-2 planes dispersed, destroying the scarce defense forces while looking for the transportation entrance, but the 3 of them walked around the entire base and could not find the entrance. Colonel, the mine tunnels in the mining area have not been searched yet. The mine tunnels are too complicated, and we are not enough for 3 people. Yang Hui's expression became heavy. Mark Bay had already left Odessa. He could not control the explosion of the nuclear bombs when he took off. He also did not know how long it would take for these nuclear bombs to detonate, so not a minute or a second could be wasted. They did not have so much time to explore the maze-like mine tunnels at once. Colonel, I brought a small drone. Let the drone enter the mine tunnel first to explore. Sima reported in time. Okay, Amuro, cover Sima. Understood. Sima and Amuro headed towards the mining area. Yang Hui wandered alone inside the Odessa base. Wherever he passed, there was a mess, and even the enemies with guns were not spared. Too slow. Yang Hui watched the time go by. There was no reply from Sima, and he was afraid that time was running out. At this time, more and more green signs appeared on the radar detection system, and Yang Hui's mouth curled up. Colonel. The third route of the Gundam Estray broke through the third line of defense and arrived at the Odessa base. Yang, Forte, Russ, take people to the mining area to support Sima and Amuro. Blog, Fred, take people to clean up the base. Travis, take people to protect the machine. Aslan, he, and the rest of the people, prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Understood. XN Without waiting for news from Sima, Yang Hui decided to take a risk and lead people to break into the base and directly find a way to the underground. Everyone quickly found the location of the headquarters of the Odessa base. Several machines were parked in front of the headquarters building. Yang Hui and others rushed into the building with guns. Blog, Fred, don't rush too hard. Protecting the colonel and their bodies is the first priority. The others were gone, and the calm Travis Kakulin took over the command of the scene directly. Understood. X2. Bang 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 bang. Yang Hui and others rushed into the building and killed anyone who blocked their way. They didn't have the time and energy to guard the prisoners now. They quickly came to the headquarters, which was empty. At the beginning, the staff of the headquarters were given a shot of chicken blood by Mark Bay and insisted on their posts. But the moment the shuttle took off, they realized that Mark Bay was not the first to take charge. It was obviously him who ran away first. The high morale instantly dropped back to the freezing point. Everyone fled in all directions and tried to escape by themselves. The lucky ones should have left the Odessa base by now, and the unlucky ones became one of the many corpses. "Colonel, we have found something here." Yang Hui ran over and found the elevator going down. He took Aslan, Kong Yun and South Banninger into the elevator and ordered the others to occupy the command center and kill the enemy immediately. A few minutes later, the elevator door opened. Yang Hui and others finally found the location of the nuclear bomb, but, seeing such a huge equivalent, Yang Hui's face was as dark as ink. "Mark Bay is a lunatic. Spread out the search." "Understood." X3 The four people searched for the launch device of the nuclear bomb separately, and soon Aslan found something. "Colonel, this way." Yang Hui ran over and saw that the countdown on the launch device would detonate the nuclear bomb in more than 10 minutes. He quickly controlled the system to try to terminate the detonation program, but... Warning, warning, warning. Damn it. It's a trap. Yang Hui's expression became even uglier. He controlled the system to terminate the detonation program, but who knew that this was a trap set by Mark Bay? Not only would it not terminate the detonation, but it would also speed up the countdown. Now there were less than 10 minutes left, and it was impossible to transport such a large-yield nuclear bomb out. Finally, Yang Hui took out his pad, connected it to the system, and used the hacking program brought from Promise Fortress to hack into the entire system. Aslan, Kong Yun and South Banninger were sweating profusely as they watched from the side. They clenched their fists tightly and placed all their hopes on Yang Hui, praying that he would be able to stop the detonation of the nuclear bomb before the countdown ended. Quick, quick, quick. As the countdown approached the key point, the sweat on Yang Hui's face became more and more dense, and his fingers danced faster and faster. Ling. Seeing the countdown freeze at 0.05 seconds, Yang Hui was completely exhausted and collapsed on the ground. He had never thought that this sound was so beautiful. Aslan, Kong Yun and South Banninger also weakly supported the wall. Although they stood still, they felt as if their whole body was hollowed out. "Next time, I will refuse this kind of mission." Kong Yun complained directly without caring about South Banninger being beside him. This was definitely the most exciting mission he had ever performed. It was more dangerous than facing the Festum in the Gundam Seed world. It was like watching the countdown of his life with his own eyes, until when he would die, but it was also extremely terrifying. If it's this exciting again next time, let Kira take over. I can't stand it. Aslan also complained. South Banninger was about to say something, but after hearing what Kong Yun and Aslan said, he frowned and glanced at the two, but immediately retracted his expression and gaze. Of course, this certainly did not escape the eyes of Yang Hui, Aslan and Kong Yun. After Kong Yun and Aslan spoke, they knew that they had accidentally let the cat out of the bag. But South Banninger was trustworthy. He didn't ask, and he wouldn't explain to him now. When the time came, he would naturally know everything. "Okay, the danger is over, we should go up." Yang Hui propped himself up and said to the three people, "Well, let's finish the battle up there quickly. I don't like dancing on a nuclear bomb." "Same. Alice, I'm old and can't stand being scared." Ha ha ha. Dot. With the return of Yang Hui and others, the battle on the ground ended quickly. Just like the moon ladder, there were no prisoners, but they were not killed. Those who wanted to escape were allowed to escape. After leaving a few people to guard the headquarters building and the nuclear bomb, Yang Hui led everyone to attack the back of the third line of defense. It was already very difficult for the remaining garrison troops to face the Federation army. They were also attacked from behind and their homes were stolen. With low morale and poor battle conditions, many people chose to surrender. Although they did not surrender to the Republic of Xi'an at the beginning, in the face of the Zabi family and their own lives, many people decisively chose the latter. The Odessa operation was a complete success. Presumably, in the original historical trajectory, Rebel won the victory with human lives. This time, the casualties were much smaller, especially on the front battlefield and the west. With the help of the 12th Independent Technical Unit, the solid defense line was torn to pieces soon. Rebel also came to the Odessa base and went underground under the leadership of Yang Hui. When he saw the nuclear bomb in front of him, his face turned ashen. The Zabi family is crazy. The people who follow the Zabi family are also crazy. Chapter 626 Return to the Universe. The Odessa operation ended, and the 12th Independent Technical Force completed its mission on Earth. The only large force left in the Principality of Xi'an was the South African theater, but the Xi'an Earth Attack Army still lost its brain. 2 consecutive commanders-in-chief of the Earth Attack Army died and fled. Even the large force was just a guerrilla, and it could be handled by the regular troops. Even Rebel himself went to space and would not personally command the recovery of the South African theater. However, before leaving, Rebel still arranged everything. He handed over the commander-in-chief of the South African theater to General Vic Hancock, the 3rd General of the Federation. Originally, this General Vic Hancock would serve as the captain of a Magellan-class ship of the 2nd Space Army of the Federation in the middle of the One-Year War, and then transferred to the captain of the Special Missile Torpedo ship at the end. After the war, he belonged to the 1st Fleet on the Moon. During the Neo-Zeon Rebellion, he served as the captain of the Salamis-class ship, and finally retired as the commander-in-chief of the 6th Space Fleet, becoming a reserve lieutenant general and serving as the director of the Federation Army Data Management Institute. In the future year 94, he also wrote the Great Atlas of Strategy and Tactics, a complete record of the One-Year War, which contains detailed descriptions of the background of the war and the combat power of both sides, as well as the tactical introductions of many heroes on both sides, including the deeds of Vic Hancock himself. But because of Yang Hui's existence, the original historical trajectory has changed dramatically. This veteran is still on Earth, and before Rebel personally took charge of the war in the European theater, he was in charge of the European theater. Now, Rebel has placed him in the South African theater, not to exclude or suppress him, but because he is not confident in handing him over to others, so he can only ask this veteran with rich combat experience and outstanding ability to come out. There is also a very important thing, that is, how to deal with the nuclear bombs underground in the Odessa base. Under Yang Hui's suggestion, it was finally decided to dismantle it and transport it to the Trin base, where it would be sealed together with other nuclear bombs of the Federation. This task must also be entrusted to a trustworthy person, so Rebel handed it over to Ethan Leia. I don't believe you. You old man are so bad. Yang Hui rolled his eyes at Rebel. He really didn't know what Rebel was thinking about this arrangement. Ethan Leia and you are enemies. But Ethan Leia is indeed suitable for this matter. After all, no matter how he and Rebel disagree, he will not do stupid things. He will not be vague about serious matters. I'm back again. Looking at the endless starry sky outside the window, Yang Hui couldn't help but sighed. Every world will be tired, especially this world, which keeps going back and forth between the Earth and the universe, fighting, and fighting, almost without stopping. Although it was the same in the Gundam Age world back then, with a troop fighting everywhere, the battles in the Gundam Age world were much easier than in this world, and his original status determined that he could rest whenever he wanted, and he didn't have to run back and forth between the Earth and the universe. It's about to come to an end. Bujalulu said. Yes, it's almost over. The one-year war in the UC world can be ended 2 or 3 months earlier because of Yang Hui's arrival. Similarly, the war on Earth is nearing its end. Now only the universe is left, and they don't need to return to Earth. After resolving the war in the universe, the mission of this world will be completely over. The destination of the Luna and the White Fortress is not Luna II, but Axis. Just when the 12th Independent Technical Force was killing all over the Earth, Cheyenne successfully led the Space Fleet to capture Axis and transferred the headquarters of the Space Fleet to Axis. Luna II was handed over to a young man he was very optimistic about, Colonel Hulken. Yes, he was promoted to Colonel. Yes, not temporary, but the Commander-in-Chief of Luna II. There is no need to say don't call me Commander anymore. Once those big guys come, I will become a small guy. The headquarters of the Space Fleet has been moved, and the headquarters of the 12th Independent Technical Force will naturally be moved to Axis. Arriving at Axis, Cheyenne led all the generals of Axis to greet them. General Rebel. Long time no see, Cheyenne. I'm glad to see you still so energetic, and you all, I'm glad to see you again. Everything for the Federation. Thank you for your hard work on the long journey, General Rebel, please follow me. Yes. The others dispersed on the spot, and the 12th Independent Technical Unit went to the new station. Yang Hui went with Rebel and Cheyenne. It's a great harvest, Cheyenne. Axis was conquered by you. Coming to the office that was cleared for Rebel in advance, Rebel praised Cheyenne. I dare not, in fact, I was able to successfully conquer Axis, and Colonel Yang Hui and his troops took a lot of credit. Cheyenne replied. Oh? This is an interesting story. When you were attacking Axis, Yang Hui was killing people all over the earth. Rebel asked with interest. Due to the defense of the Republic of Xi'an, Jiren Zabi mobilized a large number of troops from Arakuma in revenge, and even mobilized a lot of troops from the Solomon Fortress, causing the Principality of Xi'an Space Army to suffer another heavy blow after the destruction of Dazil Zabi's fleet. In order to ensure the defense of the homeland, Jiren Zabi transferred a lot of troops from Axis, so we were able to successfully capture it. Cheyenne explained. Wow, this is really thanks to you, Yang Hui. Yang Hui shrugged, indicating that your compliments were useless. Originally, Axis had already started to move towards Side 3. Cheyenne continued, fortunately, I was prepared in advance, otherwise, Axis might have slipped away. If Axis moved near Side 3, I don't know how much it would cost to take it down again. Well, it's indeed a good time. Now, let's take a look at the remaining forces of the Principality of Xi'an. As he spoke, the lights in the office dimmed, and a space map was projected, dividing the various forces. Now the forces of the Principality of Xi'an are mainly concentrated in this area. Rebel drew a big circle around Side 3, Solomon Fortress, Abava, Sora Fortress, and the Moon. And the L4 space domain is the territory of the Republic of Xi'an. Our space fleet is mainly concentrated on Luna II and Axis. If we want to attack the Xi'an mainland, we can only start from Solomon Fortress and Abava. Sora. From the distance and location, Solomon Fortress is a more suitable entry point. Cheyenne suggested. That's right, but if we want to attack Solomon Fortress, we have to be wary of the reinforcements from Abava Sora and Side 3, and we can't ignore the lunar fleet either. In fact, we don't have to worry too much about the lunar fleet. It's only in name now. If it weren't for Xionic and other companies still on the moon, they would have given up Granada and Von Braun. Yang Hui said. His home base is in Granada, and Cardis is also in charge of the Anaheim headquarters, so he has always been paying attention to the situation on the moon. As for Abava Sora, we can let the Republic of Xi'an make a feint attack. Well, in that case, there will be no worries when attacking Solomon Fortress. Rebel nodded. There are still some. Yang Hui sighed and shook his head. What are Jiren Zabi's cards? That's right. Neither the Federation's intelligence department nor my personal intelligence network has figured out how many cards Jiren Zabi has in his hand. Your people can't figure it out. Rebel was surprised. He knew that Yang Hui's personal intelligence network was more powerful than the Federation's intelligence department. His people could find out a lot of information that the Federation's intelligence department couldn't find. The confidentiality level is very high. We only found out that the 3 colonies of Side 3 had major movements, but we couldn't find accurate information. In order to keep it secret, Jiren Zabi gave it all to his confidants. Well, it seems that we can only contact him. Rebel thought for a while and thought of Dekan Sato Zabi. He probably doesn't know anything either. Jiren Zabi has been trying to get rid of him for a long time. Yang Hui said with a sneer. Although he is a mascot, Dekan Sato Zabi is still the supreme leader of the Principality of Xi'an in both politics and military. Although Jiren Zabi holds real power, he cannot kill his father, otherwise he would be in an illegitimate position and cause further unrest in the already fragmented military. You have to know that the people inside the Principality of Xi'an are loyal to the Zabi family, not to Jiren Zabi personally. Let's contact him first, maybe there will be something to gain. Well, I think, instead of letting us contact him, why not hand it over to Casper? Casper. Yes, Garma Zabi is in his hands, he has more bargaining chips, and, no matter how deep the grudge between Zabi and Deacon is, at least they are Xi'an, right? In the capital of the Republic of Xi'an, in the Prime Minister's residence, Char looked at Garma Zabi sitting in front of him with a playful look on his face. It can only be said that Mark Bay made a mistake. His idea was good, but he did not expect Yang Hui to lead his men into the Odessa base so quickly, and terminated the launch program 2 minutes before the launch of the HLV that Garma Zabi was riding, and captured Garma Zabi. After the Odessa operation ended, Char contacted Yang Hui and asked him if he had captured Garma Zabi. After getting a positive answer, he asked Yang Hui to hand Garma Zabi over to him. This is still very difficult. After all, capturing Garma Zabi is different from capturing Heyman Khan. Too many people know about it, which cuts off the possibility of secret transfer. The Federation also knows the importance of Garma Zabi. It is almost impossible to hand him over to Char. Fortunately, Yang Hui did the work of rebel and held a remote meeting with Jipu, Char and Cruz. In the end, he was persuaded by Char and handed Karma's Abbey over to Char. On the Federation side, Jipu and Cruz also prepared their arguments. Whether they agree or not, the people who will oppose them will be cleared out in a short time. Should I say nice to meet you? Or long time no see? Chapter 627. You call me Char, not Casper. Should I say it's the first time we meet? Or has it been a long time? Char, eh? The two words were squeezed out from between Karma's Abbey's teeth. Looking at his former friend and current mortal enemy, Karma's Abbey's heart was complicated, with anger, hatred, confusion, and unwillingness intertwined. Char? Question mark. Haha, it's really a shame to hear this name from your mouth. As he spoke, Char stood up and stood in front of Karma's Abbey. He leaned over and lowered his head, putting his face very close to him. How ironic, the young master of the Abbey family, Karma's Abbey. You approached me, just to plot against me, in the beginning. Karma's Abbey asked, gritting his teeth. Half and half. Char sat back in his seat, crossed his legs and said leisurely, who made you so naive, Karma, that it was so easy for me to use you? I used you to hide my identity, used you to get close to the Abbey family, and used you to make Xian and the Federation officially go to war. Char, you plotted against me. Karma's Abbey was just naive, but he was not stupid. After hearing Char's sarcasm, he connected everything together, from Char's approach to him, to the uprising in the Federal Military Academy, and to everything that happened later. He connected everything together. It was all Char's plan. He regarded Char as his only close friend, but in Char's eyes, he was just a pawn. Don't be so excited. Char waved his hand to calm Karma's Abbey down. You can only blame yourself for being too naive, right? I had so many flaws at the time, but you didn't notice any of them. Char. Countless curses appeared in his mind over and over again, but every time Karma's Abbey wanted to put it into practice, it got stuck in his throat and he couldn't say it. In the end, it turned into powerlessness and decadence. He knew that he had lost, and lost completely. He also felt ridiculous. He had regarded Char as his best friend and the only recognized competitor. He had made all his efforts and wanted to surpass Char, but in the end, every step he took was completed in the other party's plan, and he was always played in the palm of his hand. Kill me, Char, give me a decent way to die, let me die with the pride of the Abbey family. Kill you? No, 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 Karma, you are still valuable, so you can't die yet. Char shook his head and said. Don't even think about it. Char, don't even think about asking me to do anything for you. You don't need to do anything, Karma, you just need to stay alive. His Majesty the Prince misses you very much. You bastard. As soon as these words came out, Karma's Abbey immediately knew what Char was going to do. He was going to use himself to threaten Dekan Sato's Abbey. I won't let you have your wish. As soon as the voice fell, Karma's Abbey rushed towards the wall beside him. And Char just watched this scene calmly, and said slowly, Prince Dekan has contacted General Rebel of the Federation and is planning to surrender. Karma's Abbey, who was about to hit the wall, stopped, turned around stiffly, and looked at Char with an unbelievable look. What did you say? Prince Dekan has contacted General Rebel and is planning to surrender to the Federation. Char repeated calmly. Impossible. This is impossible. How could he surrender to the Federation? As a member of the Abbey family, he is proud. How could he do such a humiliating thing? For the glory of Xian. He, in your eyes, glory is injecting G3 poison gas into colonial satellites? Dropping colonial satellite bombs on the Earth? Using everyone else as pawns for your own ambitions? Even though you know you are going to lose, you still want to drag all of humanity down with you. Char questioned Karma with a sneer. That's a must. There will always be sacrifices in war. For victory, for a better future. Their sacrifice is worth it. Tisk, as expected, it's the Abbey family. Char smacked his lips and shook his head, his face becoming even colder. To borrow his words, why wasn't it you who sacrificed? Not Jiren's Abbey? But those innocent civilians. This, for the victory of Xian. For the glory of the Abbey family. I'm ready to sacrifice. Haha, so that's why you're still a child, Karma. Char shook his head and sneered, your big brother, Jiren's Abbey has never thought of it this way. For his own ambition, he can sacrifice anyone, including his confidants, brothers and sisters, and your common father. Impossible. Big brother he, He can say it? Jiren Zabi has been consumed by his own ambition. Such a madman, oh no, to use his words, should be a psychopath. Such a psychopath, can there be any glory? Char. Shut up. What? Did you hit a sore spot? Can't accept it. Stop talking. I told you to stop talking. The continuous verbal bombardment destroyed the determination in Karma Zabi's heart bit by bit. He lost his enthusiasm and determination, and what was left was helplessness and confusion. Looking at Karma Zabi standing on the edge of collapse, the sneer disappeared, the disdain disappeared, and the coldness disappeared, leaving only solid silence. Kill me, Char, please, kill me. Let me take the last pride and the last dream of the Zabi family and leave this world. At the moment when Char was about to step out of the door, Karma Zabi suddenly roared at Char, causing Char to stop. If you are Casper Zimdeacon, kill me. I am from the Zabi family. I am your enemy. Go. Hurry up. Kill me. Char turned his head slightly and glanced at Karma Zabi. You called me Char. After saying that, he left Karma Zabi with a look in his eyes and walked out of the room and closed the door. Keep an eye on him, don't let anything happen to him. Yes, Your Highness. After returning to his room, Char sat on the sofa a little tired. Lara Sheen always appeared beside Char at the most appropriate time to massage his swollen temples. Colonel, Prince Dejan has been contacted. He is willing to come to the Republic of Xi'an secretly to discuss surrender. Lara Sheen reported to Char while gently relieving Char's fatigue. Have you confirmed the date? Char asked, closing his eyes and enjoying the massage. Prince Dejan hopes to arrive in the Republic of Xi'an in a month. 1 month later. I know. Hearing this, Lara Sheen stopped the massage, obediently stepped back a few steps, drew all the curtains, locked the door, and activated the dedicated signal jammer. Then, Char took out a quantum communicator, contacted Yang Hui, and told him about this. Okay, I know, I will be there on time. At this time, Yang Hui had not left Rebel's office. Rebel and Cheyenne were both present, and naturally heard the content of Char's report. Are you going alone? Rebel asked Yang Hui. I won't take the 12th Independent Technical Force with me. Just prepare a few transport ships and a convoy fleet for me. Yang Hui said. Okay, I'll make arrangements. Get ready on your side. Once I get accurate information, you can attack. Where's the trump card? Just give it to my people. When I'm not here, Baki Lulu will take over as the general commander. I will also sneak into the Principality of Xi'an from the other side with Char. Well, this is the best. The 12th Independent Technical Force is the 12th Independent Technical Force, and Yang Hui is Yang Hui. I don't know if I know too much. When Yang Hui is not here, the 12th Independent Technical Force does not have the aura of invincibility in Rebel's eyes, which always makes him worried. However, Yang Hui said that he would sneak into Xi'an from the other side, and Rebel was relieved. At least he would also participate in this battle. I'll go back first. In order to ensure the success of the plan, there is still a piece of the puzzle that must be completed. What did you bring back from the Flanagan organization? Cheyenne asked. Well, that's very important to me. Okay, tell me what you need. Even if you don't tell me, I will do it. Yang Hui smiled and waved his hand and left the office. This stinky boy. Li Beer and Cheyenne laughed and scolded. Even though Li Beer now knew Yang Hui's real age, he still couldn't associate him with a centenarian, whether in appearance, personality or behavior. But Li Beer chose to forget that although he looked like a white-haired old man, he was also a funny guy in private. After returning to the base, Yang Hui went to the R&D department to find Tim Lei as soon as possible. How is it going? The NT adaptability test of the team members has begun, and the results will be out the day after tomorrow. How is the development of the Shichimu system and the corresponding weapons going? There have been some results. The test machine can be made within a week and then tested. Too slow, let's go together. This is already the fastest predicted result. Because we lack the understanding and cooperation of the NT, we will definitely not be able to speed up the development of the Shichimu system. I will cooperate with you. Tim Lei looked at Yang Hui in surprise, and didn't react for a while. I am NT, I will cooperate with your development of the Shichimu system. How do you know you are NT? Tim Lei asked. Can this prove it? As soon as the voice fell, while Tim Lei was stunned, Yang Hui's eyes were filled with colorful streams of light, and without opening his mouth, the voice sounded in Tim Lei's mind. Because Yang Hui himself didn't have a good way to deal with NT's manifestation. In the plot, NT didn't have two specific manifestations, and it was impossible for NT to emit mental waves like in the anime, so he could only use the eyes of the Transformer. This, you really are. Okay. Yang Hui waved his hand to interrupt Tim Lei's shock and told him not to make it public. Let's go. Within a month, the adaptability test of NT, the development of the Sekimu system and supporting weapons, and the team members' mastery of the Sekimu system will determine the probability of survival in our next mission. Tim Lei recovered from his shock and looked extremely serious. I know, we will definitely complete it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 628, Long Lost Floating Cannon. Under the leadership of Yang Hui, the development department worked hard day and night, and finally successfully developed the weapon supporting the Sekimu system, the floating gun of the UC world. This is the result of the test. Fortunately, there are many NTs in the team. Although the strength of the mental waves is strong and weak, it is definitely more than 10 times stronger than the data recorded by the Flanagan Agency. However, there is also bad news. What is it? Yang Hui asked Tim Lei seriously. It's a pity that not all of them. Tim Lei spread his hands, with a mischievous arc at the corner of his mouth. Question mark? You guy. Yang Hui shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Tim Lei to joke about such things. Well, it's also to let you relax. Tim Lei shrugged. This was the first time that Yang Hui completely took over the research and development work, and Tim Lei and others understood how crazy Yang Hui was in the state of scientific research. In the past few days, Yang Hui almost didn't rest or sleep, and even ate in the laboratory. Except for going to the toilet, he never left the laboratory. Haha, that's not necessary. I'm used to it. Yang Hui stretched and replied. He was over 100 years old. Different worlds, different scientific research projects, this kind of life state was not the first time. Let's start the test directly, and carry out the control training together. No, it's too hasty. The test machine has not been tested at all, and it is not clear how much it will burden the human brain. If an accident happens, it is likely to cause irreversible damage to the brain. Tim Lei objected. Then start the test, I'll do it. No. Trust me, Tim, have I ever been brave? No. So. Yang Hui patted Tim Lei's shoulder and walked out. Install the test machine on my body, and then start the test. I know. Tim Lei sighed. He really believed in Yang Hui and was really worried, but he knew better that he could not stop what Yang Hui decided, so he could only do it. It took less than half a day for the transformation of the Astray Gundam No. 1 to be completed. It was equipped with the Sekimu system and the flying wing floating gun designed by Yang Hui. It is not like the Bull Gundam and the Scout Gundam, which are long strips that can be folded together, and cannot switch between beam guns and beam shields. The current Federation's technical reserves cannot do these two things. The flying wing floater designed by Yang Hui is the most common beam gun, with a long strip shape, one layer after another, and even attached to the skirt armor, just like wings attached to the back and the whole body. Is that the brand new Unit 1? So cool. It's a machine that uses the Sekimu system. The wings and the skirt armor are all NT-specific weapons called winged floating guns. They are separated from the machine during combat and act as an independent controlled single mobile weapon. It's similar to what we encountered in the Reef Space Domain last time, except that there are no cables connecting them. To put it simply, it's a drone controlled by mental waves. The Colonel is really a one-man army now. I heard that the application of the Sekimu system is not just that. What else? I heard that the Colonel also proposed the mental sensing frame, which uses the electronic lenses of the Sekimu system to equip the entire body skeleton, so that the MIS can be truly controlled by thoughts. It seems to be the case. Is it true? Anyway, that's what the development department said. Then why not just make it? Are you stupid? It must be because the current technical reserves are not enough. We will soon be carrying out a large-scale mission, and we don't have that much time. Okay, but the Colonel's Unit 1 is really cool. I want to have it. You? Haha, what's the result of the NT test? We are still good brothers until we reveal it. Yang Hui was unaware of the heated discussion among his teammates. He was now concentrating on checking the operation of the SYNOPSIS system in the cockpit. All systems are normal, we can start testing. Understood. First a connection test, start. Understood. Yang Hui closed his eyes and transmitted his mental waves to the winged floating guns through the SYNOPSIS system. With a click sound, the 18 winged floating guns on his body separated from the mother machine of the Gundam astray and scattered in the universe. Colonel's brain waves are stable. Mental wave transmission is normal. SYNOPSIS system is operating normally. Winged floating guns are operating normally. Okay, start the second stage of testing, Colonel. Understood. Yang Hui opened his eyes filled with colorful streams of light, and his mental wave steadily transmitted his thoughts to the winged floating guns. At this time, the 18 winged floating guns were like an extension of Yang Hui's thoughts. They flexibly followed Yang Hui's thoughts and turned into flexible fish in the universe, enjoying the freedom without restraint. The Colonel's brain waves are stable, the mental wave transmission is normal, the SYNOPSIS system is operating normally, the winged floating gun is operating normally. Good. The second stage is successful, the targets are released, and the test enters the third stage. Understood. Inflatable targets were released one after another, forming a large army in front of Unit 1. Originally, only about 20 targets were needed for the third stage test, mainly to test the various states of the winged floating gun when launching an attack, but Yang Hui firmly requested to release more targets. The verbal reason was that more targets would give more accurate test results, but in fact, Yang Hui wanted to find the feeling. How many years has it been? He hasn't used the floating gun to fight? This is his favorite and most important way of fighting. If he forgets it after too long, he will cry to death. Question mark. Go, winged float gun. Yang Hui's eyes fixed, and he passed his thoughts to the winged float gun. The fish that were playing in the water just now turned into a ferocious wolf pack, turning back and forth in various strange routes, approaching a large number of targets, opening their bloody mouths and biting their prey. Oh! Everyone in the experimental command center in the hall watching the test process cried out in horror. The Astray Gundam 1 was like a high god, with his hands folded in front of his chest, looking forward indifferently. The winged float gun was his messenger of God, shuttling back and forth among the densely packed targets at lightning speed, turning back and forth at strange angles. Every time the glory bloomed, it was a judgment of God and the disappearance of the sinner. This. Damn it, I can't think of an adjective. Is this really the first time the Colonel has used the SYNOPSIS system? So skilled. Tisk, 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 I feel like we can retire early. The Colonel is an army all by himself. My test results are good, I wonder if I can be half as good as the Colonel. Aslan and Kong Yun shook their heads and smiled bitterly at the back of the crowd. They were the only ones who were not shocked because they already knew Yang Hui's true fighting style. So far, they have not found anyone who can match Yang Hui in the use of controlled autonomous combat units such as floating guns. In the world of Gundam Seed, Yang Hui was a one-man army, and he was superb in the use of bits, as if those weapons were not weapons at all, but extensions of Yang Hui's body. I heard from Arthur that Yang Hui was the same in the world of Gundam Age, and his use of floating guns was simply art. Look! Unit 1 is maneuvering. With a cry of surprise, Aslan and Kong Yun looked at the screen again. Unit 1 was no longer a spectator. With its dual guns raised and flames erupting, it rushed into the target group and staged an elegant and deadly musical with 18 winged floating guns. How fast is the reaction speed? As expected of a colonel, you can always do things that ordinary people can't do. We still have a long way to go. I'll go to the development department. My test results are good. Ask when it's my turn. I'll go too. Damn it. Envy, jealousy and hatred. At the experimental command center, Tim Ray tried his best to restrain the urge to cheer, his eyes fixed on the data of Unit 1 and the winged floating gun. The performance Yang Hui presented to them was indeed gorgeous and amazing, but he was a researcher. His current task was to determine the test data of the winged floating gun. If any accident occurred, he would force the test to end. All systems of Unit 1 are normal. Winged float gun, output power, 120%. Winged float gun has run out of energy and is entering the recovery program. Recharging time is 10 seconds, and it will be separated from the mother machine again. Number of targets remaining: 41, 24, 12. All targets have been eliminated, and the test is over. All systems of Unit 1 are normal. The Shichimu system is normal. Winged float gun is normal. Oh. At this time, all the staff in the command center jumped up and cheered, and various paper documents on the desk were thrown into the air. Tim Ray breathed a sigh of relief and shook his fist vigorously to vent his surprise. This is Unit 1. The test is over. Please return. The test is over. Unit 1 can return. Understood. Unit 1 will return immediately. Collect all the data, store them in the central database, and back them up with a dedicated terminal. There will be 3 copies. Understood. XN. After explaining the follow-up tasks, Tim Lei planned to greet Yang Hui. However, he was shocked by the crowded crowd as soon as he arrived at the door of the development department. Director Lei, the test was successful, right? When will it be put into service? Director Lei, my test results are very good. Let me go first. Get out. My results are better than his. Director Lei, I'll go first. Be quiet. With a sharp shout, the noisy crowd also quieted down, but still kept their burning eyes. Okay, the test was successful. According to the Colonel's plan, everyone will be arranged for adaptive training at the same time, but you have more important things to do now. Please give the order to Director Lei. XN. Follow me to greet the Colonel. Understood. Make sure to complete the task. XN. Chapter 629, Sazabi kills Zabi? As soon as he returned to the hangar, Yang Hui was warmly welcomed. Colonel, you are handsome. Colonel, you are mighty. Colonel, when can I be as handsome as you? In the next life? Yang Hui replied with a smile. Colonel, I love you. The female members boldly confessed. Goodbye, Nadal will tear me apart. Yang Hui's desire to survive was bursting. Ho. Well done, the test results are perfect, and they can be put into service directly. Tim Ray said to Yang Hui. Then let's get started. First, conduct adaptive training on them, and then start the transformation and upgrade of the body. No problem. The test of the Shichimu system and the flying wing floating gun was successfully completed. In the remaining time, the development department, production department and maintenance department will be busy. In such a short time, they have to complete a series of tasks such as testing, production, and transformation. Even the pilots have to participate in a lot of new tests and training to adapt to the new equipment. However, no one complained, but they were full of energy, because this was a new progress of the 12th Independent Technical Force. Noma's pilot would not like powerful new equipment, and no one would not want their comrades fighting on the front line to be safer. Colonel Yang Hui, General Rebel wants you to come over. Okay, I'll be there right away. With such a big commotion, Rebel and Cheyenne couldn't have been unaware, and they would definitely ask him for details. Yang Hui, you've put on another wonderful show for us. As soon as Yang Hui arrived at Rebel's office, Rebel complained, don't you know to find a remote place to conduct experiments? You also need to trouble us to block the intelligence. No time, General Rebel, there's only so much time. Development, testing, production, equipment, training, no time to waste on the road. Yang Hui spread his hands, saying that he was being scolded innocently. Humph, you are relaxed, but we are hard-working. Do you know how troublesome it is to block the information? Actually, there is no need to block the information, General Rebel. Bullshit. If such a powerful weapon is leaked to the Principality of Xi'an, how many officers and soldiers will be killed? Rebel cursed. These data were originally obtained from the Flanagan organization. Even if they are incomplete, the Principality of Xi'an must have related research data. They must also be studying the second system. But the progress must be different. At least we have succeeded here, and we don't know what the situation is on their side. Don't worry, General Rebel, no one can steal data from the central database of the 12th Independent Technical Force. Yang Hui said confidently. The 12th Independent Technical Force's base is not accessible to ordinary people. People who are not from the 12th Independent Technical Force need to go through multiple procedures and inspections to enter the base. Not to mention the development department, which is the most important. Except for the members of the development department, even other people in the same unit cannot enter without permission. Didn't you see that after seeing the coolness of the winged floating gun, the guys could only wait at the door and couldn't break in no matter how excited they were? So, you don't plan to hand it over to us? Rabir asked Yang Hui with narrowed eyes. Of course, it's useless to give it to you. You little brat. What are you talking about? That's right. Only the 12th Independent Technical Unit has carried out the screening and testing of NT, and we are the only one with the equipment. What's the use of giving it to you? Don't underestimate the execution ability of the Federal Army, Yang Hui. Rebill said unhappily, whenever you give it to me, I can execute it in the Federal Army. But it's too late, General Rebill. You must know that all my people are aces. Not to mention that the probability of NT appearing is definitely higher, their adaptive training is definitely faster than that of pilots and other troops, and I know those guys at the Central Research Institute. They like to add unnecessary details and prolong the time for equipment to be put into service. Maybe the war will be over before they give the results, which is a waste of time, energy and materials. This is not Yang Hui's nonsense. From the original plot, the efficiency of the Federal Central Research Institute is really terrible, and they like to add unnecessary details to the completed projects. For example, the NT-1 Alex Gundam was originally prepared for a Muro. As a result, the war was over, and the Alex Gundam had not yet completed the test. And if I give it to you, won't it increase the risk of information leakage if you give it to others? Tisk, brat? Yang Hui shrugged. He really didn't plan to give the technical data of the SECMU system and the winged floating gun to Rebel and Cheyenne now. The reason mentioned above is one aspect, and on the other hand, this technology does not have much significance to the current Federation. To be frank, the Federation's excellent NT pilots are basically in his hands. Even if you test the entire army, how many can you find? Go to the civilians. It's time-consuming and laborious, and you have to retrain them, and you need to exclude those who don't want to go to the battlefield. And the war can't stop for a few people. By the time they are trained, I don't know when they will be there. Yang Hui originally calculated the time. The complete defeat of Zeon is only a matter of 2 or 3 months. Go away. You'd better produce results that convince the whole army. Don't worry, General Rebel. Yang Hui didn't feel any pressure at all. With the second system and the winged floating gun, even if he didn't exert his full strength, he still had at least 60% to 70% of his combat power. With 60% to 70% of his combat power, it would be easy for Yang Hui to mess up the rear of the Principality of Zeon. It would be no problem for Rebel to use it to fool the talkative people. However, after Yang Hui returned to the base, he contacted his secret base in Granada and ordered them to build a separate machine. He also contacted Cardis to deliver the goods to the designated place at the designated time. Time passed in a flash, and it was the scheduled time. It was also time for the 12th Independent Technical Unit to set off. Yang Hui took his own machine and followed the Federation fleet to the Republic of Zeon alone. The captain was still Yang Hui's old acquaintance, Paul Cassius. On the way to the Republic of Zeon, they met Anaheim's transport ship. Under Yang Hui's instructions, the transport ship joined the array of the Federation fleet and went to the Republic of Zeon together. However, after arriving in the Republic of Zeon, Anaheim's transport ship broke away from the array of the Federation fleet and went to port alone to deliver the goods. What should I do? Bring me another gift. Char teased. I'm afraid you will accidentally die on the battlefield. When will Dekan Sato Zabi arrive? He will arrive tomorrow, and the talks will officially begin the day after tomorrow. Then you will be busy today. Hurry up and arrange the things I brought you. What is it? Look for yourself. Char caught the pad thrown by Yang Hui, and at the first glance, he looked up at Yang Hui with sharp eyes. What's the use of this thing for us? Turn over and you'll find out. After turning a few pages, Char's face looked unusually ugly. Is this information true? Is it important whether it's true or not? It really doesn't matter. The information about the solar ray system, whether it's true or false, whether the solar ray system has been built or not, is worth paying attention to, because there is no barrier between Side 6 and Side 3. In this environment, being stared at by a strategic-level weapon that can destroy a colony satellite with one shot, one can't sleep. The first gift Yang Hui brought to Char was a large-scale defense system called Protective Umbrella. This defense system was built in a hurry and can completely defend against the attacks of the solar ray system, but because it is a simplified version of the sunshade system, it cannot provide absolute defense, and the number of uses is limited. According to calculations, it will be scrapped at most 3 times. In fact, Yang Hui didn't know whether the solar ray system was completed, so he prepared a system for Char just in case. This system is very easy to operate. It comes with an instruction manual. You just need to set it up. I'll have someone, no, I'll personally keep an eye on this. The deployment of the protective umbrella system is of great importance, and Char is not confident in leaving it to others. Come together, and I'll take you to see the second gift by the way. Yes, Char replied perfunctorily. He didn't care what gift Yang Hui gave him. He only cared about the deployment of the protective umbrella system now. Compared with the safety of Side 6, any gift was nothing. Then, soon, Char was slapped in the face by Pia. The second gift Yang Hui prepared for Char was two brand new machines. One was fiery red, and the other was blue and white. Other than that, they were exactly the same, with Zeon's iconic one and rounded armor. The head was like an ancient helmet with antenna horns. There were a lot of nozzles hidden under the heavy knight armor. The left hand had a high-power beam rifle, and the right hand was a composite weapon with a beam sword and a shield. A super rocket launcher was also mounted on the inside of the shield, which could be used in combination with a beam rifle. The most peculiar thing is the backpack on the back that looks like an angel's wing, and the end of each wing is a ferocious gun muzzle. What is this? A new machine prepared for you and Kira, MSN-01. Sazabi. What? Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, looking at Char with a strange expression. Sazabi, its name. What the hell? Playing a pun. That's right. Well, it's confirmed. Yang Hui was very surprised before. Why did Char, who always hated his Abi family, name his last machine Sazabi? Is it a pun? Sazabi is the same as kill. In the end, it really is this reason. Well, I originally called it Avenger. It's not as nice as Sazabi. Okay, whatever you like, it's your vehicle anyway. What is this wing backpack? Char pointed at the wings behind Sazabi, and asked. It's a special NT weapon that uses the SECMU system, the winged floating gun, a controlled autonomous combat unit that uses mental waves to operate. You can take the time to master it yourself. You can ask Kira, he has a lot of experience with this kind of weapon. Haha, no problem, I like this gift very much. Chapter 630. Are you Yang Hui? Position 3 is in place. Position 4 is in place. All equipment has arrived at the designated location. Protective umbrella system activated. The huge umbrella with bright light flowing between Side 6 and Side 3 unfolded, which made the panicked people feel relieved. Okay, this system has been deployed successfully, and you can rest assured. Yang Hui said to Char. Can the system really block it? Char worriedly. Then don't use it. Yang Hui was really angry. Although it was rushed, it's still there, right? I brought it from Axis specifically for you, and accompanied you to deploy and install it, and the result is this? Break up. Ahem, that's not what I meant. Char knew that he had said the wrong thing, and he argued awkwardly. What do you mean? Nothing. Char turned his head away so that Yang Hui wouldn't see his embarrassment. HMPH, go figure out the new machine yourself. Wait, that's not what I meant. Tell me. What do you mean? This, that? Anyway, that's what I mean. Get lost. Wait for nothing. Hehe. Lala Singh had been following behind Char and Yang Hui, watching these two big men who were qualified to decide the direction of the world act like children, and couldn't help laughing. She was very happy, because Yang Hui and Char in the state were really interesting. On the other hand, Lala Singh was also happy for Char. Although Char had changed now and could open his heart to many people, and no longer simply use them as tools, he was still not at ease, because his identity and his position meant that he was destined to be a lonely man. Even his most trusted confidant, Lambular, could not communicate with Char on an equal footing. This was also the helplessness of being a superior. Only Yang Hui could make Char so relaxed and not hide his inner feelings. The next day, the Federation's escort fleet and transport ships returned to Axis. There were 5 reorganized fleets around the Republic of Zeon, and they were not short of a dozen warships. Yang Hui stayed behind with his own machine, and accompanied Char with Kira to familiarize himself with the new machine. I say, can you do it? Looking at the Sazabi, whose body was painted with colorful marking bullets, Yang Hui asked jokingly. Come again. What the hell, all the cameras are blocked, go back and wash them. Yang Hui said unhappily, I will kill you one day. What did you say? Nothing. Char started to curse in his heart, and in his excitement, He forgot to close the communication channel and cursed Yang Hui again. Tisk, you dare to say but not to do, no wonder you want to find your mother. Yang Hui. Switch to live ammunition. It's either you or me today. How dare you? I've been fighting so hard, and you still want to either me or you. Get lost. I don't know, I haven't learned it, can you teach me? Char gave up. He really couldn't beat Yang Hui with his mouth, so he chose to fly towards the hangar in silence. Tisk, you coward, let's go Kira. Yeah, okay. Char needed to get familiar with the new machine, and Kira needed it too. Although in the Gundam Seed world, his dedicated machine Strike Freedom Gundam also had a controlled type autonomous combat unit, the Dragoon system and the SECMU system were different. It was mainly the NT's mental wave, which was the core of the SECMU system. He didn't know whether the Super Adjuster's mental wave was the same as the NT. How do you feel? After getting off the plane, Yang Hui found Kira. It's different from the Dragoon system, but there are also similarities. In the final analysis, they are all the use of mental power. It's just that the SECM system is different from the mental link system of the Strike Freedom Gundam, and the input method of mental power is different. In 2 days, I can fully master it. That's good. After listening to Kira's feelings, Yang Hui also breathed a sigh of relief, because Kira is not NT, and mental waves are different from NT. If Kira can't use the SECM system, then this machine is built in vain. No, it's not built in vain, Lara Sheen can also use it, but whether Char will let Lara Sheen drive the new machine to the forefront of the battle is also a question. At the same time, Yang Hui's conjecture was also confirmed. Whether it is a transformer, NT or super adjuster, as long as it is a user of mental power, they are all the same. There may be differences, but there is no isolation. Super adjusters are not specialized users of mental power, but physical fitness, reaction ability, brain thinking ability, and mental power are multidimensionally enhanced. They are average and have no special abilities, but they also have mental power beyond ordinary people. Through special systems, they can also use controlled type autonomous combat units such as floating guns. What about you? How do you feel? Yang Hui asked when he saw Char coming over. I don't really like this feeling, it's like there are more of my body. More tentacles. Char squinted and looked at Yang Hui. Although Yang Hui's metaphor was vivid and accurate, it just felt that he was not saying good things. Get used to it. As a man, you shouldn't refuse tentacles. Yang Hui patted Char's shoulder and said earnestly. Get lost. The three did not continue the adaptive training, because the great Dejin that Dejin Sato-Zabi was riding was about to arrive at the capital of the Republic of Xi'an. Char had to dress up and take people to greet Dejin Sato-Zabi. The protagonist of the adaptive training was Char. After Char left, Yang Hui and Kira did not continue, and Char also requested that Yang Hui must be present at that time. Are you Yang Hui? The first time Prince Dejin saw Yang Hui, he asked directly. Yes, nice to meet you, Prince Dejin. Well, you are not an ordinary person, no wonder Jillian has failed repeatedly in your hands. Thank you, Prince Dejin. This time, in addition to discussing the relevant matters of the peace talks, another purpose is to meet you. You are joking, Prince Dejin, I am just a small person. He, the person who has reversed the situation in direction of the normal war with his own strength, is a small person. Dejin Sato-Zabi smiled coldly. Of course, I am just an insignificant part of this world and this universe, so I am naturally a small person. After Dejin Sato-Zabi took a deep look at Yang Hui, he didn't say anything more. He wanted to meet Yang Hui, just to see him with his own eyes, to see what kind of person Yang Hui is. Now that he has seen it, there is no need to talk anymore. However, this also made Dejin Sato-Zabi more convinced that his choice was correct. He has lived for so many years, officialdom, battlefield, business. What kind of scenes have he not experienced? What kind of people have he not seen? He may not have other things now, but he definitely has good eyesight. Yang Hui, he couldn't see through him, and he was standing in front of him, and the other party didn't deliberately suppress him, which made him feel very stressed. Casper. Dejin Sato-Zabi looked at Char, his eyes filled with complicated eyes. If you have any requests, just say it directly. There is no family matter between us. Char felt Dejin Sato-Zabi's complicated emotions and stopped it in advance before something might happen. He and Dejin Sato-Zabi really had nothing to talk about. Except for meeting a few times when they were young, Deacon Satozabi was a stranger to him, or even an enemy. I didn't do the deacon thing. Deacon Satozabi did not talk about the peace talks or surrender, but chose to bring up the old things again, which was also the biggest grudge between Char and the Zabi family. Don't say it, Deacon, I have already checked everything about the past. Char said calmly, and Deacon Satozabi's confession did not affect his emotions. As early as a year ago, Char had found out the truth about Xian Shimdeacon's death with the help of Yang Hui. It was indeed not arranged by Deacon Satozabi, but... Then why did you? It wasn't you who did it, but your son did it. Jiren Zabi and some people in the Federation arranged the assassination. I am willing to negotiate with the Republic of Xian and the Federation on behalf of the Principality of Xian. Deacon Satozabi said to Char and Yang Hui. In his eyes, Yang Hui was the representative of the Federation, which was the last reason why he required Yang Hui to be present. After the contact just now, Deacon Satozabi was sure that Yang Hui was a soaring dragon. No one could control him, not even Revel. Talking with Yang Hui was more useful than talking with Revel. Peace talks? Haha, sorry, the Republic of Xian does not accept the Zabi family's peace talks. Char sneered. The Federation will not accept peace talks either, Prince Deacon, please be careful with your wording. Yang Hui spread his hands calmly. Deacon Satozabi's face turned ugly. The worst-case scenario he expected had happened. Where's Karma? He's fine. I can surrender to the Republic of Xian, but not to the Federation. No problem here. Yang Hui shrugged. He knew what Deacon Satozabi was thinking. Both the Principality of Xian and the Republic of Xian were Xian. The Principality of Xian was originally the Republic of Xian after the death of Xian Shimdeacon. Now it was just a return to its original owner. But the Federation was different. Deacon Satozabi didn't believe in the Federation. If he surrendered to the Federation would definitely continue to oppress the inhabitants of the universe. In this way, his surrender would lose all its meaning and even become the fuse of a new war. Yang Hui didn't care about this at all. When the mission was completed, this world would be connected to the Promise Fortress. There would be no distinction between the inhabitants of the Earth and the inhabitants of the universe in this world, let alone the distinction between the Federation and Xian. They were all one family. Even if they were not, Yang Hui would make everyone one family. Well, it's settled then. We'll discuss the details tomorrow. Have a good rest, Deacon. Boom 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 boom. After both parties reached a preliminary agreement, Char and Yang Hui prepared to leave. Just as they stood up, there was a sudden violent shaking under their feet. The furnishings in the room fell to the ground. Yang Hui and Char almost lost their balance. What is this? Yang Hui and Char looked at each other and had some guesses in their hearts. Beep beep beep. What happened? Char answered the call and asked immediately. Your Highness, the Principality of Xian has launched an attack on us. It is an ultra-long-range strategic weapon. Chapter 631, Intelligence in Hand, Crazy Jiren Zabi. Sure enough. The entire colony satellite was shaking so violently. It must be an attack from outside, and it was so sudden that only the solar ray system that Yang Hui had reminded him of before could be thought of. Direct attack from the local strategic weapons. Deacon Satozabi also heard the report, was stunned for a moment, and his face became extremely ugly. Jillian. It seems that someone doesn't want you to live, Deacon. Char mocked. Casper. Don't worry, Deacon, you are safe here, safer than staying at home. Tomorrow's meeting. Proceed as usual, but I hope to end everything tomorrow. I know. Char nodded and walked out of the room with Yang Hui. Deacon Satozabi, who was left alone, immediately aged, and his eyes were a little cloudy. Jiren Zabi prepared a super long-range strategic weapon, and did not attack early or late, but attacked shortly after he arrived at the Republic of Xian, so Deacon Satozabi could not find an excuse to approve Jiren Zabi. He knew that Jiren Zabi was crazy, but he never believed that Jiren Zabi would really kill him. Deacon Satozabi, who was killed by his own son, felt that the whole world was dark at this moment. Fortunately, Karma is still here. Yang Hui and Char said goodbye to Deacon Satozabi and went directly to the headquarters. Report the situation. Suddenly, a high-energy reaction was detected in the direction of Side 3. We did not dare to hesitate and immediately activated the umbrella system, and then we were attacked. This is the video record at that time. As he spoke, The video record was played on the big screen. The bright white energy torrent that was enough to blind the eyes hit the open energy shield of the umbrella system. For a moment, time and space were distorted, and the electromagnetic storm was raging. The camera lost all the images for a while. After a few seconds of recovery, countless arcs were seen jumping on the umbrella system, and the shining energy shield dimmed a little. The first one is confirmed. Yang Hui and Char thought at the same time, what kind of trump card does Jiren Zabi hold in his hand, which is the information they need most at the moment? Now that the first one has been turned over, how many more are there? What is the situation of the umbrella system? Energy consumption is 40%, and the estimated charging time is 3 days. The equipment will be scrapped after 3 effective defenses against the same level of attack. The damage to the local colony satellite is minor, and there are no casualties at present. It seems that the quality of your stuff is still acceptable. Char breathed a sigh of relief and teased Yang Hui. Don't use it if you don't believe it. How many trump cards do you think Jiren Zabi has in his hand? At least there are 2, the colony satellite bomb and the world tree. World tree? That plasma cannon? Did that project fail and be abandoned? Char was surprised. When the world tree was being tested in actual combat, he was still inside the Principality of Xi'an, so he was still well informed. There are not so many people in the Principality of Xi'an now. Some were killed in battle, and some defected. If they want to continue fighting the Federation, there are only 2 ways to go. One is to use strategic weapons of mass destructive power such as the solar ray system and the colonial satellite bomb, and the other is to use fewer people to use more and more powerful weapons, such as the world tree and MA. So you guess he chose both paths? That's called a reasonable prediction. When can a reasonable prediction be used on a lunatic? Then guess it yourself. Are you a nitpicker? Ahem, continue. Tisk. Besides these 2, the most likely ones are the research results of the SECM system and the NT troops. NT. Get ready. After the talk tomorrow, see what Dekan Sato Zabi knows. If we can get valuable information from him, we don't have to be so passive. No problem. The talks on the second day ended quickly. The Principality of Xi'an surrendered to the Republic of Xi'an, and Yang Hui, representing the Federation, sat in his seat as a spectator. Dejan Sato Zabi did not have many specific requests, because he knew the Char would accept the civilians and territory of the Principality of Xi'an, and would take it with him to move towards the goal he had worked hard for with Xi'an Shimdikan. But there was one thing that Dejan Sato Zabi asked Char to promise him, that is, not to kill Garma Zabi, and his own life could be handed over to Char. Char would definitely want Dejan Sato Zabi's life, because he was Jiren Zabi's father and the prince of the Principality of Xi'an. Regardless of whether he had participated in the crimes committed by Jiren Zabi, he must take responsibility. As for Garma Zabi, Char promised Dejan Sato Zabi that he would not kill him, but he would not let the tiger go back to the mountains. After discussing with Yang Hui, he finally decided to send him to Granada to reunite with Dazil Zabi's family. Jiren didn't let me know what he was doing, so I don't know the current situation of the Principality of Xi'an. It was a pity that no valuable information was obtained from Dejan Sato Zabi. It was just a pity. Yang Hui had guessed this result at the beginning. How could Jiren Zabi, who had always regarded Dekan Sato Zabi as a stumbling block that needed to be eliminated, let Dekan Sato Zabi know his trump card? Fortunately, Dekan Sato Zabi did not provide any useful information, but Yang Hui's personal intelligence network found very important information. Haha, Jiren Zabi really doesn't disappoint me at all. Looking at the information, Yang Hui sneered, and his face became colder and colder. Is he desperate for victory? Char's face was as black as ink. If this information was true, then Jiren Zabi was desperate, with a typical attitude that even if I lose, you can't expect anything. The information was real. Jiren Zabi cleared the 3 colony satellites of Side 3 and moved the original residents to other colony satellites. If there was no room, he gave them some food and stuffed them into the shuttle, leaving them to fend for themselves. Of the 3 colony satellites that were requisitioned, one was a residential colony satellite with a concentrated population, and the other 2 were agricultural colony satellites, which were also the 2 most important food production areas of Side 3. Now that they have been requisitioned, it means that the Principality of Xi'an will soon fall into a desperate situation of food shortage. According to Jiren Zabi's style, the civilians will definitely suffer. Even if civilians starve to death, he will let the soldiers fight on an empty stomach. The 3 requisitioned colony satellites were not transformed into colony satellite bombs, but 3 solar ray systems were built. Now 1 has been completed, and 2 are under construction. Yang Hui's prediction was a little bit off. The Principality of Xi'an did squander the remaining few resources to build 10 World Tree plasma cannons, which were deployed in a Baokong inside 3. At the same time, the construction of space battleships was stopped, and even MIS was not produced much. The remaining resources were all used to produce various large MAs. Why didn't Solomon Fortress deploy World Tree plasma cannons? This is where Yang Hui's speculation went wrong. Instead of making another colony satellite bomb, Jiren directly transformed the Solomon Fortress into a huge asteroid bomb, ready to be dropped on Earth. Once Solomon successfully lands on Earth, it will not be as simple as the destruction of Australia. Life will be extinct, the ecosystem will completely collapse, and a large amount of dust and aerosol particles will block the sun, causing global temperatures to drop, triggering climate change and sea level rise. In a word, the Earth will become a dead star that is not suitable for life. You said it all, he is a psychopath. Yang Hui spread his hands, but he was also very emotional. After all, Char's future is the one who inspired Axis to push to Earth, and he really has no right to blame Jiren. We must stop him. That's right, so the battle plan we made before will have to be changed. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Hui took out a quantum communicator and immediately contacted Rebel, who was far away in Axis. We got the intelligence. The battle plan needs to be revised. Is the situation bad? 1 good news and 1 bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Yang Hui asked Rebel in the same way Rebel had asked him. Hear the good news first. Our speculations are all correct, and Jiren has not prepared any other colony satellite bombs. Wow, this is really good news. Then, what about the bad news? Jiren plans to use the Solomon Fortress to replace the colony satellite bomb. Just say it directly. Bastard. Rebel cursed. He was relieved when he heard that Jiren did not prepare the colony satellite bomb. The biggest threat to the Earth is the colony satellite bomb. Others may cause huge casualties to the Federation, but they cannot reverse the outcome, let alone threaten the Earth. But the Solomon Fortress replaced the colony satellite bomb. Jiren wants to destroy the Earth. My troops terminated all previous plans. They will go to Solomon Fortress with a main fleet. The rest will be left to me and Char. I will order 10 fleets to join the 5 fleets left in the Republic of Xi'an and attack Bava, Kong and Solomon Fortress at the same time. You and Char's men just need to move forward. Rebel said seriously. I understand. I will destroy the flashlight and his confidence without leaving any trace. Yang Hui answered seriously. Well, I'll leave it to you. Don't worry. After the communication ended, Yang Hui looked at Char, who rolled his eyes in annoyance and complained, Why do you like to die every time? And you like to drag me along? Haha, then you are wrong. I have never died, otherwise I would not be alive until now. Chapter 632, Blowing the Horn of the End. 3 days later, Yang Hui took a machine on the Guadon and set off towards the territory of the Principality of Xi'an. A total of 15 reorganized fleets of the Federation Army all attacked and headed towards Bava, Song. The commander-in-chief was Vice Admiral Douglas Bader. Douglas Bader, nicknamed Fighting General, was a bloody veteran. In the original history, he was the commander of the 6th Fleet of the Earth Federation Space Army. In the Battle of Bava, Song, before his flagship Magellan-class broke through to the entrance of the fortress, the battleship lost its ability to navigate itself. In order to retain the current front line for the follow-up troops, he ordered all soldiers to abandon the ship after the ammunition and artillery were exhausted, and led the soldiers to continue fighting outside the ship with anti-MIS weapons, and assaulted the interior of Bava, Song. This operation was later talked about by the military academy and became a tactical teaching topic. After the 1-year war, Douglas replaced Commander Huikin as the commander of Luna II and died in the Battle of Gripes in '87. Haha, Yang Hui, I didn't expect that we would fight side by side one day. Douglas Bader was different from Rebel in private. He was a straightforward and heroic old man. He had heard about the achievements of the 12th Independent Technical Force in Yang Hui a long time ago. He had always wanted to meet Yang Hui in person, see Yang Hui with his own eyes, and fight side by side with him once. However, He had been commanding the patrol fleet in the space to fight against the Principality of Xi'an, and the 12th Independent Technical Force had no chance to meet in the battle in the space, so they had no chance to meet until now. I'll leave the front line to you, General Bader. Just hold back the defenders of Abava Kong so that they have no time to return to defend. Yang Hui asked. Well, don't worry, Yang Hui, as long as I'm alive, the Xi'an guys in Abava Kong will never come back to trouble you, but you'd better move faster. Douglas Bader warned. Yes, after completing our mission, we will return to assist your troops in attacking Abava Kong. Well, I'll wait for you. After the communication ended, Yang Hui nodded to Malu, then left the bridge and came to the combat meeting room of the Guadan, and found an empty seat in the last row to sit down. The combat mission of the Ghost Force was jointly formulated by Yang Hui and Char, but here are all Char's subordinates, and the arrangement of the combat mission is naturally carried out by Char, and Yang Hui will not take over. Seeing Yang Hui coming, Char nodded to him and began to hold the combat meeting. Everyone, our mission this time is to bypass Abava Kong, go deep into the territory of the Principality of Xi'an, and destroy the 3 solar ray systems around Side 3. After completing it, we will launch an attack on Abava Kong from the rear and assist the Federation fleet in breaking through Abava Kong. Understood. XN. To be honest, this mission was the most dangerous mission they had ever experienced. Before the restoration of the Republic of Xi'an, they also carried out many missions behind enemy lines, but their biggest target was a Federation fleet. Now, they are also deep behind enemy lines, but the enemy they are about to face is not just 1 or 2 fleets, but several fleets. The intelligence also shows that there are tactical level, World Serpent, plasma cannons, as well as many MA and MIS troops. They are completely left to face the entire force of a war zone alone. Yang Hui, do you have any suggestions? Xiao asked Yang Hui. To be honest, he was a little panicked now. This mission was too difficult, and he had no idea. Yang Hui led his 12th Independent Technical Unit to travel around various war zones, and every battle was no weaker than this mission. He felt that Yang Hui could make good suggestions. 2 points. First, no matter what happens, don't slow down. Get to the mission target as quickly as possible, complete the mission, and evacuate the scene. Remember, it is the same in any situation, even if your comrades die in battle next to you. Yang Hui said seriously. He was not conceited. The Ghost Unit was not only smaller in number than the 12th Independent Technical Unit, but also in strength. Although they were all aces, if Yang Hui selected so many people with the same number of people, they would definitely be stronger than the Ghost Unit. If the Ghost Unit in front of them is replaced by the 12th Independent Technical Unit, Yang Hui's request is the same, but the people of the 12th Independent Technical Unit don't need Yang Hui to say much. The tacit understanding they have developed over a long period of time makes them know what they should do. Gurgle. Everyone swallowed their saliva and felt the seriousness of the matter. The second point, relax. The oppressive atmosphere suddenly became weird. The heaviness was given to them by Yang Hui, but now Yang Hui asked them to relax. With the advice just now, how can they relax? Question mark. Everyone, when you were still in the Principality of Xi'an, you were all aces. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, looking forward to what Yang Hui would say next. You are the best of the Principality of Xi'an, and the opponents are at most elites. Can they stop you? This is the number. No matter how many ants there are, they can bite them to death, but can they stop the eruption of a volcano? So everyone, we are not going to perform any mission this time. Yang Hui opened his arms with a crazy smile on his face. We are going to hunt. Will an excellent hunter be afraid of prey? No. Yang Hui's special personality charm infected everyone present. The depression and heaviness slowly faded away, replaced by relaxation and excitement. Many people unconsciously wore the same crazy smile as Yang Hui. Char smiled and felt that he was worthy of Yang Hui. A few words calmed his nervousness, but he also admired Yang Hui's ability to control his subordinates. This kind of wolf spirit is exactly what a strong warrior needs. Okay, let's adjourn the meeting. Get enough rest before the battle begins. Your Highness, I feel full of energy now. I don't feel the need to rest. This is an order. Understood. And everyone dispersed, leaving Yang Hui and Char alone. They don't know yet, the real hard work is still to come. Char teased. That is, you all have to work for me for the rest of your lives. Did I say I was going? This mission. It will definitely be completed, and then everyone will return. Yang Hui said confidently. Please. No problem. 2 days later, the Federation fleet entered the space domain where Abawa Kong was located. Because of the iterative update of technology, the Federation has always been responsible for blowing the horn of battle. But this time, it's different. A high-energy reaction is detected in the direction of Abawa Kong, and the value is rising rapidly. All ships slow down, escort number 1, number 2, number 3 move forward, and the umbrella system is activated. As Douglas Patton gave the order, the fleet slowed down its advance. More than a dozen Salamis cruisers came to the front of the fleet, released several devices, and connected them together. The energy light curtain was erected in front of the fleet. The next second, several terrifying ultra-high temperature pulse beams hit the energy shield. The fierce high temperature directly dyed the umbrella system a brighter and more gorgeous orange-red. The energy shield generation device began to jump with arcs and was about to overload. Fortunately, when the umbrella system device exploded, the ultra-high temperature pulse beam gradually faded and finally disappeared. Fortunately, it was blocked. Everyone who saw this scene breathed a sigh of relief, and a feeling of surviving a disaster came to their hearts. Well, the intelligence is correct. Abawa Kong did deploy the World Snake. Douglas Patton was the calmest person and was not worried about the umbrella system being breached. According to intelligence, because pulse weapons are greatly affected by the Earth's magnetic field, the actual effective range is greatly affected, and the hit rate is extremely low, so an observation aircraft is needed for indirect aiming. The SIC immediately reported. The reconnaissance team will attack and find the observation aircraft and kill it. Understood. All ships, maximum combat speed. Follow the umbrella, and rush forward. Understood. Radar has reacted. Guana class, 2, Cheeb class, 6, Musei class. The fleet will advance in a column, the main guns will be charged, and the umbrella system will be retracted in 10 minutes, and the main guns will be fired at the same time. Understood. The enemy fleet has entered the range of our ship's main guns. All guns fire. The energy shield was retracted, and the next second, thousands of guns fired at the same time. The thick pink beams attacked Abawa Kong like a storm, and the storm of missiles followed closely behind, dragging a long cloud of dust towards the fleet of the Principality of Xi'an. Boom 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 boom. Countless flames bloomed in the universe. The missile was hit before it touched the target and exploded. The light beam bombarded the armor of the battleship. Enemy MiS troops are attacking. MiS troops attack, block the MiS troops of the Principality of Xi'an. Yes. The 10th and 11th fleets are deployed on both sides, and all remaining ships follow our ship to attack the enemy's main camp. Understood. Douglas Bader is worthy of the name of fighting general. He's extremely brave in combat. As the commander-in-chief, he has to charge with a fleet even when sitting on the flagship. At the same time, he has a calm heart under his bravery. He issued orders in an orderly manner and condensed the huge fleet into a tight instrument. Every battleship and every MiS is a tiny part to maintain the high-speed operation of the instrument. General, we have arrived at the designated location. Well, notify the Gvarden that they can leave, and I wish them good luck in their military affairs. Understood. When the Gvarden received the telegram from Douglas Bad, Malu immediately ordered, "This ship begins to perform combat missions alone. Immediately leave the fleet, adjust its course, bypass Abawa Kong via the S1 route, and enter the Side 3 space domain." Understood. Send a telegram to General Bad, and wish them good luck in their military affairs. Understood. It has begun. Sitting on the bridge and watching the fierce battle ahead, he raised the corners of his mouth and murmured. Chapter 633, The End. Suddenly, they went from the fierce battle to calm wait. Thinking about the dangerous battle that was about to come, they were not nervous, but excited. "How did you do it?" Xia asked Yang Hui. If it was just to boost morale and people's hearts, the excitement would soon disappear, but look at his subordinates. How long has it been? They still have a whiff-like expression. Xia was very surprised how Yang Hui did it. Is it also one of NT's abilities? Haha, after you fight in various worlds and battlefields for dozens or hundreds of years, and led various subordinates and troops, you will also have this ability. Yang Hui smiled. Xia was silent. Sure enough, experience makes a person. The reason why Yang Hui is so outstanding now is inseparable from his experience. For more than 100 years, he has been fighting in various worlds. What kind of battlefields have he experienced? What kind of enemies have he encountered? These are all things that Xia can't imagine. Are you looking forward to it? Yang Hui looked at Xia with interest. The corners of the silent Char's mouth suddenly showed arcs called expectation and excitement. Of course. Char is also an ambitious person. At the beginning, his ambition was only revenge, just revenge on the Zabi family. Under Yang Hui's guidance, he has one more ambition, to inherit his father's will and rebuild the ideal Xi'an Republic. And now, these two ambitions are about to be fulfilled. Once these two ambitions are completed, what will he have left? What direction is his way forward? He doesn't know. He should be confused, right? Then, numb in confusion, and finally fall into the bottomless abyss again. But now, he has a new ambition, that is to go to other worlds to see more, experience more unknowns, and then, make himself a being beyond God. Whether it is Char, Rebel, Garp and others, as long as they are ambitious, they can't resist this temptation. Notify everyone, this ship is about to enter the space where Side 3 is located. This ship has entered the first level combat configuration. I repeat, this ship has entered the first level combat configuration. Everyone, take your positions. Ms. Pilots, board your planes and enter standby status. Let's go. Yang Hui patted Char's shoulder and walked towards his own machine. Char looked at Yang Hui's handsome back and became more and more convinced that his choice was correct. Following Yang Hui, one day in the future, he will definitely reach the realm of his dreams. On the bridge of the Gvarden, the Side 3 colony satellite group has reached a position that can be observed with the naked eye. Malu and others have also raised their alertness. The threat of the solar ray system, the threat of the world snake, and the threats of various MAs, fleets, and MISs, dare not relax at all. Especially the solar ray system, and the world snake. Even the Gvarden, which is a generation beyond the current one, can't withstand a single blow. The radar has reacted, it's an enemy warship. This is Doris class, 1, Guacan class, 4, Cheeb class, 9, Musei class. Warrior, Great Demon, Zaku, Zakalelo, Bigelow, Blau Blau, all exist. A giant heat source reaction was found behind the enemy MIS unit, number 7. 7, World Serpents. The MIS unit is attacking urgently, the bridge has entered stealth mode, all weapon systems are online, Gutfield, and Heroic, are activated, missile launchers number 1 to 20 are loaded with Hammer missiles, number 21 to 60 are loaded with Kangaroo missiles, coordinates A01 to B30 are deployed, mine arrays are arranged, Porcupine array, is ready, set to semi-automatic air defense mode. Understood. The MIS unit has entered the attack procedure and is attacking in sequence. Maximum combat speed, keep up with the MIS unit. Understood. The Ghost Force attacked, and each pilot looked at the enemy army that was dozens of times larger than them, with a bloodthirsty smile on his face, and his eyes locked them all as prey. Yang Hui's a stray Gundam 1, Char's, Sazabi, and Kira's, Freedom, Kira named it himself to commemorate his old friend, were at the forefront of the team. Do you really want to do this? Kira asked Yang Hui worriedly, using the independent channels of Yang Hui, Kira and Char. You don't want to see your comrades sacrificed, do you? Yang Hui asked Kira in return. I know. Then it's decided, Char, this head is in your hands, take care of it. Haha, no need for you to say anything. Then, let's start. As soon as the voice fell, the naval guns from the Principality of Xi'an attacked, heading straight for the Guadan, and also blocked the way of the Ghost Force on the way. But who are they? They were all aces. Such a barrage of bullets could not stop them. They were as flexible as the wind, scattered like flowers, and gathered like water. They easily avoided the bombardment of the enemy warships and reorganized into cone formation to launch an assault. However, only Char was left at the top of the team. Kira's, Freedom, came to the end of the team, and Yang Hui's Stray Gundam 1 followed in the center of the team. Engage. After dodging the ship's guns, the high-speed, Ghost Force, encountered the enemy's MIS force. The three machines equipped with a SECM system immediately released all their winged floating guns, and launched the first wave of offensive with the team members. Boom 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 boom. The dense enemy aircraft group was torn open in an instant, and then the tip of the cone was inserted, expanding along the sharp blades on both sides, and the enemy's formation was cut into a clean channel. Entering the passage also meant that they were surrounded by the enemy, but no one was worried because they regarded the enemy planes as prey, and they also had the strongest guardian. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Winged floating guns turned back and forth, suddenly appearing like a ghost, taking a life and then suddenly disappearing. The enemy planes intercepted in front, surrounded from the side, and chased from the back, all had their souls taken away by the messenger of the god of death. The disappearance of the enemy means the burning of their own side. Ghost Force naturally will not give all the prey to Yang Hui, Char and Kira. The beam rifles burst out one after another, and the missiles were tilted like a storm. Only the Zaku Phantom holding the M1500, Otsus, high-energy long-range beam cannon did not fire a shot. All their energy and the micro-nuclear bombs on their waists must be kept and used on the mission target. I can see the target. As they rushed forward at high speed, the colony satellite group of Side 3 became larger and larger in sight, and soon they all locked their targets. Solar ray system. Looking from a distance, it is no different from a colony satellite, but if you get a little closer, you can tell that the cylindrical colony satellite has been transformed into a straight cylinder, with a deep, dark hole in the center, and surrounded by shiny solar panels to collect energy. Demolition team, get ready, spread out. Understood. XN. The compact cone formation dispersed, and the Zaku Phantoms at the front of the cone fired at the same time, opening a gap in the garrison for the demolition team, and tearing the gap bigger and bigger. Whether it is MiS, MA or battleship, there is no other result except failure. The Zaku Phantoms at the back dispersed and formed teams of 3, maintaining a baseline while hunting freely. As long as you get close to this baseline, you will become a dead soul under their guns. Char, calm down. Yang Hui saw that Sezabi was about to abandon the baseline and fly towards the Doris-class mothership. Yang Hui immediately stopped him. It must be Jiren Zabi, I can feel it. Char gritted his teeth and said, focus on the task at hand. Got it. Char returned to his job, but Yang Hui also took note of this matter, so he already had a plan. Boom 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 boom. Soon, a solar ray system burst into fierce flames and explosions. As the explosion spread, the huge flashlight fell apart and turned into a large number of huge fragments scattered in the universe. The first one was destroyed, and the second one did not last long either. It soon followed the same fate and turned into a large piece of garbage in the universe. Just as everyone was waiting for the last solar ray system to be destroyed, difficulties arose. Your Highness, we have no nuclear bombs, and the energy of the beam cannon has been exhausted. They overestimated the power of the beam cannon and the Wedge tactical nuclear bomb, and underestimated the sturdiness of the solar ray system. The ammunition and energy that were originally expected to destroy 3 colony satellites were used up when the second one was destroyed. Captain Malu. Understood. With Char's shout, the Guadin fired all its ammunition at once, clearing out a large area of enemy MiS and MA. The most ferocious main gun shone with dazzling brilliance, contracting terrifying energy. Lohengrin has been charged. Target, the last solar ray system, Lohengrin fire. Boom. Zzzzzzzzz. The energy torrent of blue, white and red hit the third solar ray system like an unstoppable wave, turning red, melting, penetrating, exploding, and collapsing, completing a series of processes in a very short time. Mission accomplished. Everyone, break out from the G10 direction. Malu. Understood. XN. All 3 solar ray systems were destroyed, and the Guadin quickly turned its bow and broke out in the direction designated by Yang Hui at the fastest speed. The MiS troops did not stop, and the demolition team, which had exhausted ammunition and energy, returned to the ship at high speed. The other MiSs all escorted the Guadin to break out. Of course, not only the breakout, but also 4 World Serpents, and the only Doris-class giant aircraft carrier in the direction of their breakout. Char, are you ready? Yang Hui asked with a smile. I'll remember this favor, cover me. Char knew that Yang Hui had given him the opportunity to complete his revenge, and he also accepted the request. Understood. Kira. Understood. Chapter 634, The End of the 3 Kingdoms. On the bridge of the flagship, Doris-class, Jiren Zabi watched the solar ray system disintegrate, his teeth almost breaking. General. General, solar ray system, has been completely destroyed. We. World Serpent, get ready. What? World Serpent, get ready. Lock them. We must kill them here. At first, Jiren did not think that Yang Hui and Char, with 20 or 30 people, could break through such a complete defense line, so at the beginning he did not use solar ray system and World Serpent to directly eliminate Yang Hui and Ghost Force. Because, whether it is solar ray system or World Serpent, every shot will be a huge consumption. Zeon's resources are on the verge of exhaustion. He wants to use the priority resources in the final battle with the Federation. As a result, reality slapped him in the face. Not only did Yang Hui and the Ghost Corps break through the Principality of Zeon's defense lines safely, but they also successfully destroyed one of his two biggest trump cards in a short period of time. All three solar ray systems were destroyed without exception. Jiren, who was humiliated and angry, didn't care about the consumption of resources in the final decisive battle. He just wanted to kill these bastards who destroyed his dream. Yes, General. The enemy is approaching our ship quickly. What? Jiren looked out the window through the glass and found that the Ghost Corps actually chose the breakthrough route in his direction. Open all the gun ports and shoot them down. Yes. The bombardment is coming. Boom boom boom. The 8 double-mounted megaparticle main guns of the Doris class just started to turn around when the attack of the Gvarden arrived. The thick beams bombarded the heavy armor, tearing it to pieces and blasting several hideous holes. Missiles are coming. Intercept. Without stopping, following the artillery bombardment was a dense rain of missiles. The close-in defense guns of the Doris class battleship spewed metal storms in all directions like hedgehogs, but unfortunately, they could not completely intercept them. Boom 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 boom. 6 main guns destroyed, 61% of the close-in defense guns offline. The energy system is offline, the engine is offline. 5 catapult decks destroyed. The hangars were affected, hangars 1 to 5 exploded. General. Commander. Everyone looked at Jiren in panic, but the next second, they looked out the bridge window in panic. The Jevadan had already sped past the Doris class, and the Ghost Corps, guarding the Jevadan, evacuated without even looking at them. Only the Astray Gundam No. 1, Freedom, and Sazabi stayed outside the window. The black muzzle of Sazabi was against the glass of the bridge. The eyes of No. 1, Freedom, and the single eye of Sazabi were like the summons of the god of death, without any warmth. Jiren. Casper. It's over. Wait. Swish. Before Jiren could speak, a pink beam broke through the fragile glass, fused everyone in the bridge together, and then easily penetrated the Doris class. Sazabi put down his beam rifle, and Char sat in the cockpit with his hands loosened. He had imagined this scene countless times, and now it was finally completed, but there was no expected excitement and satisfaction, nor was there the expected ease, just plain and calm, as if the person he had just killed was just an ordinary stranger, just like the countless people he had killed. There was no ripple in his heart. Let's go. After only 2 or 3 seconds of calm, Char held the joystick again and said to Yang Hui. There was no hatred, no confusion, only plainness, and expectations for the unknown future. He knew that the shackles that had imprisoned him had been lifted. The current Char was a brand new Char, a Char who faced the future. You still know how to leave? Coward. Yang Hui's unpleasant curse came from the communication channel. They stopped, but the enemy troops chasing them did not. They stopped, fired, and then remained silent for less than 10 seconds. The pursuing army had already caught up with them. All the weapons of Unit 1 and Freedom never stopped. Ahem, let's go. Char coughed awkwardly, and also opened fire at full power, cooperating with Yang Hui to fight against the enemy. They fought and retreated at the same time, and it took a lot of effort to catch up with the Ghost Army. Boom 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 boom. The evacuation route of the Ghost Army was not chosen casually by Yang Hui. In addition to the Doris class giant mothership that Jiren was riding, there were also 4 remaining World Serpents. This kind of weapon that can sink a killing class with one shot must not be left behind. Therefore, on the way of breaking through and evacuating, the Gotfield main gun and Lohengrin positron cannon of the Lunar once again showed the power, clearing all the remaining 4 world serpents, and leaving. The army of the Principality of Zeon, which found that it could not catch up with the enemy, was in chaos for a while. Jiren Zabi was dead, and their commander-in-chief was dead. They wanted revenge but could not catch up. What should they do? On the other side, the main fleet of the Federation, which set out from Axis, also entered the space where the Solomon Fortress was located. 6 Kirin-class ships were lined up in a row, surrounded by a large number of Mazarin-class and Samiras-class escorts. Around the fleet, there were countless Mizas serving as loyal knights. Star 1, operation begins. The Kirin-class, in the center, the flagship of this operation, was also Rebel's exclusive vehicle. It was named General Rebel. Rebel sat in the commander-in-chief position next to the captain, waved his hand, and announced heroically, "Understood." XN General Rebel led the first space fleet to sit in the center, the second space fleet led by Cheyenne on the left deployed to the left, and the third space fleet led by the veteran Vice Admiral Buffett on the right deployed to the right. The Miz troops did not act rashly, and the frigates made way for the road in front of the Killen class, just like opening the door to welcome the enemy home. But the next second, looking at the Solomon Fortress that was constantly enlarging in their sight, Rebel, Cheyenne and Vice Admiral Buffett issued the same order at the same time. Gotfield main guns and Lohengrin positron cannons are activated, locking onto Fort Solomon, and all missile launchers are loaded with nuclear bombs. Understood. Solomon Fortress, 30 seconds left before entering the range of the special cannons. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 3, 2, 1, entering the range. Lohengrin, fire. At the same time, the Lohengrin positron cannons under the 6 Kirin-class ships simultaneously roared to destroy the heavens and the earth, and a torrent of blue, white and red energy gushed out, rushing through the universe. Beep, beep, beep. The enemy is attacking. How is this possible? At this distance, the people of the Principality of Zeon looked in disbelief as dozens of energy torrents converged together, turning from small rivers into raging waves. Before anyone could react, they swallowed up the Miz, MA, and battleships along the way, and then crashed into the front gate of Fort Solomon. The metal gate that could withstand several direct attacks from nuclear bombs was like a fragile piece of white paper. It melted, pierced, and then penetrated the entire Solomon Fortress. The enemy fleet has entered the main gun range. Okay. All ships, main guns fire at the same time. Shoot out all the missiles that are not nuclear bombs. Understood. Although XN was attacked, the Solomon Fortress could not stop just because it wanted to. Under the influence of inertia, the Solomon Fortress continued to move forward, and the escorting troops naturally could not stop. At the moment they entered the attack range of the Federal fleet, before they had time to retaliate, dense beams of light fell, creating countless souls in the universe again. General, the road to Solomon Fortress has been completely opened. All Miz troops, attack, enter the melee. Captain Brad. Understood. The 12th Independent Technical Force begins the suppression operation. The road was opened, and the Federation fleet began to advance, launching a full-scale attack on Solomon Fortress. The wide fortress, which was originally protected in the center of the formation, ran out of the core defense circle with a long tail flame and came to the front of the fleet. The Astray Gundams attacked one after another, as the sharpest arrows, launching a charge. Notice to all aircraft, our mission is to raid Solomon Fortress and suppress it. Don't get entangled with the enemy, and rush into Solomon Fortress as quickly as possible. Brad informed everyone. Understood. XNA. A lot of firm answers. Brad could already imagine what kind of fanatical, bloodthirsty and cruel smiles were hidden under the helmets of the pilots, because everyone on the bridge was the same, including himself. Seeing that the White Fortress, surrounded by the 12th Independent Technical Force, had separated from the fleet at a very fast speed and launched an attack on the Solomon Fortress, Rebel and others naturally could not stay at the back and watch. All ships accelerate, block the pursuers for the 12th Independent Technical Force, and don't let the enemy interfere with them. Understood. XN. The people in the conventional forces knew that they could not be as powerful as the 12th Independent Technical Force, but they would not let the 12th Independent Technical Force take the lead. The conventional Miz troops followed closely behind the 12th Independent Technical Force, and after entering the cleared passage, as long as the enemy wanted to pursue the 12th Independent Technical Force, they would stop the enemy, even if the price was their lives. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. You can't follow the heroes to eat meat, but don't even think about disturbing them to eat meat. Stop them. Don't let them go. Team 4, follow me. Haha, kill a few more Zeon dogs. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 635, Minuet of the End. At the other end of the universe, in the safe space with nothing, a Federation space fleet was wandering aimlessly, not knowing what to do or what to do, just moving forward at an inertial speed. Sir, are we really doing nothing? Erlang bent down and asked Kim Koniman. Erlang, a spy of Zeon and the savior of Kim Koniman, originally came to the universe from Earth and returned to Kim Koniman. After Yang Hui reminded him, Rebel, Ethan Leia and others investigated Erlang. Although no substantial evidence was found, they found all kinds of strange signs and were able to judge that Erlang was a spy of Zeon. But before the arrest, Erlang was transferred back from Earth by Kim Koniman, making the arrest operation in vain. Erlang had been confirmed to be a spy, but after returning to Kim Koniman's command, Rebel and others could only send a telegram to Kim Koniman through the political department, ordering him to arrest Erlang. But the Emperor is far away, and Kim Koniman only needs to reply Erlang has been executed to shut everyone up. Why did Kim Koniman protect Erlang? Just trust him? No, Erlang is a way out for Kim Koniman to leave for himself, and he still has value to live. The military committee was cleaned up, and Rebel and GOP launched several cleanup operations within the Federal Army. While cleaning up the Federal spies, they also cleaned up many incompetent officers who disagreed with them and were just sitting there doing nothing, including a large number of conservative members. The conservatives were originally a branch of the parliamentary aristocracy, and most of the members were people who had no ability and entered the Federal Army only by connections, so the conservative members within the Federal Army suffered heavy losses and were almost wiped out. Kim Koniman was powerless to stop it in the universe, and could only watch his people being cleaned up by Rebel and GOP, and the manpower in the Federal Army was almost completely lost, so Kim Koniman was in the current predicament, and could only wander aimlessly in the safe space with his only remaining fleet. Revolt? How to resist? It's still an old-fashioned fleet. Rebel and Jipu's suppression and cleansing of the conservatives is not just about clearing out personnel and excluding Kim Koniman. The warships of this fleet are all Samiras-class, cruisers and Mazarin-class battleships that have not been transformed and strengthened. Even if there are extra Killen-class, they are not equipped to him, and all the systems are old-generation systems. How much combat power can they have in the environment of Minovsky particles? There are still Ms, but there are only 9 mass-produced Ms in such a large fleet, and they only have basic equipment. There are no weapon backpacks, because this was given to Kim Koniman when he was doing superficial work at the beginning, just to save face. Of course, it was only at that time. Now the conventional forces have been fully equipped with mass-produced Ms, and the lonely 9 Ms are just a slap in Kim Koniman's face. What value do you have? Sir? Erlang was so scared when he saw Kim Koniman pointing the dark muzzle of his gun at him that he stepped back repeatedly and stopped against the wall. I can help you with some connections. Haha, help you with some connections? The Principality of Zeon. Kim Koniman sneered. Because of the reformists' thunderous purge, Kim Koniman knew that he had no chance of turning the tables in the Federation Army. The best outcome would be to retire in a dull manner and spend the rest of his life like an ordinary old man. Even worse, he might be purged by the reformists and disappear in some unknown corner. Kim Koniman, who was able to become the leader of the conservatives and had been fighting with the reformists for so long, was naturally unwilling to let it end like this, so he left Erlang behind and left himself a way out. But the restoration of the Republic of Zeon made this retreat narrower and narrower. In addition, he learned about the war situation on Earth from the network mouth that was left by chance in the Federation Army. It was a fait accompli that the Principality of Zeon was driven out of the Earth. Now, Axis was captured by Cheyenne, and Revel also came to the universe in person. In the final decisive battle against the Principality of Zeon, the Principality of Zeon had no chance to turn the tables. The Principality of Zeon's retreat was cut off, and he had no need to keep Erlang. No. I can help you contact the Republic of Zeon. Haha, the Republic of Zeon? Are you in touch with that kid Casper? Kim Koniman kept a sneer on his face. Yes. Yes. I can help you contact His Highness Casper. Erlang was just talking nonsense. He had no relationship with Char at all, and he didn't have Char's contact information. Erlang originally belonged to the Cassilia Agency, and Char was a frontline combat unit during the hidden stage. The relationship between the Cassilia Agency and the frontline combat units has never been good. But he had no choice. Erlang had already seen that Kim Koniman was going to kill him. Whether he was going to kill him or not, he had to buy time. Only by buying time could he have the chance to save himself. Really? 3 days, is that enough? Kim Koniman kept sneering, but the retracted pistol made Erlang relax a little. Okay. Go ahead. Yes. Erlang fled in a panic. Kim Koniman waited for him to leave and directly contacted his guards. Watch him and get rid of him. Understood. Kim Koniman definitely didn't believe Erlang's lies, especially since he was originally a spy, so he couldn't believe it, so he made up his mind to get rid of Erlang. But he couldn't do it himself. His men were already panic-stricken. If he killed someone with his own hands, it would accelerate the collapse of internal morale, so, just let him disappear without anyone noticing. Then, Kim Koniman made another call, and the person on the other end was Haimur Jamidov. Sir? Are you ready? All ready, just give the order, Granada and Von Braun will be yours. Let's get started. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Kim Kohler relaxed. After ordering the fleet to move toward the moon, he closed his eyes and took a nap. This was Kim Kohler's real way out. Haimur Jamidov, as a core member of the Conservatives and Kim Kohler's true confidant, did not follow him, just for the last fight. Only after getting the trump card, he would be qualified to negotiate with Rebel and GOP. Little did he know that Haimur Jamidov, who was far away in Granada, had the same sneer on his face as Kim Kohler had before. At the same time, a major event also happened on Earth, which caused an uproar. Before the final battle of the war, General GOP announced his retirement and entered the federal parliament as a member of parliament. And he was not a dispensable member of parliament off the stage, but one of the most important positions on the rostrum, which was replaced by him. Haha, you are worthy of me, Mr. Cruz. It's so easy to let me sit on the podium. Jeppu sat opposite Cruz, smiling like a harmless fox, but he just hid his claws very well and could stretch them out at any time. Thank you, Speaker Jeppu. Even with my help, your ability to sit on the podium is not unrelated to your own prestige. Well, but it's too rash to do this. This is declaring war on them. Jeppu said seriously, turning a deaf ear to Cruz calling him speaker. Anyway, this is a certain result. Cruz is not an outsider, so there is no need to be pretentious with him. The time is ripe and the preparations are complete. Next, it's better for us to wait for them to take action first, so as to use static to control dynamic. Okay, but you guys are a bit too much? One by one, you throw the trouble to me and go on your own. Jeppu complained. You are the only one who is most suitable for this matter, right? As a non-combatant, this is the most suitable battlefield for you. That's not necessarily true, young man. Jeppu showed his signature fox smile. Although Cruz is not from this world, he is only in his 50s now, including the Gundam seed world, while Garp is already in his 70s. It is not wrong to call Cruz young. It seems that Speaker Garp has hidden a lot of things. Everyone has his own secrets, right? That's right, train a successor, people in other worlds do the same. It can only be done this way. Garp just complained. He has always been in charge of logistics and knows how important it is to keep the rear stable. However, expectations for other worlds are also indispensable, so, training a successor is his next goal. At the Abawa Sky Fortress, Mark Bay looked at the battle map with a calm face. Although he had the World Snake and the army in hand, the Federation was not a soft persimmon. The fleet under the command of Douglas Bad quickly pierced the defense line he arranged, and because of a certain defense system that had never been seen before, the killer, World Snake, failed several times. Now it was approached by the missed troops of the Federation, and 3 World Snakes had been destroyed. Douglas Bader was very smart. He rushed into the enemy's formation seemingly recklessly and took the initiative to walk into the encirclement, but he stopped the Federation fleet between the World Serpent and Abawa Kong. Once the World Serpent opened fire, Abawa Kong would be affected. Mark Bay didn't care about the lives of ordinary soldiers, but he couldn't care less about his own life. The world serpent lost its function and the battle was dragged into a tug-of-war. This was the most difficult thing for Mark Bay to accept, because he didn't know whether the Federation had reinforcements, how many reinforcements there were, and when they would arrive. Commander Mark Bay, Side 3 is sending an urgent message. Speak. The solar ray system has been completely destroyed, and the enemy has successfully broken through. Commander. Commander. Go down. Mark Bay knew the answer without his subordinates finishing reading. Yes. Order the rear troops to prepare, the enemy is coming. Yes. After learning about the end of Jiren Zabi, Mark Bay sighed, his eyes confused, but soon became firm again, because there was only one thing he needed to do now. Get ready, strong man, I'm going to attack. Chapter 636, the finale. The Federal fleet led by Douglas Bader was surrounded in order to eliminate the threat of the World Serpent. The Ghost troops that came back from the rear also encountered huge obstacles at this time. Why are there so many enemies here? Char cursed angrily. The beam rifles and flying wing floating guns of Sazabi shot down dozens of enemy planes in succession. Mark Bay calculated that we would return. Tisk, my usual tactics. Yang Hui said self-deprecatingly. This tactic of going deep behind enemy lines to eliminate the target and then turning back to attack the front battlefield from the rear was used more than once by the 12th Independent Technical Force. Mark Bay did study Yang Hui thoroughly. You are a scourge? Char cursed. If Yang Hui's habits had not been studied so thoroughly, they would not have just escaped from the tiger's mouth and entered the wolf's den. However, despite the scolding, the movements of his hands were not slow at all, and he cooperated with Yang Hui in an extremely tacit understanding. The shooting of the winged floater was fired at Unit 1, and Unit 1 did not dodge at all, allowing the beam to outline itself, and then penetrated several enemy planes behind it. Unit 1 drew out its beam sword and rushed towards Sazabi. Sazabi was not afraid at all, and slightly turned sideways to let Unit 1 pass by. The beam sword stabbed into the chest of a big demon, kicked it away with one foot, and fired beam rifles continuously, destroying several enemy planes. Back to back with Sazabi, the winged floater of the two machines surrounded them, guarding their monarch as the most loyal knights. Not bad. There's still room for improvement. A dog can't spit out every. Ha ha ha. The two of them raised their mouths at the same time, and launched an attack in completely opposite directions with their respective winged floater, turning into meteors, shuttling back and forth in the universe, and holding a grand fireworks funeral for the battle that ended the war. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Unit 1 suddenly sounded an alarm. Yang Hui's eyes fixed, and he controlled Unit 1 to stop and retreat. In the next second, several dense beams of light swept past a position where he was about to move forward. That is, Yang Hui looked in the direction of the attack, and saw the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar enemy aircraft, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, you made the strong man as well? It seems that some modifications have been made. As soon as the voice fell, the strong man, who was attacking at high speed, pointed the Western sword-style beam sword in his hand directly at the abdomen of Unit 1. Unit 1 drew its sword in response, and the two machines collided with each other, emitting a dazzling strong light. Yang Hui, I finally found you. Mark Bay's increasingly crazy voice came from the communication channel. Isn't it good to be alive? Yang Hui said sarcastically calmly. Haha, arrogant people are easy to die, Yang Hui, I prepared this machine specially for you. Suddenly, the power of strong man suddenly increased, and a sword swung the arm of Unit 1 away. What? Yang Hui was also surprised. The performance of the Gundam Astray was ranked last among all the machines Yang Hui had used. However, after many reinforcements and modifications, it used the design of other worlds and integrated the most advanced technologies in the UC world. Its performance was definitely better than that of the strong man, including its strength. But now the sword in the hand of the strong man was swung away. However, in less than a second, Yang Hui gathered his mind, because Mark Bay did not give him time to rest. At the moment of swinging the beam sword, the round shield of the strong man was already erected in front of him, and the dense beam nozzles were aimed at Unit 1. Yang Hui would not sit still and wait for death. With the power of the right hand that was swung away, Unit 1 turned quickly and landed a roundhouse kick on the bottom edge of the round shield, changing the direction and causing the beam diffusion cannon of the round shield to miss the target. At the same time, the beam sword slashed from bottom to top at the arm of the strong man holding the shield, trying to cut off the left arm, but was quickly dodged. Strong man pulled back, dodging even the shots from wind cannon from every corner, and distanced himself. Sure enough, it's impossible to kill you so easily, Yang Hui, haha, how about it? The machine I prepared for you? It uses the linkage technology of 2 Mecha furnaces to increase the output of the machine exponentially. The frame and armor are made of Gundam Nim Greek letter Alpha, which is enough to support the load brought by the high output. The mobility and flexibility even surpassed the Gundam Astray you developed, although it doesn't have such gorgeous weapons as you. SYNOPSIS system makes me and the machine become one. That's the feeling. The feeling of power. Haha. Ho-ha-ho-ha. Yang Hui understood why strong man's strength and flexibility were so high. The large piece of back that was extra than what he remembered turned out to be the result of the second Mecha furnace and the high-powered jet backpack. The flexibility of the machine was the result of the SYNOPSIS system, but your brain is not feeling well. Yang Hui sneered and mocked. What? In Yang Hui's memory, Mark Bay was not an NT and could not use the SYNOPSIS system. Yang Hui could not even make a sub-biological computer, or quasi-SYNOPSIS system, that allowed ordinary people to use controlled weapons, not to mention Mark Bay and Xeon scientists. It's not that I look down on them, Yang Hui has the qualifications. Then, there is only one explanation. Mark Bay used some special means to maintain high-intensity stimulation of the brain to ensure that the output rate of mental waves temporarily reaches the level of NT or enhanced people. But the consequence of doing so is that the brain will be damaged, and it may even become an idiot directly. This is also the reason why Mark Bay's mental state is obviously abnormal at this time. Humph. It doesn't matter, as long as I kill you, it's enough. Lady Cassilia is waiting for my report. Okay, I'll send you down. As soon as the voice fell, the 18 flying wing floating cannons were retracted, and Yang Hui's eyes flowed with colorful streams. The high-intensity mental power miraculously possessed colors, a vibrant emerald green, and the flying wing floating cannons cheered as if they had life. What is this? Mark Bay looked at what was happening in front of him and was inexplicably terrified, but he soon calmed down and stepped on the pedal to the bottom. A fierce fire burst out from behind the strong man, and rushed towards Unit 1. Whatever you want to do, don't even think about it. Oh, don't even think about it. As soon as the frost-covered sneer fell, a beam of light suddenly pierced through the round shield on the left arm of the strong man, and Mark Bay immediately threw away the round shield and retreated. But as soon as he began to retreat, another beam of light pierced through the left leg of the strong man. Mark Bay looked closely and saw that a flying wing floating gun had arrived directly below the strong man at some point. Swish, another beam of light pierced through the right leg, then the left arm, the backpack, and the head. Soon, only the torso with arcs jumping was left floating in the universe. How is it possible? What on earth is this? In Mark Bay's terrified eyes, Unit 1 slowly approached him, and the green mental wave also covered the strong man. No, don't come over here. See? Mark Bay, this is the real NT, this is the real SYNOPSIS system. You. Before I die, I'll give you another secret. After you go down, give it to Cassilia Zabi. She is one of the very few opponents I recognize. Get out of here. Don't come over here. Get out of here. Fear and despair caused Mark Bay's brain, which had been kept at a high intensity, to collapse. His brain nerves had been damaged. How crazy he was before, now he was dancing in the cockpit like a scared child. I have never been from this world. Goodbye. Not knowing whether Mark Bay could fulfill his request, after giving him a parting gift, he decisively placed the hilt of the beam sword against the position of the strong man cockpit, and gently pressed his fingers. The sharp blade of the beam pierced out and pierced through the chest of the strong man, swallowing Mark Bay and the cockpit, fulfilling Mark Bay's wish and allowing him to merge perfectly with the strong man. The beam blade was retracted, and Unit 1 gently pushed away the torso of the strong man, letting it drift with the force of inertia. The light green mental wave was retracted, and the colorful light in the eyes faded. It's over. Muttering, Unit 1 re-entered the crushed enemy fleet. Yes, it was over. The death of Jiren Zabi had thrown the Principality of Zeon into chaos. The death of Jiren Zabi had caused the faith of the Zabi family's fanatics to collapse, and the death of Mark Bey had caused the last pillar of the Principality of Zeon to collapse. General, the right-wing fleet has a 40% damage rate. The left-wing fleet has a 43% damage rate. The Vanguard fleet has a 49% damage rate. General, we. Faced with his subordinates' hasty reports, Douglas Bader suddenly raised his hand to interrupt them, stopping them from saying what they wanted to say next. Contract the formation, with his ship in the lead. All ships will charge towards A. Bava, Kong. As worthy of being called a fighting general, Douglas Bader's initial mission was just to feint and delay the defenders of A. Bava, Kong from supporting the Solomon Fortress, but he resolutely chose to attack. And now, with the fleet suffering heavy losses, having achieved the combat objectives, and with the last glimmer of a chance to break out, he did not choose to escape in disgrace, but chose to go all out, gather all the remaining strength, and launch a final charge against the behemoth A. Bava, Kong. General, our mission is to hell with missions. Now the most powerful fortress of the Principality of Zeon is right in front of us. We have paid such a heavy price, and countless heroes have paved the way for us, allowing us to get to the current distance, so close. If we don't take it down, how can we be worthy of them? How can we be worthy of the uniforms we wear? Yes. General. Order. Contract the formation. This ship will act as the spearhead in charge towards Abava. Kong, preparing for a strong landing operation. Yes. Beep beep beep. General. Report the situation. Colonel Yang Hui called. Read it out. Yes. Our unit has completed the mission, destroyed the strategic weapons of the Principality of Zeon, and killed the Principality of Zeon's Commander-in-Chief Jiren Zabi. On the way back, we were blocked by the enemy. We have now broken through the enemy's blockade and killed Mark Bey, the Commander-in-Chief of Abava. Kong. Our unit will launch a surprise attack on Abava. Kong from the rear. Please cooperate and support our fleet. Chapter 637 The Disappeared Remnants of Zeon. With the arrival of Yang Hui and the Ghost Force, the Federation fleet, which was originally in danger, showed amazing combat effectiveness. Douglas Bad laughed until they had won this battle. But he still had blood in his arms, and his eyes were filled with strong fighting spirit. That stinky boy brought people to steal our meat again? Do you agree? No. XN execute the order. Land by force. Understood. XN in the end, under the double-sided encirclement of both sides, the Principality of Zeon was killed and defeated. Those who died and fled, and those who could not escape surrendered. When the Federation fleet and the Guadan broke through the gate of A. Bava, Kong together, it was announced that the battle ended with a complete victory of the Federation and the Republic of Zeon. Ha ha ha. Well done, Yang Hui. After the battle, Douglas Bader laughed heartily the first time he met Yang Hui, and patted Yang Hui's shoulder proudly. The strategic weapon is gone, and that bastard Jiren Zabi is also finished. This war is about to end. Yes, General Bader, now it depends on how General Rebel fights in the Solomon Fortress. Yang Hui said. Haha. You don't have to worry about that old guy. He is a fox wolf, with the cunning of a fox and the ferocity of a wolf. The prey he targets can't escape. Douglas Bader and Rebel are also old friends. He knows Rebel very well and trusts him. Haha, a very accurate evaluation, General Bader. Yang Hui nodded in agreement. It's just a pity that I can't personally send that psychopath Jiren Zabi off. Douglas Bader said regretfully. That won't do, General Bader. I must be the one to put an end to Jiren Zabi. At this time, Char said to Douglas Bader. It was not because he was familiar with Douglas Bader, but at this time he had to stand up and show his presence. Otherwise, as the Prime Minister of the Republic of Zeon, he led the most elite ace troops deep behind enemy lines and achieved such great achievements, but he was just a foil for Yang Hui. If it was in the future in Promise Fortress, he wouldn't mind, but now, he must always maintain the strength and unity of the Republic of Zeon in front of the Federation. Ha ha ha. Douglas Bader kept a hearty laugh and said to Char, it seems that the queue is very long. Douglas Bader was not a pedantic person. The Republic of Zeon was now an ally of the Federation. In the previous battle, the Ghost Force, led by Char also fought side by side. On the battlefield, no matter where they came from, those who fought side by side were comrades. As for the federal parliament's concern about whether there will be another Zabi family in the Republic of Zeon in the future, that is not something he should consider. If we become enemies again, Douglas Bad will use facts to prove that how close we are now, how badly we will beat you then. General Rebel sent a telegram. At this moment, Douglas Bad's subordinates ran over and brought a crucial piece of information. Oh? It seems that it's over there too. Douglas Bad smiled at Yang Hui and Char, but after taking a look at the telegram, he handed it back to them. After reading the telegram, Yang Hui and Char shook their heads in disbelief. Oh, General Rebel is really restless. The donkeys in the production team are not used like this. Ha ha ha, those who are capable should do more work. I still want to go but can't. Douglas Bad laughed. Rebel's message was divided into 3 parts. First, it told them that the Battle of Solomon Fortress was over. The advance of Solomon Fortress was stopped and occupied. The army of the Principality of Zeon either fled or surrendered. Those who had died were not counted. The second part was an order to Douglas Bader, leading the Federation fleet to occupy Ibawa, Kong and wait for the handover with the Republic of Zeon after the war. The third part was an order to Yang Hui, asking him to immediately set off in the direction of Side 3, join the main fleet of the Federation, launch a general attack on Side 3, and completely end a war. As for Yang Hui, who was alone with one machine, how to go to Side 3, let Yang Hui figure it out himself. This old man is so bad. When Yang Hui saw this order, he rolled his eyes. It was simply a fantasy to set off from Ibawa, Kong to Side 3 to join the main fleet by relying on Ms. It was not that the energy was not enough, but the speed. Either he arrived in time and the machine was scrapped, or the war was over by the time he arrived. So, feeling the gaze that could not be refused, Char's mouth twitched and rolled his eyes. General Bader, I'll leave the supply of the Guadon to you. Haha, it's a small matter. I'll have someone give you supplies right away. As for the aircraft, I can't do anything. Douglas Bader can provide the supply of materials, but there is no way to deal with the aircraft damaged in the battle. Although the Zaku Phantom series and the Heretic series are very similar, the spare parts are completely different, not to mention Char and Kira's special aircraft. It's okay, General Bader, we still have enough spare parts. That's good. After a brief exchange, they dispersed. Yang Hui and the Ghost Force were about to attack again soon, so they did not stay in Ibawa condo. After the supply of materials was completed, they set off to the designated coordinates to meet up with the main fleet of the Federation. As a result, to their surprise, they successfully met up with the main force 3 days later, but did not see any enemy troops. The entire Side 3 was like an empty shell waiting for the Federation to receive it. What's going on? Yang Hui asked directly when he saw Rebel. They destroyed the solar ray system, destroyed all the world serpents, sank the flagship, Doris class, giant mothership, killed Jiren Zabi, and wiped out a lot of the Principality of Zeon's troops, but Side 3 should still have a lot of troops. Not to mention that the Principality of Zeon's troops that escaped from Abavasara and Solomon Fortress also fled in the direction of Side 3. When they joined together, they were a force that could not be underestimated. How could they just disappear? The person who surrendered to us was the secretary of Deccan Sato Zabi. Maladhokan Khan secretly returned to the capital 2 days ago. After confirming that Jiren Zabi was dead, he took the scepter of Deccan Sato Zabi and took over the power of the Principality of Zeon and announced the order of surrender. According to him, although the remaining troops of the Principality of Zeon wanted to take over the power by force and resisted stubbornly, the people of the Principality of Zeon also put them under great pressure, which made it impossible for them to seize power. They could only flee far away. They should be planning to hide and wait for the opportunity to come out and make trouble. Rebel told Yang Hui about the current situation. The direction they left. Yang Hui asked with a frown. The whereabouts of this group of people was very important. First of all, if this group of people did not die, he did not know whether the main task could be completed. Secondly, this world is the talent training base that Yang Hui attaches the most importance to. Now a large number of talents have been won over, but Yang Hui knows very well that more talents will emerge in the future of this world, so the stability of this world must be maintained. If we can't catch all the Zabi remnants, who knows what kind of trouble will happen in the future? The Delazar Rebellion? The Neo-Zeon War? The Sleeves? Mafti. Ahem, this shouldn't happen. Although Brad is still with Mile Hatch issue, and an unfilial son will probably be born. All the circumstances have changed dramatically, and they can still be saved. At least they won't form an anti-Federation organization just because of Char's words. Malad and Khan said they went to Mars. Mars? How did they go? Yang Hui frowned even more. In the original historical trajectory, the remnants of Xi'an could go to Mars, mainly because of the existence of the Axis fortress. Now, Axis has been captured by the Federation, and Abava. So and the Solomon fortress have also been captured. How can they reach Mars from Side 3 with only the space fleet, or the remnants? They took away the colony satellite Malhara, an industrial colony satellite. Haha, just set up a defense line between Side 3 and Mars. Those who are alive are short-sighted idiots. In Yang Hui's mind, this group of Xi'an remnants is no longer a concern. If the colony satellite they took away was an agricultural colony satellite, Yang Hui would still worry about them lurking, but the industrial colony satellite. Even if there are still some supplies on it, how long can it last? A rough calculation shows that at most 1 month, the remnants of the Principality of Xi'an will face a food crisis. No matter how frugal they are, they will eat up all the food in at most 2 months. There are only 2 ways before them, either starve to death or fight back to grab money, food and territory. Well, but this task can only be completed by Char. As he said, rebels' eyes fell on Char, because according to the pre-war distribution, Solomon Fortress and Axis will be taken over by the Federation, and Abava. Sora and Side 3 will be taken over by the Republic of Xi'an, so the defense of Side 3 will not be under the jurisdiction of the Federation. Of course, this is also the current situation. The Republic of Xi'an and the Earth Federation will eventually merge together. At that time, there will be no difference between the Federation and Xi'an. It's just that to achieve this goal, 10 years, I don't know if it's enough. No problem, I'll make arrangements. Char didn't worry too much about the remnants of the Principality of Xi'an. The number of remnants was not so large that they could not be resisted. With so many people defecting to the Republic of Xi'an, most of the territory of the Earth would be returned, and the surrendered army was also very messy. After reorganization, they would have sufficient troops. In addition, Yang Hui provided them with military technology that surpassed the Principality of Xi'an. If Char still couldn't beat them, he could just commit suicide. It would be shameful to live. Next, Cruz should take action soon. Yang Hui calculated the time and said to Rebel and Char, "Well, Garp has already sat on the podium of the federal parliament. The only problem is Granada and Von Braun. Konami's fleet is also heading towards Granada." Rebel said, "Von Braun, you guys are responsible. I'll go back to Granada." Yang Hui said, "How many people do you need? Just give me back my troops." Tisk, feel sorry for them for 3 seconds. Chapter 638, Years of Planning in Vain. Are you ready? Standing on the top floor of the second tallest building in Granada, Heyman Jamidov looked down through the glass window at the vehicles and pedestrians below that were as small as ants. "Everything is ready, Lord Jamidov." "Well, let's get started." "But Lord Koniman." Bang! Without giving any chance or hesitation, Heyman Jamidov shot the questioning subordinate and sent him to see God. The others present turned a blind eye to all this, as if nothing had happened, and just bowed their heads to Heyman Jamidov. "Clean it up." "Yes." XN dragged the body out of the room, and quickly sent someone to replace the carpet, cleaned it up, and even cleaned up the unpleasant smell of blood, and then left, leaving only Heyman Jamidov alone. "Koniman? Haha, just a useless chess piece." Heyman Jamidov continued to look down at the ant under his feet, raised the corner of his mouth, walked to the wall, opened the secret door, walked into it and disappeared. People from Granada and Von Braun, whether they were senior executives of companies, ordinary white-collar workers, or even homeless people in dark corners, many of them suddenly vibrated their pads. After taking a look at the news, their eyes suddenly became sharp. People who knew them and those who didn't, all took 2 steps back subconsciously, frightened by the sudden change in temperament. But the next second, more people suddenly appeared around these people. Some were strangers, some were their familiar friends and colleagues. When these people were about to do something, they suddenly felt a slight tingling sensation in their necks, arms or somewhere else, and felt an unknown liquid being injected into their bodies. Then they lost consciousness, collapsed in his arms, and were taken away silently. The abandoned port, however, hit several Samiras-class cruisers and Musei-class cruisers, and even a Mazarin class, battleship, a Chibe class, high-speed heavy cruiser, and a Zanzibar class, motor cruiser. These warships are equipped with enough MIs, from the Principality of Zeons, Zaku, Tiger, Great Demon, Warrior, to the Federation's mass-produced heretics. Lord Jamidov's order, we can start. Understood. XN. Whether it is the crew members or the MIS pilots, the voices of the answers are emotionless, as stiff as machines, and they are undoubtedly busy with their own work, executing according to the plans made in advance, without their own thoughts, without the agility of humans. As the order was issued, everyone received the plan and their respective tasks and took action. The engine ignited, the warship set sail, and the MIS took off, but just now, except for the abandoned port, these mechanical people finally had human expressions on their faces. Fear. Outside the abandoned port, what awaited them was not the mission target, but groups of Federation warships and MIS. The dark muzzles and cannons had locked them, and the bright light was not fired. This is the 32nd Mobile Fleet of the Earth Federation. Surrender immediately or we will attack. I repeat, surrender immediately or we will attack. Sir, high energy reaction detected, the enemy has launched an attack. Really? The commander pressed down the brim of his hat and gave a cold order, attack begins, destroy them all. Understood. In the Earth-Moon orbit, Kim Konyaman led his fleet towards the moon, but before he saw the moon, he was stopped by the Federation fleet in front. That's it. Rebel. Looking at the black and gray, Killen class, battleship in the center of the fleet, Kim Konyaman recognized that it was Rebel's exclusive vehicle, General Rebel. If he had just encountered an ordinary Federation fleet, Kim Konyaman would have had a chance to use his identity and rank to check and balance the other party, but he didn't expect that Rebel would lead the team to capture him. Rebel came in person, which meant that there was no room for maneuver between the two sides. Beep, beep. Sir, there's a call from the General Rebel. Take it. Yes. The call was connected, and Kim Konyaman looked at the familiar face on the screen, slumped in the captain's seat, his hair, which was originally a little gray, turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Haha, I didn't expect you to go out in person. There was no greeting, no questions or confrontation. The meeting between the two had already explained a lot. The riots in Granada and Von Braun have, no, it should be said that there is no chance of riots. Haha, old fox, is everything as planned? You have been waiting for this moment for a long time, right? I have been giving you chances, and I believe that you will not make this decision. Oh, yes, but what choice do I have? Did you know it all along? Jamidov thought that I had been kept in the dark, but he didn't know that if I hadn't secretly assisted him in the demise of the Klesman family, his plan would not have had a chance of success. Even after it succeeded, I was secretly protecting him, otherwise he would not be alive today. That's right, Kim Konyaman had seen through Heimer Jamidov a long time ago, and had even been taking care of Heimer Jamidov, deliberately pretending that he knew nothing and was being used by him. Why? His mother is my aunt, although she was kicked out of the family back then. You said you had no choice, now I'll give you two choices. Having said that, there was no need to continue chatting. If you wanted to chat, it would be in private. Surrender, I guarantee that you will retire with honor in your current position, or die in battle, charged with treason. Haha, planning for decades, in the end it's all in vain. Kim Konyaman laughed at himself and waved to his subordinates, disarm all and surrender to General Rebel. Kim Konyaman gave up, not because he didn't want to resist, but because he couldn't resist at all. His fleet was all old-style battleships, and the other side was all new-style battleships, and there were more of them, more MISs, and more powerful weapons than them. There was no chance of winning in a fight. In addition, Kim Konyaman was tired. Back then, he had completed the instructions of his favorite aunt, and he did it well enough. He didn't see any hope of success, so he simply gave up. He could retire with the highest treatment and enjoy a short retirement life, instead of ending his life with the infamy of a sad traitor. As for his subordinates, Kim Konyaman could see that no one wanted to resist, and no one wanted to become a traitor. On Earth, in the speaker's home, the speaker looked at Cruz sitting opposite him with a grim expression. The room was surrounded by big men in black suits and sunglasses. Cruz, do you know what you are doing? Of course I know, Mr. Speaker. Kidnapping the federal speaker is treason. First of all, this is your home. I didn't kidnap you. Secondly, The person who committed treason is not me but you, Mr. Speaker. No, it should be the Continental Renaissance Foundation, including you? Or the Restoration Society. You. Hearing the name of the Continental Renaissance Foundation, and the long-buried Restoration Society that followed, the speaker's expression changed from ferocious to panic. What are you talking about? I don't know. Don't be anxious, Mr. Speaker. Cruz maintained an elegant smile and handed a document to the speaker. Take a look first, maybe you will remember something. The speaker was unmoved and refused to look at the document, clearly insisting that he knew nothing, but Cruz said another name, which made him break down again. The Klezman genocide case. You. How could you? Take a look. The speaker knew he couldn't hide anymore, so he picked up the document with trembling hands and flipped through it page by page. His face grew paler with every page he turned. When he finished, the document slipped from his hands and he fell to his knees with a plop. Please. Let me go. I was forced back then. I will recommend you to be the next Speaker of the Federal Parliament, as long as you let me go. Oh, and the property. I can give it to you, and I can help you convince other people. And Heimer Jamidov, I can tell you all his arrangements and plans. Grenada and Von Braun. He plans to attack Grenada and Von Braun. And Yang Hui's. Tisk tisk tisk. Cruz smacked his lips and shook his head. Mr. Speaker, I'm not interested in things I already know. You, what did you say? Don't worry, that old tofu, well, I like this nickname very much. He has someone to deal with it, and his plans will not succeed. So, Mr. Speaker, you should know. I know. I know what to do. I will convince others to support you to become the new Speaker. No, you are wrong. First, other people don't need you to convince them. Second, I don't want to be the Speaker. You should nominate General Gep as the new Speaker. Do you understand this? Huh? Is there a problem? No. I know what to do. Well, very good. Cruz stood up and left. The document had been given to him, so there was no need to keep someone on guard. If he dared to show him the document, the speaker would naturally think that it was a copy and there was a backup, so he would not dare to mess around. As for the property mentioned earlier, it depends on his self-awareness. Cruz is not interested, but if he knows what's best for him, he should cut off his arm and find a beautiful name to give it to the Earth Federation. If he doesn't know what's best for him, Grenada, a team of cars drove towards the suburbs. Heimer Jamidov sat in the car in the middle with his legs crossed, and the direction they were heading was exactly where Yang Hui's secret base was. It's well hidden. It took me so much effort to find the exact location, but all of this will be mine. As he got closer and closer to the target, Heimer Jamidov's smile became more and more. At the beginning, he guessed that Yang Hui had a secret base. No matter how powerful Yang Hui was, it was impossible for him to develop a brand new MIS in such a short time and bring so many new technologies to the Federation. And the people he planted in Anaheim did not find that Anaheim had studied these technologies, including many emerging civilian technologies that appeared suddenly. This made Heimer Jamidov guess, and after a difficult investigation, he found the location of this secret base. Sir, we're here. The vehicle stopped and the people in the car were fully armed. Let's act, kill everyone, and try not to destroy the things inside. Yes. The armed personnel quickly got out of the car, found the secret entrance, opened the entrance through the hacker program, and entered one after another. The sound of fighting had been heard near the moon. Heimer Jamidov was listening, enjoying, and imagining a beautiful future. Everything was going according to his plan. But soon, he found something wrong. After his people went down, he didn't hear any gunshots, and even no response came. What's the situation? Heimer Jamidov asked with a walkie-talkie, but the other side didn't answer. Heimer Jamidov, who was good at self-protection, immediately realized that something was wrong, turned to the driver's seat and was about to drive away, but dong 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 dong. The heavy footsteps were all in his ears, and the vibration was transmitted to his buttocks and back through the seat. Turning his head, he saw several Gundam astray approaching rapidly. Damn it! He was about to start the car and step on the accelerator when a reply came from the intercom, causing him to stop the movement of his right foot. Old Tofu, do you want to come down and have a chat? Or do you want to die as a traitor? Chapter 639. No way? Someone really dares to plot against Lux? Speaking the most ruthless words in a calm tone, Heimer Jamidov knew that he could not escape. He had also studied Yang Hui and investigated Yang Hui, and found that the relationship between Yang Hui and Rebir, Jepu and others was not as simple as superiors and subordinates, but more like a cooperative relationship. In addition, Yang Hui's style of doing things, he dared to say such words to himself, which meant that he really dared to do it and would never care about his identity and trump card. So, now the only choice is to enter the secret base like a huge mouth of the abyss and meet Yang Hui. After getting off the car, Heimer Jamidova came to the inside of the secret base under the guard of Kong Yun and South Banimir, and met Yang Hui in the central hall. There were only a few simple people standing behind Yang Hui. There were 2 sofas and a coffee table in the middle of the empty hall. Black tea, coffee and various desserts were prepared on the coffee table. A surprise. Yang Hui raised the black tea to Heimer Jamidov. If it's you, there's nothing to be surprised about. Heimer Jamidov maintained his elegant and calm demeanor and sat down opposite Yang Hui. It seems you still have a trump card. Yang Hui asked Heimer Jamidov with a smile. Your most important person is in my hands, so Yang Hui, let's talk about the terms. Lakis. Well, so Yang Hui, if you don't want Miss Lakis to get into trouble, you'd better agree to my next request. Ha 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 ha. Yang Hui laughed, and laughed happily. If Heimer Jamidov's trump card was Mara or Bakalulu, he might still be worried, but if it was Lakis, he would only worry about how miserable the people Heimer Jamidov sent would be. What are you laughing at? Heimer Jamidov asked Yang Hui with a sullen face. I just think it's funny. Ha ha ha. You actually want to capture Lakis. Do you think you have too many people and want to clean up some of them in advance? Yang Hui laughed. What do you mean? Heimer Jamidov frowned, not understanding what Yang Hui meant. I know you have arranged a lot of protection around her, both openly and secretly, but I advise you not to underestimate my power, Yang Hui. No, you misunderstood something, Jamidov. What is it? The people you found were never arranged by me. What did you say? Do you know what I call lux in private? Yang Hui asked jokingly. Seeing that Heimer Jamidov did not respond, but was looking at him for an answer, Yang Hui did not keep him waiting. I call her Liao, the demon of evil, understand? Heimer Jamidov's face changed, and he quickly took out a special communicator and dialed a number. After 3 rings, it was connected. Is that Mr. Jamidov? You. Lakis Klein. Heimer Jamidov's face changed drastically. This communication was a one-way communicator, which could only be used to contact one number in one direction. The owner of this number was the person in charge of the death squad that Heimer Jamidov had trained for many years. It was impossible for someone else to answer the call. If someone did, there would be only one possibility: that person was gone. Yes, Mr. Jamidov, can Yang Hui answer the phone? Lakis said to Heimer Jamidov in a gentle tone. Heimer Jamidov was silent for a moment, then handed the communicator to Yang Hui, who was still smiling playfully. He wanted to hear what these 2 people had to say, and whether they would tell him how the death squads he sent were eliminated. It's me, Lakis, are you okay? Yang Hui took the communicator and turned on the hands-free mode, because he guessed what this little goblin was going to do, so he just cooperated. Very good, but some of the audience is not very rational. I asked them to calm down. As expected of you. Haha, you called me a demon. I have to work harder. Sorry, I was wrong. Yang Hui's desire to survive exploded, and he apologized quickly. What a joke. Now he's so evil, and you still work harder, what will happen? Yang Hui doesn't want a super demon who plays in badly to appear in his future happy life. Haha, just kidding. When are you going back to Earth? I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you. Lux smiled playfully. Soon, after solving the problem on the moon, I can go back to Earth, and I don't need to worry about the rest. Yes, I really envy Sister Nadal. Then dear Miss Lakis, would you please do me the honor of going on a date? It's my honor, dear Mr. Yang Hui. Then I'll deal with things here as soon as possible and come back early. Okay. Earth and Y, as the result of the negotiation, the eastern region of North America was taken over by the Republic of Xi'an. Because they are all Xi'an, people in the eastern region of North America did not feel much difference, and the Republic of Xi'an abides by records more than the Principality of Xi'an. Except for basic patrols, it will not affect the lives of ordinary people at all. And those people in the upper echelons are just a bunch of fence-sitters. When the Principality of Xi'an first came, They abandoned the Federation for their lives. When the Principality of Xi'an was about to lose the war, they turned to the Federation. After the Republic of Xi'an arrived, they flattered the Republic of Xi'an. Anyway, as long as their personal interests can be guaranteed, it doesn't matter who is their master. But in order to maintain stability and to promote the hard-won peace, Lakis came to North America from Australia to start a concert tour plan. The people arranged by Heimer Jamidov naturally wanted to find an opportunity to capture Lux, because Heimer Jamidov's research on Yang Hui found that he was a very sentimental person. Lux was his lover. If Lux was captured, they would have a bargaining chip to threaten Yang Hui, and Yang Hui could not make a cold-blooded decision to cut off her arm. But unfortunately, they only regarded Lux as a singer from beginning to end, but did not know her hidden true side. Yang Hui dared to put down his words. If Lux wanted to trick someone seriously, Yang Hui would not have the confidence to escape, and there was a high probability that he would be caught. Therefore, Lux quickly discovered this group of dead men, and then specially arranged a charity concert in a remote countryside, inviting residents of several surrounding towns to participate, and then, because it was a remote countryside, even if there were not many people in the surrounding villages and towns, they could find an excuse to transfer them all and replace them with their own people to pretend to be local residents, and then become the audience. Then the next step is to find out the assassins hiding in the dark, give them a chance to participate in the concert, and then catch them all in one fell swoop without any threat. Ms. Lux, it's been dealt with. At the moment Lux hung up the phone, her people whispered to Lux, "Thank you for your hard work. Rearrange the venue. The next group of audiences will be here soon." Lux ordered. Yes. After everyone left, Lux sat alone in the waiting room, holding her face with both hands, smiling cutely. When Yang Hui comes back, should I ask him to take me to play? Sira has come to me so many times, should I take her with me? Forget it, it's embarrassing to date with a light bulb. Preparation is not necessary. Lux's concerts never require makeup or special costumes, and she doesn't need to be familiar with the stage or rehearsal. She can just stand on the stage and sing, which is the most perfect performance. So Lux is like a young girl at this time, fantasizing about the upcoming date and the sweetness with her lover. She completely forgot about the dangers that might have happened before, and didn't care how many people would die. After hanging up the phone, Yang Hui threw the communicator to Heimer Jamidov. At this time, Heimer Jamidov had a sour face. He originally wanted to hear how Lux dealt with his assassins, but he ended up eating a mouthful of dog food from beginning to end, and didn't get any valuable information. "Okay, old man, do you have any other cards?" Yang Hui asked Heimer Jamidov leisurely. "By the way, let me remind you, don't count on the moon and the earth. There is rubble on the moon, and there are Gopin crews on the earth. They won't be able to make any waves. Yang Hui, don't forget, how many people have I spread all over the world to implement my plan over the years? I have people in all walks of life and in every aspect of life. Can you clean them up?" Heimer Jamidov took out his last trump card, which was the stability of the Federation. "If something happens to me, they will get orders to turn the Earth, the Federation, and even the universe upside down. Can you afford the price? Tell me your conditions." Yang Hui was silent for a moment and asked Heimer Jamidov. "I want the moon, and everything here." Haha. After hearing Heimer Jamidov's request, Yang Hui laughed and shook his head. "Do you think too highly of yourself? The trump card in my hand is worth this price." "Well, it is indeed worth it, but have you contacted your accomplices on Earth and in the universe?" "What do you mean?" "Call and ask, and you will know." After that, Yang Hui stood up and led his men to leave the base directly. "What are you going to do?" Heimer Jamidov was puzzled by Yang Hui's actions and was also afraid of what might happen next. "Don't you want this base? It's for you." Yang Hui turned his head and said to Heimer Jamidov with a smile. What do you want to do?" Heimer Jamidov was not a naive child. He would not believe that Yang Hui would so easily give him his secret base and all the technology in his hands, let alone agree to his request. "Nothing, just give it to you. Oh, by the way." As soon as the voice fell, Yang Hui raised his hand, and the next second, gunshots rang out. Bang bang. 2 bullets penetrated Heimer Jamidov's legs, shattering his knees. "You said that everything here is for you," I promised, including the self-destruct system. The corners of his mouth continued to curl up, and the elegant smile became weird, then cruel, and finally hideous and terrifying. "You You can't do this. Aren't you afraid that the Earth and the universe will be completely messed up by me? Heimer Jamidov roared on the ground, with pain and anger. So, I told you to call them. With his back to Heimer Jamidov, Yang Hui raised his hand and waved, then walked outside with his people. Yang Hui. Yang Hui. With a boom, the gate of the base fell heavily and locked, blocking Heimer Jamidov's sight, blocking his way to survival, and blocking the plan that had been carefully formulated for decades. Chapter 640 Mission completed, generous rewards. Boom. Standing in the distance and looking at the flames rising to the sky, Yang Hui and others were filled with emotion, especially those standing behind him, such as Sima, South Banner, Young, Kashima Yuang, and others who came out of this base. This is where they started, but now they have to watch it turn into ruins. Dust to dust, earth to earth, where it started, it will end there. Yang Hui said calmly. No matter what his current identity and status is, this base is also not to be seen in the light. If it is known by someone with ulterior motives, it will cause trouble, just like Rebel and Jipu suspected Yang Hui of having ambitions to surpass the Federation. So the fate of this base being destroyed was doomed long ago. It just so happened that this time Heimer Jamidov gave Yang Hui the best opportunity. When someone asked about it, he would say that this was a secret base prepared by Heimer Jamidov for rebellion, and they discovered this base and destroyed it. Perfect blame. Anyway, the old tofu is dead, and even if he doesn't believe it, no one will speak for the dead. Let's go. Understood. XN. A month and a half later, as Yang Hui expected, the remnants of the Zabi family returned. It was not the expected large fleet, but a plundering team composed of small fleets that returned to the space region where Side 3 was located. How lofty their ambitions were before, how despicable their current actions were. The objects of their plunder were the citizens of Xi'an, the inhabitants of the universe, and their compatriots who they had sworn to protect. For such people who had lost their glory, Char and the soldiers of the Republic of Xi'an would not show any mercy. They directly skipped the stage of persuading them to surrender and massacred them. Char remained calm and did not kill them all in a fit of rage. Instead, he deliberately let a small number of them go, and then followed them to find the base camp of the remnants, the colonial satellite Malzatar, which was still far away from Mars. It's so ugly. Looking at the wreckage in front of him and the countless floating corpses, Char muttered with a cold face. Your Highness, the remnants of Xi'an have been completely eliminated. Matsunaga Shinji reported. Did anyone escape? No, make sure to annihilate them all. Send someone into Malzatar and bring it back. The time and resources required to build a colony satellite are enormous. They can avoid harming Malzatar when attacking, and it is impossible to achieve complete losslessness, but normal transportation is still no problem. Now the Republic of Xi'an has also encountered financial problems, so they should save as much as possible. At the same time, Yang Hui, who was far away on Earth, also knew that Char had eliminated the remnants of Xi'an because main quest, defeat the Principality of Xi'an, eliminate the Zabi family, ensure the existence of the Earth Federation, and control the Earth Federation. Calculate the completion rate, 100%. Due to restrictions, the mission reward is increased. Calculation is completed, and the reward is 3 construction opportunities, 3 enhancement opportunities, 6 skill extraction opportunities, 6 skill enhancement opportunities, 5 material gift packs, large, and 2 material gift packs, extra large. Judging that the main mission is the final mission of this world, the world deviation degree is calculated now. Secretly control the Vist family 4%, kill Martha Vist, Helmer Jamidov and others in advance 21%, contact Char in advance and establish a cooperative relationship 10%, Jonah Ibrahim rebel survive 6% advance. The completion time of the Earth Federation's MIS troops 23%, lead the development of new technologies, greatly improve the Earth Federation's technological level, and improve the combat effectiveness of the Army 36%, Lara Singh, Dazal Zabi, Garma Zabi, Deccan Sato Zabi and others survive 13%, form the 12th Independent Technology Unit, which brings about a huge change in the direction of the war. 61% assist Char Aznable to restore the Republic of Xi'an 25%. The Principality of Xi'an surrenders in advance 31%. The total world deviation is 261%, exceeding 100%. The 5 side quests are completed, capture Cassilia Zabi, obtain world core items, capture Dazal Zabi, Dakin's Revenge, capture Karma Zabi. Capture Karma Zabi, Every member of the Zabi family is a core figure in the world. Capturing or killing them can greatly change the course of the world. Reward: 1 reinforcement opportunity, 4 medium material packages. Comprehensive statistics, rewards: 10 construction opportunities, 9 reinforcement opportunities, 6 skill extraction opportunities, 6 skill reinforcement opportunities, 12 medium material packages, 15 large material packages, 8 extra large material packages, additional world deviation of 100%, total 361%. The qualification to connect the Gundam UC world, 1-year war period, with a promise fortress is obtained. Commander, please determine the connection location and establish a two-way channel. P.S. It was Char who killed Jiren Zabi, and the side quest was not triggered. In the mansion of the Vist family, Yang Hui, Lakis, Meru, Bakalulu, Kira, Atherin, Cruz, Kongainhi, and Arnold Noemon gathered together and received the news of the mission completion. When they saw the total rewards, they all smiled happily. It's worthy of being a limited mission. The rewards are still very sufficient. Cruz said. It's mainly because the material rewards are very sufficient. There are not many other rewards. It should be the reason why the mission difficulty in this world is very low. Meru analyzed. The Gundam UC world, 1-year war period is the starting point of all Gundam worlds. Both sides of the war are in the early stages of technological innovation. Even the Principality of Zeon, which took the lead, developed MIS in less than a year. Because the war situation was completely changed, the Federation's proud large ships and cannons suffered a devastating blow, so the difficulty level of this world is lower for them than the Gundam Seed world, and even the Gundam Age world is not as good as it. After all, before the official plot of Gundam Age began, there were still black technologies such as ExaDB. The technology in it has not been completely cracked by Promise Fortress until now, which shows how terrible it is. The biggest gain this time is still the side quest, but the triggering mechanism. At this point, everyone was silent, and Yang Hui and Cruz covered their foreheads. According to Yang Hui and Cruz's initial guess, the triggering mechanism of the side quest is the same as the world deviation degree, which is to change the original historical trajectory as the starting point, which is beyond doubt. But, they also found that to trigger high difficulty and high reward side quests, they may have to go against the main quests. For example, they are not joining forces with the Earth Federation and Char to eliminate the Principality of Zeon and the Zabi family, but joining forces with the Zabi family to defeat the Earth Federation and kill Char. Maybe they can get unimaginable rewards for side quests. Although the rewards are very tempting, they can't do that. First, they could not agree with the crazy actions of the Zabi family. They were destined to become enemies. Moreover, it was impossible for a person like Jiren Zabi to know the existence of the Promise Fortress. Otherwise, countless worlds would become victims of ambition and eventually be devastated. Second, the greatest resource of the Gundam UC world is not high technology, nor human and material resources, but the endless talents. The talents in the UC world far exceed those in all other Gundam worlds, and most of these talents are unlikely to be in cahoots with Jiren Zabi. If you choose a high reward side quest, you must give up these talents. It is not worth it. After we go back, each team will summarize and see if they can provide other information. Yang Hui said. This is the only way. If it doesn't work, give up the top side quests. Lakis said. Not necessarily. If the completely opposite mission objectives do not conflict with our main needs, we can consider it. Cruz is worthy of being Cruz. He never cares about being a decent or a villain, or the issue of position, but only cares about how to seek the greatest benefit. Feeling the strange looks from everyone, Cruz shrugged his shoulders and didn't defend himself. After all, everyone present knew him. His job was the dark side. He only needed to consider how to gain more benefits and rewards for the team and Promise Fortress. As for becoming a hero under the glory, that was the task of others and had nothing to do with him. Okay, let's get ready. When Char returns to Earth, it's time to have a showdown. Cruz, is there any problem with Garp? No problem at all. The former speaker and several former members are reasonable people. Everyone rolled their eyes. The gun was pointed at their heads. How could they not understand the situation? That's good. Just relax these few days. Eat and play. Except for Lakis, no one else has played well in this world. Not interested. Cruz was the first to wave his hand. Compared to eating, drinking and having fun, I prefer to see how Speaker Garp's 3 fires burn. You are worthy of it. X and everyone sighed at Cruz's bad taste. Aslan, let's go together. Kira said to Aslan. Okay, it's a good opportunity to see if there are any local specialties worth buying and taking back. Is this world very different from our world? Ahem, maybe there are different things. Then I'll go and have fun. Do you want to come with me? Arnold Neumann asked Kong Yun. No, I have my own plans. Okay, I'll be alone. They all went their separate ways, ready to relax and take a good look around this world, and Yang Hui naturally took his 3 lovers, 4 lovers, and the idol Sima, to travel and enjoy a relaxed life. At the Gabru headquarters, the new federal parliament speaker Jipu still felt that this place was more comfortable. Don't worry about the parliamentary affairs. Rebel asked Jipu. Let the people below do it after the arrangements are made. I can't learn the tricks of Yang Hui and you. Jipu enjoyed afternoon tea leisurely. Haha, so you are not suitable to be a soldier, and my vision is not wrong. So I changed my job. Haha. When did they say? Wait until Char comes down from space, which is expected to be in a week. That's soon. Who are you going to take? Cheyenne and Hawkins. The others haven't been decided yet. Where are his subordinates? You said they are his subordinates, so why do you still need me to worry about them? That's right. What about you? Me? Take those politicians. Okay, just pretend I didn't ask. Rebel. I'm looking forward to it. Well, damn bastard, it's too uncomfortable to be hung. When I get younger, the first thing I will do is beat him up. Haha, you can't beat him. I have more people. Are you sure? Chapter 641 returns with many new members. Well, this feeling is so uncomfortable. The short-term dizziness and weightlessness made Char, Revel and others feel dizzy. They all had a high resistance to weightlessness and dizziness, otherwise they would not be able to fight in the universe. But it came too suddenly, and it left too suddenly. The instantaneous impact and recovery switching was the most uncomfortable. Yang Hui and others were used to it because it was not the first time, and they all stood aside waiting for them to recover. The portal to the Gundam UC world was built, but this time not only 1 portal was built, but 3. The second team led by Wang and Wang Liumi also walked out of the new portal, and the third team led by Flit and Gerhardt also walked out of another portal. But why are there so few people? Yang Hui asked in confusion. Although the portal was built, only a few people followed them back. Stop talking. Fleet and Gerhardt shook their heads helplessly. There's really nothing we can do. The situation in this world is too complicated. We don't have a background to give us a chance to lay out at the beginning. Even if you go, it's the same. I'm already very grateful that I can complete 100% of the world deviation and complete the world connection. Okay, let's go to the conference room to discuss in detail. Yes. Are you Mr. Yang Hui? At this time, behind Wang Liumi and others, a man with long black hair in a white suit came up with a brown-skinned woman wearing hot clothes and a hideous scar on her chest and asked Yang Hui. Nice Taben, Amida Maruka, nice to meet you, I'm Yang Hui. Yes, although it's a little worse than me, it's not bad. No wonder Miss Wang and Miss Wang Liumi refused my date. Nice Taben touched his chin and said jokingly. Really? Then you have to be careful. Yang Hui had a dangerous smile on his face, and a wisp of murderous aura surrounded him. Oh, I'm kidding, haha. How terrible is Yang Hui's murderous aura? Even a wisp of it frightened the old man, Naze Taben, and the battle-hardened female warrior, Amida Maruka. So strong. The short black-haired boy following behind him was alert as usual. The black-skinned and silver-haired boy beside him also nodded. They were not ordinary boys. For them, they were fighting all the time. They had been struggling for the purpose of living since they were young, and they were very sensitive to the breath of danger. Olga, what should we do? Wait and see. Okay, I'll listen to Olga. It seems that the welcome ceremony is quite lively, but Yang Hui, can you introduce this place to us? At this time, Rebel stood up and said, turning the awkward atmosphere back to normal. Who are you, uncle? ? Don't say it, the younger Rebel is really a handsome guy. With a resolute face and temperament, you can tell at a glance that he is an iron-blooded soldier, and he is tough and handsome, a handsome uncle. Oh, yes, there is also Jipu. He is still chubby. Well, it seems that his round figure is not developed after old age. Of course. Yang Hui nodded, and looked at Fleet, Gerhardt, Wang, and Wang Liumei, and nodded to each other. Rebel, Jipu, Cheyenne, Xia, you follow me, and the others follow the guide to visit around. Okay. The 4 people who were named nodded, and after each of them gave an order, they followed Yang Hui to the central meeting room. The others had no objection to this. The 4 people who were named were obviously going to attend the decision-making meeting. They were all soldiers, disciplined, and had good judgment. As for Wang and Wang Liumei, they are all soldiers, and their military quality is very high. Amida Miruka whispered to Nazetaben and Olga Yizuka, who were considered the leaders of their team. It's not hard to understand. Graham and his men are performing similarly. They are definitely not comparable to us guerrillas. Nazetaben touched his chin and said casually, but his eyes were particularly serious. Before coming to Promise Fortress, they knew what kind of place this was, what they would need to do in the future, and what kind of responsibilities they would need to bear. When they first arrived, the others were all brave and skilled warriors, and they were all well-organized soldiers. Only they were a group of guerrillas, which was not very good for their reputation, and it would also affect the position they were about to obtain. Mr. Taben, Maruka, and Olga, you guys come together. Someone will guide Mikazuki and the others. The Emperor said to the 3 of them, knowing that the 3 of them had a say. It's my honor, Miss Wang. Graham, is it okay for you to take care of this? No problem, I'll arrange for them. Fleet and Gerhard looked at the people behind them. Aguirre, Miximan, follow me. Aguirre and Miximan, who were called, nodded and followed Fleet and Aguirre to the large conference room. The decision-makers left, or rather, the 3 parties looked around curiously, and then looked at each other with burning eyes. Most of the people present were soldiers, and there were commanders. They could tell who the other party was at a glance, and their eyes were also fixed on people in the same position as themselves. Graham, are we going to hold a welcome ceremony? Crescent Moon Augustus asked Graham expressionlessly. I guess so. Graham shrugged, knowing that the welcome ceremony Crescent Moon Augustus mentioned was not a traditional welcome ceremony, but this was also normal. Those who can be valued and come to this fortress must be outstanding in their own world. The strong have the pride of the strong, and also have a unique way of understanding. Come on, everyone. Since you are all interested, let's have a demonstration. Graham suggested. Excuse me, who are you? Rebel, Garp, and Cheyenne all left. Among the Gundam UC team, the one with the highest rank was Stanley Hawkins. Now that he was a major general, he took the initiative to step forward and take on the responsibility of communication and leadership. Graham Aka is one of the first people who came here with Yang Hui, specializing in misdriving. Excuse me, I'm Major General Stanley Hawkins, may I ask what our next procedure is? Major General, it seems that Yang Hui has become a big shot again. Graham laughed. Being able to let the Major General stay as the temporary person in charge, it is conceivable that Yang Hui will become a high-ranking official again. He sighed that this guy is really a professional general. There is no specific procedure. The scale of Promise Fortress is not very large now, so it won't take much time to just visit. Their meetings will definitely take a while, so, how about using the way here to get to know each other? The way here. I can feel it from my hands. Most of you are soldiers. Soldiers fight, and you should be the commander. How about simulating the command of a battle? Of course, you can also chat or something, but I'm not good at it. Stanley Hawkins turned his head to look at the people from the 12th Independent Technical Unit and the Ghost Unit. Seeing that they all had fiery eyes, he agreed, no problem. Biscay, Mikazuki, Zeno, Zhao Hong, what do you think? Graham looked at the people behind him again. Is it not good? Biscay has a soft personality and feels that it is not appropriate to conflict with future companions when she first arrives. I think it's okay. The carefree Zeno agreed. I think it's okay too. I'm not good at chatting, so it's appropriate to get to know them through fighting. Zhao Hong also agreed. I don't like chatting either, so be direct. Mikazuki. X and the newcomers in the Iron-Blooded Orphans world all looked at Mikazuki August in shock. He has always followed the orders of Olga Yizuka and never expressed his personal opinions, but just now he put forward his own ideas. I don't know, it's here. Mikazuki August shook his head and pointed to his heart, a little hot, and getting hotter. Haha, interesting, Mikazuki, your warrior soul has awakened. Lyle put his arm around Mikazuki August's shoulders and teased. Warrior's soul? What is that? Mikazuki Augustus asked Lyle with his head tilted. It's what you feel now. Oh, I see. Mikazuki Augustus nodded in confusion, feeling that he had learned something again. Finally, Graham looked at the translimited canon world with the largest number of people. Arthur, what do you say? Of course we'll go together. Arthur smiled. After all, they have the fewest people, and those who are willing to come are all Ms. pilots. P.S. In addition, the translimited canon world is called ATF, and there will be more names later. For the sake of uniformity, all are called Ms. Then let's go, visit the fortress, and then go to the simulation training room. The newcomers follow their predecessors to visit their future new home in a mighty manner, and Yang Hui and other core decision-makers also took their seats in the large conference room. The first process is the introduction. Although not all of the people present are qualified to enter the core decision-making layer, such as Naze Tabin, Amida Miruka and Olga Monzika, they currently represent their world. Jonah Ibrahim Rebel, Supreme Commander of the Earth Federation Army. Arisil Garp, Speaker of the Earth Federation Parliament. Mikfadi Shayan, Commander-in-Chief of the Earth Federation Space Fleet. Casper Zimdekin, the previous Prime Minister of the Republic of Xi'an. But now there is a new Prime Minister. You can also call me Char Aznable. Maybe because he is used to it, or maybe this name makes him feel more relaxed, so Char prefers the identity of Char Aznable instead of a Casper Zimdekin. Hello everyone, I'm Agir 8, the representative of the Crowned Skull Pirates. Crowned Skull Pirates, Flag Bearer, Maximin. Oh my, you're really awesome. My name is Naze Tabin, and I'm just the leader of a mercenary organization. This is my first wife, Amida Miruka. Please give me your guidance. Olga Izaka, the head of the Tekadon. The Tekadon is also just a mercenary organization. Please give me your guidance. Pirate group? Mercenary organization. Hearing the man's introduction, Cruz, Rebel and others looked at the Emperor, King Rumi Fleet and Gerhardt. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 642 Their respective experiences. Yang Hui knocked on the table, asking everyone to look away. After all, they came to the Promise Fortress, and in the future they would be companions and comrades in arms. Rebel and the others also understood Yang Hui's meaning, and put away their contempt and confusion. After all, the situation in each world is different, and they don't know what the situation is in the iron-blooded orphans world. Their surprise just now was indeed rash. Then I will be the first to report. Wang knew that it was awkward for Naze Tabin and the other two to be here, so he took the initiative to stand up and clear up the confusion for everyone. The iron-blooded orphans world also has a unified government, but this unified government was jointly established by several nobles. The nobles, after all, are all that kind of jerk, so it's no surprise that problems have arisen. In addition to the Earth, which is still under control, the Moon, Mars, and even Jupiter, which is under development. Anyway, the residents outside the Earth are being oppressed very badly, and each of them wants independence. They have in their hands an armed force that fights violence with violence, the Gjallarhorn. It sounds good to say that it is for maintaining law and order, but in fact it is the nobles' thugs. If they are disobedient or ignorant, they will just beat them up. Because of this world background, this world is very chaotic. There are countless space pirates, and there are a large number of various companies outside the Earth. Why do we mention companies? Because these companies have their own armed forces. Outside the Earth, as long as you have money, you can have mobile engineers, battleships, and everything you want. If the armed forces of these companies can be unified, they will definitely not be worse than Gjallarhorn. Gjallarhorn doesn't care. As long as the other party does not touch the interests of the unified government, that is, the interests of the Seven Stars family, they will not care about them, and even use the method of using barbarians to control barbarians, so that they fight more and more fiercely and weaken each other's strength. After Wang and the others came to this world, it was the first time that they were not reborn as babies, but came directly in their 20s. The landing place was the city of Mars, which was the city where Gudelia Aina Bernstein was going to launch an independence movement. And their identity is a member of a small security company. Although it is not large in scale, it has a very good reputation in the industry. So Gudelia Aina Burns found them and hired them as her guards to go to Earth, but because the number of people was too small, Gudelia Aina Burns was still worried, and then found another security company on Mars, Christ Security Company, referred to as CGS, the predecessor of Tekuden, the security company where Olga Yizuka and Mikazuki August worked. Because they didn't grow up in this world like before, Wong and the others didn't have the time and opportunity to make advance arrangements, so they could only follow the mission and accept Gudelia Aina Burns' employment. Then, Gjallarhorn got the news that although the city on Mars was remote, it could also bring benefits to the Seven Stars family, and if a city became independent like this, would other extraterrestrial cities follow suit? So they absolutely did not allow it, and sent troops to intercept. What happened afterwards was similar to the original plot. From Mars to Earth, he fought with the Tekuden, and connected with Tabans, a subordinate organization of Divas, a huge complex enterprise based in the Jupiter sphere. He became a sworn brother with Taban's leader, Manes Taban. After stumbling all the way, he arrived on Earth and achieved the independence of the Martian city. Then, the next situation was completely different. The short period of stability gave the Emperor and others an opportunity. After seeing the hidden threat behind, the Emperor persuaded Olga Monzika and Manish Taban to secretly expand their power and improve their combat power. Just at this time, McGillis Farid, who belonged to the Seven Stars family but was eager to change the corrupt status quo of Gjallarhorn, got in touch and decided to assist him in overthrowing the rule of the Seven Stars family. Together, they launched an armed revolution and succeeded. According to the original historical trajectory, the reason why the armed coup failed was that the allies that McGillis Farid secretly contacted turned against him in the end and did not provide support as agreed. The fleet he led and the Tekuden were outnumbered and defeated by the Arianhid fleet. But with the addition of Wong and others, there is no need to worry about these problems. The Seven Stars family gave up directly and was driven out of power in the end. The other major forces in the economic circle had no chance to turn against them under the threat of Graham and others. In addition, Graham and others brought their own machines. After all the weapons were changed to physical weapons, the Arianhid fleet and even the support fleet of the Seven Stars family could not even make a wave in front of them. Not to mention the intelligence network controlled by Wang Liumei and Wong's tactical command, all the hidden dangers that led to failure were eliminated at the beginning. How could they lose? In the end, the Seven Stars were driven out of power, and McGillis Farid's armed revolution succeeded, but he and his former friend Giulio Baldwin died together, and failed to see the future of victory. The new unified government was renamed the Federation and implemented a parliamentary system. Each economic circle would elect several representatives to participate, including Gudelia Aina Burns. As for the speaker and standing members, Wang Liumei said that there were many puppets, and if there were not enough, they could find more. The only people who followed Wong and others to Promise Fortress were Tabans of Naze Taban and the Tekuden led by Olga Yizuka. This was because the government was full of puppets and did not need to know these things. Wang Liumei planned to improve Gudelia Aina Burns' ability and prestige and promote her to the position of speaker. The people they brought were people they could trust and could play a role in Promise Fortress. That's the situation. Memphis, there's more than one way to descend. Yang Hui asked Memphis. This time, Wong and the others had a very difficult start. If they were not very capable, it would be difficult to obtain 100% world deviation without knowing the plot. Yes, there are currently two types, direct descent and rebirth descent, completely random, currently? Will there be other ways in the future? Insufficient authority, tell me about this situation as soon as possible next time. Understood. Now, everyone also understood why the leader of a mercenary organization was qualified to represent a world in a decision-making meeting, and they no longer looked down on them. Next is our situation. Then, Fleet and Gerhardt told them about their experiences in the world of the Super Hunter Kanan, and relieved the pressure on the nervous Aguirre. They were born again in the world as babies, just like before, but unfortunately, they were all born in the autonomous city-states of the moon, and they were all born in civilian families, with no background to use, which brought great difficulties to their start. With a little bit of effort, they gradually gained personal connections, intelligence networks, status, power, but as they learned more, they also felt more and more headaches. There are three major forces in this world, the Earth Republic Rovi, the Moon Autonomous City-State Pola, the Mars Third Republic Trom, and an additional force, the Crown Skull Space Pirates CSP. The Crowned Skull Space Pirates CSP has radical moon people who were exiled because of their failed struggles. Their goal has always been to target the moon autonomous city-state Pola. At the same time, they are much weaker than the three major forces, so it is easy to judge and there are opportunities to strive for cooperation. But the other three forces, in the words of Fleet and Gerhardt, it is a mess. In 2413 AD, the 50 autonomous regions near the moon unilaterally declared their separation from the Earth Alliance because they were dissatisfied with the stamp tax levied by the Earth Alliance government. After several failed attempts at coordination between the two sides, the situation turned into a war. The Earth Alliance government sent a space fleet to attack the moon. The moon, with its excellent and flexible tactics and Brits-tier manufacturing technology, actually fought against the Earth Alliance government for 7 years. Finally, the Earth Alliance government and the Moon Federation reached a truce agreement in La Paz, the capital of the moon. The Earth Alliance government withdrew the stamp tax collection order, and the Moon City-State formally returned to the Earth Alliance government. The Moon City-State enjoyed higher autonomy and self-defense rights, military, than the Earth Autonomous Region. Its leader was no longer called the chairman of the Autonomous Region, but the chairman of the Moon Federation, which could be described as a country within a country. The resistance actions of the Moon City-State gradually fermented among the space immigrants, and the Earth Alliance government gradually lost its binding force on the Space Autonomous Region. In 2438, the Mars Autonomous Region, which had more than 100 autonomous regions in the universe, announced its independence from Earth control and established a Third Republic of Mars. Due to the long distance and difficulty in deploying troops, the Earth Coalition government launched decades of economic sanctions against the Mars Autonomous Region. The relationship between Earth and Mars gradually developed into Cold War. Both sides criticized each other to win the recognition and support of the neutral Autonomous Region. The Earth Coalition government believed that the Third Republic of Mars was a rebel group, while the Third Republic of Mars believed that the Earth Coalition government was a corrupt government that polluted the Earth and abused resources. As a result, the three forces each had their own ulterior motives and wanted independence, but they could not completely isolate each other. The three parties all wanted to be the overlord, but none of them had the strength to do so. They kept making small moves, frictions, and various shameless means such as economic sanctions. Fleet and Gerhardt judged that it would be absolutely impossible for this world to be completely stable in a short period of time. To be completely stable and become the rear base of the Promise Fortress, it would take at least 50 years to have a chance. Please note that this is just a chance, not an accurate grasp. And because of the main task, they simply don't have that much time to deal with the relationship between the three major forces. They can only follow the main task. Some people can be saved, and major events can be intervened. Fortunately, the world deviation successfully exceeded 100% and obtained the qualification to connect to the world. In the end, the people of the Crowned Skeleton Pirates realized the long-cherished wish of several generations and returned to the autonomous city-state of Pola on the moon. They were no longer pirates with no fixed place to stay. Nangong Xian, the temporary acting chairman of La Paz, was arrested, and the war was temporarily stopped. But the existence of the portal must not be known to the three major forces, and the follow-up of this world needs to be dealt with slowly. The people brought back to Promise Fortress, the four male protagonists, the rescued Wolfgang, the slightly ordinary Ding Yi, the handsome Yu Wenfigong, the natural warrior Torre, Carmen, Michael Simon, Caruso, Princess Aguirre, etc. Even most of the flag bearers of the Crowned Skeleton Pirates did not know the situation of the portal and Promise Fortress. Chapter 643 Aguirre's embarrassing situation, Yang Hui's advice. So, we got a time bomb. Cruz raised his eyebrows and asked. Cruiser. Yang Hui glared at Cruz. Aguirre, who was present, couldn't help but feel distressed after hearing this. The reason why she was willing to come to Promise Fortress was that Fleet and Gerhardt told her that the stability of the Crowned Skeleton Pirates was temporary, and the world peace was also temporary. When needed, Promise Fortress could provide a powerful force to stop all fights and bring real peace to their world, so she came. But now, she began to doubt whether this place could really help her world. It was not that she doubted the ability of Promise Fortress, nor did she doubt that Fleet and Gerhardt deceived her, but the situation of the world and her status and ability. Mixamin also looked unhappy because he was underestimated and felt that the other party did not think highly of them. I'm sorry, Miss Aguirre, Mr. Maximin. As the commander of Promise Fortress, Yang Hui took the initiative to apologize to Giri and Maximin. We don't mean to look down on you, but Fleet and Gerhardt should have told you the significance of Promise Fortress's existence, the mission and responsibility we shoulder, and the significance of connecting the world to us and to Promise Fortress. Well, it's okay, Mr. Yang Hui, I also know the situation in our world, but, I still hope that you can help us, please. Aguirre stood up hurriedly and bowed to everyone present and asked, Your Highness, you don't have to do this. Maximin helped Aguirre stand up straight, looking at Yang Hui and others with a hint of coldness in his eyes. If they don't welcome us, we will leave. That's true, whether it's Miss Aguirre or Mr. Maximin. Yang Hui explained, since you two are here, you are companions. We will naturally spare no effort to help your world. But you two know very well that it will take a long time and a careful plan to completely change the situation in your world. Indeed, that's right. Aguirre thought about it, then nodded to agree with Yang Hui's explanation. Maximin's face also looked better. After all, as the highest leader of several worlds, Yang Hui was able to explain to them in person to give them face, and Yang Hui was right. Cruz, it's up to you. Make a plan. Yang Hui said directly to Cruz. Me. Cruz pointed at himself. You should solve the problems you have created yourself. Haha, you black-hearted entrepreneur. Cruz shook his head with a bitter smile, but did not refuse. But Yang Hui, when can you help me find a partner? I can't handle it all by myself. Yang Hui understood that Cruz's busyness was not about formulating a plan to pacify the world of ultra-limited Hunter Canaan, but the work of the dark side. He could train executives and middle-level management, but if he was the only one in the top management, he would be too busy. Char. Yang Hui looked at Char. Although their methods were different, the two were really similar, and both were suitable for dealing with dark side matters and politics. It's okay to take over temporarily. Char nodded. He had a general understanding of Cruz's work content, and he could indeed complete it. It's just that after more contact with Yang Hui, he has also changed a lot and doesn't like to stay in the dark all the time. By the way, you can also go to Durandal for help. Aren't he and you an old coin combination? Yang Hui made his own suggestion. Ahem. Cruz coughed violently and glared at Yang Hui, his eyes conveying the meaning of speak nicely. But Cruz did not object. Durandal was indeed very suitable for political conspiracy, and was very good at it. At the same time, he had a high degree of tacit understanding with him. Wait? It seems that Char's voice is very similar to Durandal. Thinking of this, Cruz looked at Char with interest. What's wrong? Char asked Cruz in confusion. It's okay. I'll introduce Gilbert to you after the meeting. Okay. Char knew that Cruz would not be that simple, but he did not think much about it. He would know the answer at that time. The meeting continued, and then Yang Hui told everyone everything that happened in the Gundam UC world, which was recorded, sorted, and then filed by Memphis. After listening to Yang Hui's description, Naze Taban, Amida Maruka, Olga Yizuka and others widened their eyes. Aguirre was even more stunned, and the calm Maximin looked at Yang Hui in shock. Compared with everything that happened in the Gundam UC world, the space wars, armed coups, independence movements, etc. that their world experienced were simply the level of children fighting. Especially when he heard that the Earth was bombed by a colony satellite and was almost bombed by an asteroid space fortress, he almost fell off his chair. What's the matter? Fleet pointed at Cruz expressionlessly. This guy is also planning to send a high-power gamma ray burst to the Earth. Yes, including Char, Rebel, Gop and Cheyenne. The newcomers looked at Cruz with horror and subconsciously stepped back a little. Alice, your reputation is ruined. Cruz smiled slightly, even more dangerous. You did it. XN wasn't it stopped by Yang Hui. Cruz smiled smugly, thinking that if it weren't for the monster Yang Hui, his plan would definitely succeed. You can't succeed even if I don't stop you. Yang Hui rolled his eyes. They are old acquaintances, how could he not see through his Versailles? Kira and Atheron. Durandal also fell into their hands. Well, damn the protagonist. After chatting for a while, the topic returned to the meeting. The process of each mission had been reported, and Memphis recorded, sorted and filed it. Next was the arrangement of Aguirre, Maximin, Naze Taban, Rebel and others. Rebel, Garp and Char were qualified to enter the core layer, and Maximin also met the criteria, but the others. Although Cheyenne had a high status and strong ability, the people in the Gundam UC world already had Rebel, Garp and Char. His existence was redundant, And it was indeed inappropriate to have too many people in one world. Naztaben and other 3 people from iron-blooded orphans were obviously not qualified. After all, they were just the leaders of a mercenary organization. They were not qualified to join the core layer in terms of ability or status, but it was embarrassing that they were the only ones who could represent the iron-blooded orphans world. Then it was Aguirre. Aguirre's status and identity were sufficient, but her ability was average. It could be seen that she should be a symbol or mascot in the Crown Skull Pirates. She stayed. To put it bluntly, Aguirre could not intervene in the discussion of Yang Hui and the others, nor could she make any useful suggestions. She could only be a listener. Let's leave first. At this time, the 3 of Naztaben took the initiative to stand up and ask to leave. If it was about mixing in society, we might have some experience, but in terms of the overall strategic level, I still know myself. Thank you. The other party took the initiative to propose, protecting everyone's face and stabilizing the fragile relationship between each other. But Commander Yang Hui, can I make a request? Naztaben asked. Please. There are so many talents here, and I feel that my ability may not be able to provide much help to you, so I want to ask the seniors for advice. I can't always fall behind, right? Naztaben asked. I think so too, Your Excellency Yang Hui. Olga Yizuka bowed and asked. At the beginning, he led the Tekkadan to prosperity, but the more he came into contact with the Emperor and others, the broader his horizons became. He felt more and more that his ability was insufficient and far behind. Even if it was not for the Promise Fortress, but just for the friends of the Tekkadan, he had to improve himself. Of course, Mr. Taben, Olga, everyone in the fortress is a companion. I encourage healthy competition and mutual improvement. Thank you very much. The 3 bowed sincerely and thanked them, and then left the meeting room. I also. Seeing the 3 people leave, Aguirre also felt that she was not suitable to be here, and wanted to stand up and say goodbye, but Maximin held her shoulder. Your Highness, no one can replace you. Maximin said sincerely. But Your Highness. Okay, I get it. Aguirre knew that she was incapable, but she also understood what Maximin meant. Her existence represented the Crown Skull Pirates, and represented their world. Only she could sit in this position, no matter how powerful Maximin was. This was also Maximin's loyalty. Miss Aguirre, I have a suggestion for you. From the current situation, Aguirre will definitely enter the core layer. In order to ease her embarrassing situation, Yang Hui expressed his thoughts. Please speak, Mr. Yang Hui. Aguirre is looking forward to what kind of suggestions Yang Hui can make. Privately, you can chat more with Wang, Liu-Mi, Yolin, and Lakis, and then find out what you are good at and find your own direction. Yang Hui's women can be said to cover all aspects, including the command of large-scale group operations, fleet tactics, captains, intelligence analysis, business, logistics management, singing, politics, misdriving. Aguirre does not need to be as outstanding as them, just ordinary chats, and then see what she is suitable for, and then slowly learn and grow, and then stand on her own. Otherwise, as the number of members of the core decision-making layer of Promise Fortress increases, if Aguirre stops moving forward, her situation will become more and more embarrassing, and even involve the status of the world of over-limit Private Canaan in Promise Fortress, as well as the situation of the Crown Skull Pirates in Promise Fortress. Chapter 644, Level Up Assessment, Legion Battle Mode. After hearing Yang Hui's suggestion, Aguirre and Maximin sincerely thanked Yang Hui. Thank you very much for your suggestion, Mr. Yang Hui. I will try my best. Don't be so polite, Miss Aguirre, Mr. Maximin. Since we are here, we are all companions. Just call me Aguirre. Maximin. Then you can just call me Yang Hui. Yang Hui pointed at Rebel jokingly. Look, even though I am much older than him, he still calls me kid. Stinky kid. Just talk, what does it have to do with me? Rebel cursed angrily. Look, you guys. Ho ha ho ha. The short playfulness resolved the tension and embarrassment, and the meeting continued to get to the point. First, Yang Hui told the 6 new members the basic situation of Promise Fortress, and then began to summarize the gains and discuss the fortress upgrade plan this time. Let's just sit in this time. We are new here and don't know that much yet. Rebel suggested. I agree. Jipu and Char agreed with Rebel's decision. We too. Aguirre and Maximin looked at each other and nodded. On the one hand, they were new here and not so familiar with Promise Fortress, On the other hand, as new members, it was better to keep a low profile. Although Yang Hui would not say anything, it did not mean that others would not have ideas. Okay. Understanding the intentions of several people, Yang Hui nodded and agreed. Mephis, combine the gains of the three worlds. Yes, Commander. Gundam UC World, 1-year war, total gains. 10 construction opportunities, 9 enhancement opportunities, 6 skill extraction opportunities, 6 skill enhancement opportunities, 12 supply packages, medium, 15 supply packages, large, 8 supply packages, extra large. Gundam, Iron-Blooded Orphans World, total gains. 6 construction opportunities, 25 enhancement opportunities, 3 skill extraction opportunities, 3 skill enhancement opportunities, 4 supply packages, small, 3 supply packages, medium, 1 supply package, large. Yes, Commander. Gundam UC World, 1-year war, total gains. 10 construction opportunities, 9 enhancement opportunities, 6 skill extraction opportunities, 6 skill enhancement opportunities, 12 supply packages, medium, 15 supply packages, large, 8 supply packages, extra large. Gundam, Iron-Blooded Orphans World, total gains. 6 construction opportunities, 25 enhancement opportunities, 3 skill extraction opportunities, 3 skill enhancement opportunities, 4 supply packages, small, 3 supply packages, medium, 1 supply package, large. The total harvest of the Korean Hunter K-9 world. 2 construction opportunities, 32 enhancement opportunities, 5 skill extraction opportunities, 3 skill enhancement opportunities, 4 small material packages, 3 medium material packages. The total harvest of the three worlds. 20 construction opportunities, 66 enhancement opportunities, 14 skill extraction opportunities, 12 skill enhancement opportunities, 8 small material packages, 18 medium material packages, 16 large material packages, 8 extra large material packages. The calculation is completed. After seeing the task rewards of the two worlds, Yang Hui and Cruz frowned deeply and looked at Wang, Liu, Fleet and Gerhardt. How many side quests have you completed? What rewards did you get? 6. The rewards are all building enhancement opportunities. This is Wang's answer. 5. Like them, the rewards are mostly building enhancement opportunities. This is Fleet's answer. That's not right. Yang Hui and Cruz looked at each other and said to them, we have completed 5 side missions in total, but the rewards are mostly material packages, and there are basically no building opportunities and enhancement opportunities. Mephis. Insufficient authority. Everyone shook their heads and laughed. The expected answer. Commander, please upgrade the level of the central hall as soon as possible and release more permissions. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the phantom of Mephis, because this is the first time that Mephis has given them an obvious hint. The answer to the question just now can be obtained by releasing more permissions. And how high is this higher authority? Yang Hui and others looked at each other, and each other's eyes had already told them their respective answers. Without hesitation, they opened the operation panel and clicked twice on the plus sign next to the central hall. Shoo! Suddenly, all the people in the meeting, the visitors, and the reception staff were transported out of the central hall in an instant. The ground shook slightly, and the motionless central hall began to shake. The 3 resources turned into a stream of light and merged into the central hall. The gravel in the void moved towards the central hall, and then merged into the light, getting bigger, and bigger. It expanded about twice and stopped. This is it. Everyone looked at this scene in amazement. They had never encountered such a situation when upgrading the central hall before. As the light gradually faded, the brand new central hall appeared in front of everyone, even taller and more majestic. The pure white square monument-style building outlined countless golden lines, and the stream of light shuttled through the lines, majestic and sacred. Everyone stepped into the central hall again and found that the interior decoration was more gorgeous and rich. The space was expanded by more than 2 times, and the central workbench was expanded by 2 circles. There were more windows and reception seats. The screen at the reception seat was no longer a flowing red garbled code, but could work normally. The 5 portals that had been connected were arranged in sequence on the edge of the wall, with each portal separated by a distance. A projection door plate was hung on the top of each portal to tell everyone which portal corresponds to which world. There was a bulletin board next to the portal, which recorded the basic situation of the corresponding world. Commander. At this time, Mephis' projection appeared above the central hall, facing everyone. Congratulations, Commander, the central hall has been upgraded to LV-5, the authority has been increased by LV-1, the number of direct teams has been increased by 2, the commander can form 5 teams to go to the 5 worlds to perform mandatory tasks, each team has a maximum of 15 people, and the mission world rules have been changed to randomly select 15 worlds. The 5 teams have the right to select and allocate 5 worlds. Warning. Since the central hall has been upgraded to LV-5, the upgrade assessment has been opened, and the Legion battle mode has been opened. The default mission world for the next time is the Gundam world, Season 2 plus Theater Edition, and the default mode is the Legion battle mode. Please be prepared, Commander. After passing the upgrade assessment, the commander will obtain the full LV-5 authority. Level up assessment. Legion battle mode. Yang Hui was startled, and immediately ordered everyone behind him, the decision makers should go to the conference room for a meeting immediately. Everyone else should disperse and wait for the results of the meeting to be announced together. Understood. XN. Although the sudden change made everyone a little worried, especially the newcomers, who would definitely feel uneasy if they encountered such a thing just after arriving. But fortunately, the newcomers are a minority, and under the guidance of the predecessors, they temporarily put this matter aside, do their own things, visit what they should visit, relax what they should relax, duel what they should duel, and patiently wait for the results of the decision-making meeting. Mephis, what's going on? Yang Hui asked immediately after returning to the conference room. As the commander and everyone guessed, the central hall is a stage of 5 levels. Every time you upgrade 5 levels, you will usher in the level up assessment. After success, a large number of permissions will be opened and a large number of rewards will be obtained. But at the same time, after the upgrade is successful, the difficulty of the mission world will be greatly increased. Judging from the commander's memory, after LV-5, the commander and everyone will have a preliminary contact with a world of low-level super and fantasy systems. Super and fantasy. Yang Hui and others were shocked, and then their expressions became serious. They said that they were low-level super and fantasy, but in a world that is mostly idealistic, is there really such a clear difference in difficulty? Although newcomers such as Rebel, Char, and Maximin did not know what super and fantasy were, they saw that Yang Hui and others looked unhappy, and guessed that they were in trouble. Mephis, what kind of authority can I get now? Yang Hui asked directly. Although the authority was incomplete, it was necessary to understand which part could be obtained. In Promise Fortress, the most important thing has never been strength, rewards, technology, or machines, but authority. With authority, you can better arrange the next plan from a big picture perspective. Currently obtained authority, rest days are extended from 1 week to 1 month. Before starting the mission world, the commander has the right to know the general information of the mission world to be visited in advance. The central database restricts unlocking a part, and the reward type classification of the mission world. Wait? What is the classification of reward types and mission worlds? There are 4 types of mission world rewards: construction, reinforcement, skills, and materials. There are deviations in the possible mission rewards in each world. For example, the Gundam world, Gundam Age world, and Gundam Seed world are 4 balanced, and the probability of obtaining all types of rewards is equal. For example, the Gundam UC world, 1 Year War, is a world with a material reward bias, and the probability of obtaining material rewards is higher than construction, reinforcement, and skills. For example, the Gundam, Iron-Blooded Orphans world, and the Ultra-Limited Hunter Kanan world are worlds with a reinforcement opportunity reward bias, and the probability of obtaining reinforcement opportunity rewards is higher than construction, skills, and materials. Before this classification was a hidden attribute, but now it has become a public attribute, which makes it easier for commanders to choose mission worlds according to the needs of Promise Fortress. I understand. Yang Hui and others nodded, and they were also determined that their choice was correct, skipping the LV-4 stage and reaching LV-5 directly. Although it was a bit hasty, and they might have to face the super system and fantasy system next, but compared with the possible dangers, their gains were worth it. Now let's talk about the Legion battle mode. After the Legion battle mode is enabled, the commander has the right to abandon the squad mode and select a world to start the Legion battle mode before entering each mission world. The commander will lead all the Legion members of Promise Fortress to participate in the battle. In the Legion battle mode, the difficulty of the mission world will increase by 1 stage. According to the difficulty increase, there will be a higher probability of encountering enemy forces intruding. Naturally, the mission rewards will increase greatly to the same extent as the difficulty increase. This upgrade assessment defaults to the Legion battle mode, and the mission world defaults to the Gundam world, Season 2 plus Theater Edition. The difficulty is increased by 1 stage. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.